Chapter 91. BBDong who wants to return to Spirit Hall. Ningfengji shook his head and sighed. Douluo, there's no need to be the number one sect in the world. It's better for our 7 treasure glazed tile school to be promoted to second place, just like in the previous life. Let Xunji think our 7 treasure glazed tile school doesn't have too much ambition. Xunji has become the Asura god's successor, and he has also taken away the blue-silver emperor. Whether Tang San can be born again to help Rongrong's spirit evolve into the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda, and help Rongrong and Little Ao become divinity again, these are all unknowns. Our 7 treasure glazed tile school doesn't have any disciples with the potential to become gods. Without Tang San's help, Rongrong has no ability to become a god on her own. We have no capital to gamble with Spirit Hall. Ningfengji still clearly remembered that Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were killed in one move by the Rakshasa god BBDong. The full force strike of Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, consuming all their vitality, mental force, and spirit power, only blocked BBDong's attack for a few blinks of an eye. After Chian Runway, who became a god at Jialing Pass, arrived, the Heaven Do Empire's main tent was completely shrouded in an atmosphere of sorrow. Originally, after the Clear Sky sect's support arrived, the Heaven Do Empire held an absolute advantage, but in an instant, all members were prepared to die on the battlefield. During wartime, drinking is usually forbidden, but Shui Bang ordered to drink freely. This was preparing for a farewell drink, a drink before death. In front of a divine rank powerhouse, even a limit Douluo has little say. For Ningfengji, being able to preserve the 7 treasure glazed tile school was the best outcome. Spirit City. On the bustling streets, the flow of people was many times higher than usual. These people were all spirit masters who came to watch the 7 great sects re-election meeting. However, spirit masters below the spirit emperor rank didn't even have the qualifications to be spectators. Only sects with a spirit Douluo could bring some disciples with lower cultivation to watch the 7 great sects re-election meeting. But even so, there were still many spirit kings. The mindset was similar to the spirit fighting arenas all over the continent. Ordinary people spent money to watch spirit masters fight, even if they were sitting far away and couldn't see clearly, as long as they could feel the fluctuations of their great battle and the colorful spirit power light, even if it looked like a slideshow, they were satisfied. For those low-rank spirit masters, if they could watch a battle between titled Douluo in their lifetime, that would be something to brag about for a lifetime. And Spirit Hall was happy to let these spirit masters enter Spirit City. High foot traffic meant surging consumption. Spirit masters were never short of money. Hosting a meeting was also a significant source of income for Spirit Hall. Supreme Pontiff Palace, below the Supreme Pontiff steps. A man wearing a red gold robe stood there, high-spirited, Yuan Jan. 2 days before the news of the 7 great sects re-election meeting was released, Xunji had sent a letter to Yuan Jan, so the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sects team was the first to arrive at Spirit City among the upper 3 sects. Supreme Pontiff, what do you want with me? Yuan Jan stared at Xunji. Although he knew Xunji's strength and had some unpleasantness with him at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well, his expression showed no submission. Because he was a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, for him personally, no matter who the other party was, he would not submit. Tang Chen kidnapping BBDong was also because he used the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect as a threat, which forced him to compromise, otherwise, he would have long since chosen to self-destruct to bite a piece of flesh off Tang Chen. Xunji smiled lightly. Sect Master Yu, don't be nervous. 6 years have passed, let those little unpleasantries pass. Do you want to defeat Sect Master Tang Jen and make the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect the #1 sect in the world? Yuan Jan was slightly silent. Of course, he wanted to defeat Sect Master Tang Jen, completely wash away the shame Tang Chen had brought upon the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and make the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect grow stronger. In his previous life, he failed and even let the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, which was the second of the upper 3 sects, become the bottom of the upper 3 sects. Whether he could succeed in this life, he still had no confidence, because his strength had not changed much compared to his previous life, just a little faster in approaching the breakthrough to the 94th rank titled Douluo. Xunji said, Sect Master Yu, do you still remember how I, with 98th rank cultivation, fought against Tang Chen with ease? The Clear Sky Hammer, like the 4 single attribute sects, can be said to be an extreme style spirit. As long as you formulate the corresponding fighting method, it is very simple to deal with. While the Clear Sky Hammer's destructive power far exceeds spirit masters of the same realm, its weak point is that it is not flexible enough. Your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, like my Seraphim, can be said to be a spirit without weaknesses in all aspects. As long as you utilize your speed and dragon transformation advantages, wanting to deal with the Clear Sky Hammer across ranks is very easy. Why are you helping me? Yuan Jan was puzzled. Xunji was a reincarnated person. Even if the conflict at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well was nothing to Xunji, in his previous life, his son Yu Shaogang intended to abduct BBDong, whom Xunji had carefully cultivated as the successor to the Supreme Pontiff, and who later became his wife. If it were him, he would definitely grind Yu Shaogang to dust and put the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect on the blacklist. It's very simple. Compared to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, I hate the Clear Sky sect even more. You also know that just as Tang Chen snatched BBDong from your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, I snatched Bos Saii. If the Clear Sky sect becomes even more useless, Bos Saii will be more obedient. Xunji was lying through his teeth. In fact, after careful consideration, he found that the original Douluo continent was completely a version T0 battle royale. Every major sect and force always had one or even several version T0s who would sabotage their own sect badly or to death. And Tang San was actually also a version T0, but his version T0 was not about siding with outsiders, but being a family man hero, an absolute positive buff. And the most invincible version T0, BBDong, was in the Clear Sky sect. He had to properly fix it, borrow BBDong's power to sabotage the Clear Sky sect, and recreate the soil for faith on this continent. The reason why Tang San was able to promote the sea god position from a first-level god to a supreme god was that he obtained the power of faith of Douluo continent. And the great contributor who made the Douluo continent worship Tang San, the initiator, was BBDong. As for making Bos Saii more obedient, there is a saying, the more attachments one has, the more weaknesses one has. The only thing Xunji would be attached to was the descendants of the Qian family born to Bos Saii. As for Bos Saii, she was a non-entity, use her and discard her. Although Yuan Jan was arrogant, he was not a pedantic person. In his heart, nothing was more important than the interests of the family. So he asked, please instruct me, Supreme Pontiff. Clear Sky Sect, Sect Master Tang Jen's group had already set off for Spirit City. The 7 Great Sects re-election meeting is being held so many years in advance. Xunji really doesn't intend to let the Clear Sky sect go. If I pledge allegiance to Spirit Hall, Xunji should accept me, right? BBDong did not want to stay in the Clear Sky sect, a place that disgusted her. She extremely did not want to. After Tang Hao left the Clear Sky sect to go to Slaughter City for training, she felt as if someone was watching her 24 hours a day. She felt it again. The entire Clear Sky sect was like a vicious old mother-in-law who had spent a lot of money to buy a wife for her bachelor son in a remote mountain village, a bunch of damn things. Originally, when BBDong learned that Tang Hao already knew about the miserable experiences she had gone through in her previous life and the crazy things she had done, and that he still loved her without any falsehood, and was even willing to help her become the Rakshasa god, her heart was filled with love, and the idea of staying in the Clear Sky sect and being with Tang Hao arose. But because of these actions of the Clear Sky sect, it was completely extinguished. She wanted to return to Spirit Hall. Even if she couldn't become the Holy Maiden, as long as she could be a genius in the Spirit Academy, that would be enough for her. Her requirements had already become lower and lower. Stop. Chapter 92. Ayin's heart is broken. 2 days before the 7 Great Sects re-election meeting, carriages entered Spirit City one after another, almost without pause from day to night. Look, that's the carriage of the Clear Sky sect. A loud shout rang out. Everyone looked over to see 3 luxurious carriages, driven by disciples of the Clear Sky sect with Spirit Emperor cultivation. The Spirit Masters present to watch the 7 Great Sects re-election meeting began to whisper among themselves. Do you think the Clear Sky sect can retain the throne of the #1 sect in the world this time? Since the emergence of Tang Chen and the Clear Sky sect becoming the #1 sect, the Clear Sky sect didn't even attend the last 7 Great Sects re-election meeting, which happens every 30 years. The throne of the number 1 sect was directly reserved for the Clear Sky sect, while all other sects fought for second place. Probably not. The Clear Sky sect's old ancestor, Clear Sky Douluo, was crippled by the Supreme Pontiff. The cultivation levels of Sect Master Tang Jen, Thunder Douluo, and Bone Douluo aren't that different, so Sect Master Tang Jen shouldn't have the ability to fight two at once. Then who do you think will become the number 1 sect in the world at this 7 great sects re-election meeting? A seemingly wise spirit master said, I think it should be the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Based on the rules of the 7 great sects re-election meeting, the first duel is between the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and the Clear Sky sect. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect has a grudge against the Clear Sky sect, so Thunder Douluo will definitely go all out when fighting Sect Master Tang Jen. After the great battle ends, regardless of who wins or loses, the exhaustion will be immense. By then, if Bone Douluo issues a challenge, the 2 exhausted parties won't be able to defeat Bone Douluo. The Clear Sky sect is here. Has Brother Hao arrived? After taking the yearning heartbroken red and no longer being restricted by Qian Xunji, Ayin, who like Bos Saii was only confined to Spirit City, whispered. She stood on tiptoe, eyes wide, staring at the window of the Clear Sky sect's carriage, wanting to peek through the swaying curtains to see who was inside. Ayin did not activate her blue-silver domain to sense their auras because the 7 great sects re-election meeting was about to be held, and Spirit City was full of experts. If she released her blue-silver domain, her mental force would be detected by powerful spirit masters, causing a mental backlash that would severely injure her. She currently only has the cultivation of a spirit elder, and any spirit emperor with relatively strong mental force could detect the mental probing of her blue-silver domain. The Clear Sky sect had booked a hotel in Spirit City early on. Not long after Tang Jen, the second elder, and their party entered their hotel room, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening the door, they saw a girl over 1.6 meters tall, looking about 11 or 12 years old. She was wearing a long blue dress, with long blue hair draped behind her, and her skin was as white as snow. The girl's appearance was stunning, and the aura she exuded was even more eye-catching, as if she were a fairy without any impurities. Young lady, this is the Clear Sky sect's lounge. May I ask what you need? Seeing that the visitor was such a beautiful woman, the Clear Sky sect disciple who opened the door spoke in a very polite and gentle tone. Cousin Tang Wen, it's me. The juniors who could come to watch the 7 great sects re-election meeting were naturally extraordinary. Tang Wen was already the most talented of the Clear Sky sect's generation, aside from Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, so Ayin naturally recognized him. Who are you? I am Ayin. Ayin. Tang Wen's eyes widened. A girl changes 18 times before she grows up. Ayin was only 7 when she was taken by Qian Runway, and in less than a year, she had grown into a young woman of 12 or 13. What had she eaten to grow so fast? After recognizing Ayin, Tang Wen felt a strange sense of repulsion, because Ayin was a 100,000-year transformed spirit beast. In the worldview of the Clear Sky sect, she was a beast, even if she had already transformed. Cousin Tang Wen, has Brother Hao arrived? Ayin asked anxiously. She had been away from the Clear Sky sect for nearly a year, and she really missed Tang Hao. At the wedding of Chian Runway and Bos Saii, she had been under house arrest by Chian Runway and unable to meet with the people of the Clear Sky sect. She didn't know if Tang Hao had come to Spirit Hall, and this time, she wanted to see Tang Hao even more. She wanted to know if Tang Hao had learned about the events of his past life and wouldn't be completely infatuated with that woman, BBDong. Before Tang Wen could speak, Tang Jen came to the doorway and said indifferently, Ayin, don't ask about Hao's affairs. Leave here, Uncle Jen. Ayin's expression froze, because she could hear and see only distance in Tang Jen's tone and expression, with none of the kindness and warmth he had shown in the past when he treated her like a future daughter-in-law at the Clear Sky sect. She really didn't understand what had happened. Leave here quickly. The affairs of the Clear Sky sect have nothing to do with you anymore. Tang Jen's tone became cold. As a titled Douluo, with just one perception, he could detect the aura of a 100,000-year transformed spirit beast that hadn't reached maturity. But now, even though he stared until his eyes felt like they were smoking, he couldn't discern any spirit beast aura on Ayin. Only Qian Runway, who possessed a divinity, could possibly conceal the spirit beast aura on Ayin. Moreover, Ayin, as a 100,000-year transformed spirit beast, could be said to be a walking 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone. Why would he let her run around instead of keeping her properly captive? Tang Jen couldn't help but suspect that Xunji wanted to use Ayin to find another excuse to take action against the Clear Sky sect. In the previous life, the Clear Sky sect was forced into seclusion, and he was literally angered to death. Ayin bore an inescapable responsibility for this. Was Xunji trying to repeat the operations of the previous life? Because the Seven Great Sects re-election meeting was released early, Tang Jen's nerves were sensitive. He worried that anything or anyone related to Spirit Hall was Xunji looking for an excuse to target the Clear Sky sect and take action against them. Simply put, he had PTSD. Ayin's eyes gradually turned red, and she asked tearfully, "Uncle Jen, why?" "I just wanted to ask how Brother Hao is doing. There is no longer any possibility between you and Hauer. Hauer has already learned about everything that happened in the previous life from Hauer, but Hauer still loves BBDong and has not developed any feelings for you. My future daughter-in-law can only be BBDong. Leave here quickly and don't try to associate with our Clear Sky sect, otherwise, don't blame this old man for not considering past relations." After speaking, Tang Jen released his powerful spirit power, causing Ayin to stumble back several steps and land on the ground. Bang! With a loud bang, Tang Jen ruthlessly closed the door, as if the relationship between Ayin and the Clear Sky sect had been completely severed by this door. For Tang Jen, since Ayin had not been released by Xunji to return to the Clear Sky sect, become his daughter-in-law, and give birth to descendants with twin spirits and the potential to achieve divinity, any concern for Ayin at this critical juncture was irresponsible to the Clear Sky sect. Sob, sob, sob. Treated like this by Tang Jen, especially upon learning that Tang Hao really didn't want her anymore, Ayin burst into tears again. Tears like broken pearls fell down her cheeks onto the ground, and she ran out of the hotel crying. Chapter 93. The Substitute for the Food God. Ayin, what's wrong? Who hurt you? In a bedchamber of the Supreme Pontiff Palace, Bos Saii saw Ayin's eyes red and swollen, tears welling up, and her tender cheeks covered in tear tracks. She asked with a mix of anger and concern. Bos Saii cared deeply for Ayin, her granddaughter-in-law, and the only person in the entire spirit hall who kept her company. She truly treated her like a descendant. Don't let the fact that she could only display level 89 cultivation fool you. If a real fight broke out, any titled Douluo below level 97 would find no advantage against her. In the Spirit Master's world, Bos Saii was nominally Xunji's wife. Given that Xunji couldn't be bothered with her except for the time spent making children, it was impossible that he had made Ayin cry like this. The Spirit Hall elders knew Ayin was a 100,000-year transformed spirit beast, so that was unlikely too. It must have been that Ayin went for a stroll in Spirit City and was bullied by a spirit master or someone who had come for the Seven Great Sects re-election meeting. Besides Xunji and that bunch of old men from Spirit Hall, who in the entire Spirit Master's world was her match? Grandmother, Brother Hao already knows about our past lives. Brother Hao really doesn't want me anymore, and Uncle Sect Master Tang Jen doesn't want me either. Ayin threw herself into Bos Saii's arms, crying as she told her about the hotel where the Clear Sky sect was staying and how coldly Sect Master Tang Jen had driven her away. Bos Saii said with some anger, "Sect Master Tang Jen, how could he? How could he be so heartless? Is he still Tang Chen's son?" Bos Saii didn't go to cause trouble for the Clear Sky sect. As mentioned before, in the eyes of the Spirit Master's world, she was Xunji's wife. She felt guilty toward Tang Chen. If she went to lecture the people of the Clear Sky sect, who once called her mother and sect master's wife, would she have any face left? 2 days later, the Seven Great Sects re-election meeting officially began. The Clear Sky sect, Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, Wind Sword Sect, Elephant Armored Academy, Black Tiger Sect, Fire Leopard Sect, Sacred Dragon Sect, Dragon Snake Family. Over 90% of the continent's powers had gathered. Spirit Douluo and titled Douluo powerhouses, usually rarely seen, popped up like cabbages in a vegetable market. First came the preliminary elimination rounds. The upper 3 sects, possessing titled Douluo, were exempt. It was mainly for other families and sects in the Spirit Master's world, if they felt their family had the ability to become one of the lower 4 sects, they could challenge the old lower 4 sects. The new lower 4 sects that emerged would join the upper 3 sects to enter the official duels of the 7 great sects re-election meeting, where their rankings would be determined through combat. For the official duels, Spirit City had specially opened up a venue. The plaza in front of the Supreme Pontiff Palace was simply too small. The aftermath of a fight between titled Douluo could easily shatter some of the glass structures of the Supreme Pontiff Palace, and Spirit Hall would have to pay for the repairs themselves. They couldn't very well ask the upper 3 sects for compensation. The duels to decide the ranking of the 7 great sects were about to begin. The gazes of all the families and sects present were focused, intentionally or not, on 3 specific sects. Those 3 sects were naturally the Clear Sky sect, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. People in the world usually only care about the first place and don't care about the second. And it was these 3 sects that were vying for the first place, the title of the number 1 sect in the world. Only these 3 sects had titled Douluo powerhouses at the pinnacle of the continent. They were the ones sitting in chairs. Everyone else, including Ningfengji, was standing. At the entrance of the massive competition venue, which was over 200 meters in radius, stood 12 middle-aged men in red robes. They were cardinals, whose status was second only to the platinum bishops. The 12 of them walked up to the front of the competition grounds, splitting into 2 rows of 6 to maintain order. Just as the hour of C arrived, 3 people flew out of the Supreme Pontiff Palace. The leader was, of course, xunji, and the other 2 were the Guardian Douluo of Spirit Hall, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo. The captain of the cardinals said, "His Holiness the Supreme Pontiff has arrived." Following the leader's shout, the other 11 cardinals shouted in unison. "Long live! Long live! Long live!" 3 shouts, like a mountain collapsing and the sea roaring, resounded throughout Spirit City. The sect masters of the families participating in the 7 great sects re-election meeting bowed in greeting, including the titled Douluo sect masters of the upper 3 sects. Everyone present was well aware of the terrifying strength of Chian Runway. It was likely that even if everyone present joined forces, Chian Runway could kill them all before his spirit power ran out. "Rise. Thank you, Your Holiness." Of course, when the eyes of Ningfengji, Bone Douluo, and Yuan Jan swept over the Chrysanthemum Douluo beside Chian Runway, a trace of confusion flashed in their eyes, because Chrysanthemum Douluo's appearance seemed to have changed compared to their memories of their previous lives. How to put it? The already androgynous Chrysanthemum Douluo's skin had become even more supple, as tender as a baby's, as if it could be squeezed to produce water. He had become more like a woman. This was mainly because, under Chian Runway's coercion and inducement, Chrysanthemum Douluo had also started to make children, and he had leaked quite a bit of yang qi. Why do men have Adam's apples, flat chests, and beards? It's because of higher androgen secretion. If androgen secretion is low and too much estrogen is injected, even a man's upper body will be no different from a woman's. His skin will become smoother, and his hair will be sparse. Chian Runway's plan to create gods involved having the descendants of the Enshrinement Hall's elders take the place of the original Shrek's 6 devils to inherit the god positions. However, he discovered that it seemed the food god position was vacant. The 6 elders, including Thousand Jun Douluo and Demon Douluo, all had attack system spirits. No matter how much you change the cultivation route of an attack system, it is impossible to turn it into a food system. He immediately thought of Chrysanthemum Douluo. Chrysanthemum Douluo's spirit, the ethereal chrysanthemum, was clearly an immortal herb-grade plant-type spirit that was in no way inferior to the Blue-Silver Emperor spirit. Dai Mubai had consumed one and transformed from an average genius into a super genius in an instant. The Blue-Silver Emperor's combat power at the same level goes without saying. Tang San, by cultivating toward the poison attribute, put the cart before the horse, yet could still defeat the Clear Sky sect's second strongest, Tang Hu. Yet, Chrysanthemum Douluo, who possessed the ethereal chrysanthemum spirit, had mediocre strength at the same level. Together with Ghost Douluo, they were jokingly called the Hengha Zhang of Spirit Hall by Ningfengji. As long as it was a titled Douluo with a top-tier spirit, no one really looked up to them. If there wasn't a problem with Chrysanthemum Douluo's spirit, that it wasn't actually an immortal grade spirit like the ethereal chrysanthemum, then it could only be that the direction of Chrysanthemum Douluo's cultivation was wrong, severely damaging the upper limit that the 9 rings of the ethereal chrysanthemum could reach. The path Chrysanthemum Douluo took was the metallization of the spirit. According to what Ghost Douluo said in the original work, that a large blade formed by a plant cannot compete with real swords, this route of spirit metallization was definitely not great for the ethereal chrysanthemum and could not unleash the true power of the spirit. Since that was the case, given that the ethereal chrysanthemum, like the blue-silver emperor, had extremely strong vitality, possibly even stronger than the blue-silver emperor, and could perform the 2-level static domain with Ghost Douluo's ghost spirit, life and death together. The blue-silver emperor spirit couldn't resonate with Ghost Douluo's ghost spirit. The immortal herb ethereal chrysanthemum could be consumed to turn an average genius into a super genius. Combining these 2 points, Chian Xunji speculated that the true cultivation path for the ethereal chrysanthemum was either food system or, like the blue-silver emperor, focusing on healing and supporting. However, to determine the specific true path of cultivation, he would have to borrow a god-bestowed spirit ring from Bos Saii and see what spirit ability he could obtain after absorbing it. Chapter 94. Yuan Jan vs Sect Master Tang Jen. Chian Xunji's indifferent gaze swept over the resting areas of the 7 sects that had emerged from the preliminary tournament: the Clear Sky Sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Sacred Dragon Sect, the Wind Sword Sect, the Elephant Armored Academy, and the Black Tiger Sect. He said in a deep voice, "The 7 Great Sects re-election meeting has commenced. The re-election will rank the upper 3 sects, the lower 4 sects, and the new 7 Great Sects. You must shoulder the responsibilities of being the 7 Great Sects and work with Spirit Hall to govern the Spirit Masters of the continent. Those who obtain the title of upper 3 sects will have their spirit engraved on the 3 empty city walls of Spirit Hall. Additionally, they will receive a reward from Spirit Hall." Chian Xunji waved his angel scepter lightly. No one saw what he did, but 3 points of light suddenly enlarged in front of him. These 3 points of light were not spirit bones, but 3 tokens. Each token had 2 patterns on it: a chrysanthemum, and below the chrysanthemum, there was a patch of pitch black. Looking closely at the pitch black chrysanthemum pattern, it resembled a human figure, as well as a crown. From the outside, the patterns on this token appeared a bit sparse and not very aesthetically pleasing. Except for the spirit masters of the upper 3 sects, no spirit master present dared to look down on this token. They looked at it with fanatical expressions in their eyes, because this token was called the Pope's Command. Another name for the Pope's Command is the Heaven Do 6 Sovereign Token, which will record the 6 most powerful spirits on the continent. Furthermore, obtaining this token means becoming an honorary elder of Spirit Hall, allowing one to exercise elder-level authority in all of Spirit Hall's branches across the continent. Ghost Douluo Guimei, standing behind the Supreme Pontiff, said in his deep voice, "This is the new Pope's command that His Holiness the Supreme Pontiff is about to release. The holder will obtain the status equivalent to a titled Douluo Elder of Spirit Hall, and at the same time, their spirit will also be engraved on it. There are a total of 6 types. 3 patterns have already been determined. Among them, the chrysanthemum represents our Spirit Hall's Chrysanthemum Douluo, the pitch black, human-like pattern below the chrysanthemum represents me, Ghost Douluo Guimei, and the crown represents His Holiness the Supreme Pontiff. The remaining 3 will be selected from the spirits of the 3 strongest individuals among the upper 3 sects. At the same time, the 6 patterns on the Pope's command will also be engraved on the 6 city walls of Spirit City, made into reliefs, to highlight their identity and unshakable status in the Spirit Master's world." Ningfengji looked at the Pope's command and sighed inwardly. In his previous life, one of the 6 patterns on the Pope's command was Uncle Sword's 7-kill sword. In this life, Uncle Sword did not join the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, so it seems this time, what will be engraved will be Uncle Bone's Bone Dragon. In this life, the one to be engraved on the Pope's command will be this old man's Bone Dragon spirit. I wonder what reaction that old sword person will have when he finds out about this. Bone Douluo revealed a smug smile. A few months ago, Sword Douluo had sought him out for a drink and complained to him, but Sword Douluo did not tell him the detailed matters. He only knew that the old sword person was having a conflict with senior sword Lord Chen, and it seemed they almost reached the point of severing their father-son relationship and never seeing each other again. On the high platform, Ghost Douluo said in a deep voice, Today, we will decide the ranking of the upper 3 sects. The challenge will still be in a 1 vs 1 format. No assistance is allowed, and rest can only be taken within the stipulated time. The challenges will proceed level by level based on the rankings from the last 7 great sects re-election meeting. Of course, if a sect has 2 titled Douluo, or if someone whose cultivation has not reached the titled Douluo level but believes they have the ability to fight against a titled Douluo, they may also take action. In the previous 7 great sects re-election meeting, the ranking of the upper 3 sects was, in order, the Clear Sky sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ghost Douluo's gaze turned to Yuan Jan, and he said, Sect Master Yu, do you choose to challenge the Clear Sky sect to fight for the position of the world's number 1 sect for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? Yuan Jan did not respond. He answered with action, standing up from his seat and flying into midair, his hands clasped behind his back, his domineering eyes looking down at Sect Master Tang Jen. Sect Master Tang Jen, the humiliation your Clear Sky sect inflicted upon the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, I will make you repay today. The position of the world's number 1 sect held by the Clear Sky sect, my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect wants it too. Yuan Jan, you once lost to me. This time, you will still not be my opponent. If you want to seize the position of the world's number 1 sect from the Clear Sky sect, you are not qualified yet. Sect Master Tang Jen's tone was indifferent. He also stood up from his seat and flew into midair, looking at Yuan Jan levelly. The arena above was ultimately too small and not enough for titled Douluo to display their skills. Moreover, battles between titled Douluo generally take place in the vast sky. The atmosphere at the scene had reached its peak. For those weak spirit masters, a battle of titled Douluo was something they could never watch enough of. The spirit masters had their eyes wide open, fearing they might miss any exciting moment. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, possess. Roar. Yuan Jan's tiger-like body shook, and 9 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, suddenly rose. A phantom of a thunder dragon spiraled out from behind him. His entire body transformed into a blue lightning tyrant dragon over a dozen meters long, his whole body wrapped in hard scales flickering with blue-purple thunder. A massive spirit power pressure suddenly erupted, covering Sect Master Tang Jen. Sect Master Tang Jen snorted coldly. Black light surged from his right hand, and 9 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, also appeared. He released the clear sky hammer, and a domineering aura erupted from his body, heading toward Yuan Jan. Although Yuan Jan's cultivation was 1 level lower than Sect Master Tang Jen's, the aura he emitted was not the least bit weaker than Sect Master Tang Jen's. As his dragon wings flapped, Yuan Jan took the initiative to charge toward Sect Master Tang Jen. His speed was so fast, and his spirit power so thick, that he left a blue arc of lightning in the air. Sect Master Tang Jen, wielding a clear sky hammer the size of a water vat, also charged over, leaving a trail of black light behind him. Thunder Dragon Claw, Clear Sky 9 Absolutes, Rupture Art. A huge roaring sound rang out, like 2 giant hammers colliding. Thunderous Force, the Unstoppable Slaughter Art. The massive purple-black lightning was continuously shattered by the pitch-black, heavy clear sky hammer, turning into small purple-black snakes and dissipating. Bang! After several rounds of collision, Sect Master Tang Jen stood majestically in midair, looking down at Yuan Jan, tightly gripping the clear sky hammer with a hammerhead larger than his entire body and a handle 3 meters long. Yuan Jan, you really haven't made any progress. You are not my opponent. Don't waste your spirit power. Go down. Otherwise, not to mention fighting for the position of the world's number 1 sect, your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect won't even be able to keep the position of second in the upper 3 sects. Besides not wanting to waste spirit power, what was more important was that Sect Master Tang Jen did not want the battle to continue this way, as his internal hidden injuries might be triggered. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to deal with Bone Douluo, and the Clear Sky sect's position as the world's number 1 sect would really be lost. Is it really necessary to use the fighting method that Qian Xunji told me about? Yuan Jan looked at his trembling dragon claws, which were somewhat charred as the thunder was continuously shattered by the clear sky hammer and exploded in his claws. Chapter 95. Yuan Jan toys with Sect Master Tang Jen. The current mindset on Douluo continent was still stuck on one-on-one, head-on, Real man, battles, so-called tactics were considered low-class, underhanded tricks that couldn't be brought to the table. Therefore, Yuan Jan did not engage sect master Tang Jen as xunji had suggested right from the start. However, arrogant as Yuan Jan might be, no matter how upright he was, in his mind, the interests and reputation of the sect came first. HMPH, sect master Tang Jen, do you really think you can defeat me like this? The fifth spirit ring beneath Yuan Jan's feet lit up, and countless purple-black thunder snakes were released from his body. These thunder snakes descended like a localized rainstorm, attacking sect master Tang Jen. Fifth spirit ability, Thunderstorm. Is it still this old, worn-out spirit ability? Sect master Tang Jen did not use the Clear Sky 9 Absolutes again, because each of the 9 force-generating techniques of the Clear Sky 9 Absolutes was equivalent to a 1,000-year spirit ability, while what Yuan Jan was using was a 10,000-year spirit ability. Since he had not yet successfully cultivated the Great Sumeru Hammer, the power of the Clear Sky 9 Absolutes could not reach the level of a 10,000-year spirit ability. Fifth spirit ability, Clear Sky Bodyguard. The fifth spirit ring beneath sect master Tang Jen's feet lit up, and the Clear Sky Hammer in his hand began to rotate at high speed in front of him. A black light formed a protective barrier, wrapping around his entire body to resist the incoming thunder snakes from the thunderstorm. Not a single thunder snake could pierce through the Clear Sky Bodyguard. At this moment, Yuan Jan made his move. He did not use any spirit ability, but simply swung out a dragon claw. That dragon claw, which was about the same size as Sect Master Tang Jen himself, attacked toward him. Sect Master Tang Jen did not want to waste any spirit power either. The fifth spirit ring beneath his feet dimmed, and he raised the now stationary Clear Sky Hammer, striking out with a simple, domineering blow. Bang! With a muffled sound like a thunderous explosion, Runway smiled faintly. This battle could basically be considered over. Mid-air, Yuan Jan grabbed his right wrist with his left hand, a look of pain appearing on his face. Bloodshot veins appeared in his dragon eyes, as if he had used all his strength to catch Sect Master Tang Jen's hammer blow. Seeing the look of surprise in Yuan Jan's dragon eyes, Sect Master Tang Jen felt a bad premonition. Just as he was about to exert force with both arms to strike a second blow, Yuan Jan's right claw closed, grabbing Sect Master Tang Jen's Clear Sky Hammer. Worried that his right claw might have been numbed by the previous strike, his left claw followed closely behind, also tightly gripping Sect Master Tang Jen's Clear Sky Hammer. Yuan Jan, what are you doing grabbing my Clear Sky Hammer? What am I doing? Sect Master Tang Jen, I truly did not expect that while the Clear Sky Hammer has terrifying destructive power, it also has such a huge weakness. Come, let me take you for a swing. Yuan Jan gripped Sect Master Tang Jen's Clear Sky Hammer tightly and swung his dragon arm. Sect Master Tang Jen had no power to resist at all and was swung around along with the Clear Sky Hammer. Inside the Supreme Pontiff Palace, Bos Saii, who was observing the battle by releasing her mental force, had her pupils constrict. This scene looked familiar. Wasn't this exactly the method Chian Douluo used to deal with Tang Chen in Vast Sea City? Chian Douluo in the enshrinement hall also felt it looked familiar. Wasn't this the combat method used when the angel god manifested and controlled his body to counter the astonishing destructive power of the Clear Sky Hammer and beat Tang Chen? How did Yuan Jan know it? Xunji watched the battle in midair and chuckled inwardly. Dealing with a Clear Sky Hammer wasn't simple, but a child could easily think of a way to handle it just by watching some anime. In Ultra Legend, how was Zero, who was tricked by Daiga Nozomu into becoming a half-baked size less than 3 stories tall, toyed with when he first faced Gubila. At first, he was like a spinning top, rubbed against the ground and flung by Gubila's nose. Afterwards, he was whipped and smashed onto the ground by Gubila's tail. This was because Zero had only turned into a half-baked size, so the difference in body size compared to Gubila was too great. Zero was only able to defeat Gubila by changing his combat style, and his physical stats were far superior to Gubila's. But what about the comparison of physical stats between Sect Master Tang Jen and Yuan Jan? If Sect Master Tang Jen didn't use the Clear Sky Hammer and fought Yuan Jan, who was possessed by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Soul, using only his own physical body, he would just be rubbed against the ground by Yuan Jan at will. Perhaps the difference between the half-baked sized Zero and Gubila was still too great compared to Sect Master Tang Jen and Yuan Jan. If we shrink the scope a little, take the finale of Jackie Chan Adventures, the 12 Talismans arc, where Shendu fights Jackie Chan. This size difference is exactly equivalent to Yuan Jan and sect master Tang Jen, and it also seems to be a human against a dragon. After Jackie Chan obtained the Ox Talisman, he was evenly matched with Shendu in a test of strength. But Shendu just changed his combat style slightly. Instead of testing strength, he relied on his size advantage to directly grab Jackie Chan and take him to feed the evil dragons. If it weren't for Jade saving the day, Jackie Chan would have been finished. In these cases, whether one's physical stats were far superior to the other, or they were evenly matched, they all suffered from the disadvantage of a large difference in body size. One quickly gained the upper hand, while the other was almost finished. Since sect master Tang Jen's physical fitness was far lower than Yuan Jan's, there was no need to say more about the situation of the battle. Ha ha ha, sect master Tang Jen is swinging fun. In the sky, Yuan Jan laughed wildly, swinging the clear sky hammer around with one hand. Sect master Tang Jen was like a mouse in his hand. The spirit masters below were stunned, as if they were seeing things. The dignified number one tool spirit in the world, the clear sky hammer, was actually so vulnerable. It was like a toy in front of the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Yuan Jan, spirit avatar, suffering this great humiliation. Sect master Tang Jen's eyes were bloodshot, and he breathed like an ox. His spirit power exploded crazily, and the seventh spirit ring beneath his feet lit up. The spirit avatar was activated, and an extremely domineering aura was released from the clear sky hammer. The clear sky hammer swelled against the wind, its handle reaching dozens of meters in length, and the hammerhead was the size of a small hill, slipping out of Yuan Jan's claws. Since sect master Tang Jen's cultivation had not reached the 97th rank of titled Douluo and he did not have the slaughter god domain, he could not achieve fusion with his own spirit. He wrapped his arms around the massive handle of the clear sky hammer, and the black light emitted by the huge hammerhead was like a black sun, smashing towards Yuan Jan with an aura of destroying everything. Normally, if an opponent releases their martial soul avatar, one must definitely release their own martial soul avatar as well. The martial soul avatar is equivalent to a spirit master's all-out attack. Once released, their strength will instantly triple. The more powerful the martial soul, the more the strength multiplies. When facing a spirit master with the clear sky hammer spirit, unleashing their martial soul avatar, if one does not release their own martial soul avatar, one will definitely be smashed into a meat patty by the clear sky hammer. But Yuan Jan's way of dealing with it greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. He only released a third spirit ability, a buffing spirit ability, Thunder Fury, which increased spirit power by 50% and thunder power by 100%. Sect master Tang Jen's spirit avatar, the huge hammer head of the clear sky hammer, had just passed 90 degrees over his head when Yuan Jan, the entire dragon, ran out dozens of meters, running past the combined length of the clear sky hammer's handle and hammer head. Sect master Tang Jen was dumbfounded. Although he could achieve fusion with the clear sky hammer using his mental force to swing the hammer accurately and hit the target, the opponent had to be within the range that the clear sky hammer could strike. With Yuan Jan running so far away, how was he supposed to hit him? Chapter 96. The Tang family members who can't afford to lose. Yuan Jan, you actually use this coward's fighting style. Don't you often say you are a dragon? How did you become a turtle now? Sect master Tang Jen roared. He could naturally recognize Yuan Jan's fighting style. Back when Xunji fought his father, Tang Chen, in the Clear Sky Sect Mountains, he had kept dodging his father's Clear Sky avatar, leaving the Clear Sky avatar with no target for its power. If Yuan Jan truly followed Xunji's example, then if things went on like this, he would really be slowly worn down until his hidden injuries flared up and he suffered a complete defeat. If that happened, the Clear Sky Sect's throne as the number one sect in the world would truly be lost. Sect Master Tang Jen, I am naturally a dragon. Otherwise, how could you fail to catch up to me? It's a pity you weren't born with dragon wings like me. Maintaining a distance of 100 meters from Sect Master Tang Jen, Yuan Jan stopped in midair, flicked his dragon tail, and laughed loudly. Come, Sect Master Tang Jen, I am waiting for you right here. Sect Master Tang Jen clutched his clear sky hammer and chased after Yuan Jan. He held the clear sky hammer high with both hands, constantly in a state where he could slam it down at any moment. Facing the pursuing sect master Tang Jen, Yuan Jan always maintained a certain distance, dodging the clear sky hammer. Clear sky sect resting area. The Tang family members looked at Yuan Jan, who was constantly dodging sect master Tang Jen's spirit avatar and refusing to engage in a direct confrontation, only occasionally using century-level spirit abilities like the lightning dragon claw and thunderous might from afar to harass and drain sect master Tang Jen's spirit power. They could not suppress the anger in their hearts at all and cursed aloud, despicable and shameless. Yuan Jan, you coward, you are not worthy of being a dragon at all. At best, you are just a blue loach. Sect master Tang Jen's face was full of anxiety, and he also began to curse, wanting to provoke Yuan Jan into a head-on collision to end the fight as soon as possible. Continuing to use his spirit avatar at full power, his hidden injuries were already becoming hard to suppress. Having his proudest spirit insulted, Yuan Jan also retorted angrily, HMPH, Sect Master Tang Jen, in terms of strength, my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon admits to being inferior to your Clear Sky Hammer, but in terms of speed, your Clear Sky Hammer isn't even fit to carry the shoes of my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Your Clear Sky Hammer is only fit for blacksmithing. 8th Spirit Ability, Heaven Shaking Strike. Sect Master Tang Jen's 8th Spirit Ring lit up. The air around him shattered in large swaths. All that blackness condensed in the air, forming a super clear sky hammer that was completely made of energy but as large as a small mountain, charging straight at Yuan Jan. Heaven Shaking Strike was a locked-on ability within a certain range. Within that range, this ability could not be dodged and had to be taken head-on. Even possessing a teleportation ability would be the same, one would be completely locked on. Sect Master Tang Jen had not wanted to use this 8th spirit ability at first. If this hammer failed to crush Yuan Jan, then the clear sky hammer he retracted would no longer be in the state of a spirit avatar, but a normal clear sky hammer, and Yuan Jan would be able to take this opportunity to defeat him. But he had no other choice. His hidden injuries began to flare up, and he could no longer continue to fight, so he had to stake everything on one throw. 7th Spirit Ability, Martial Soul Avatar. Facing this terrifying locked-on ability, Yuan Jan immediately activated his Martial Soul Avatar, transforming into a giant dragon 100 meters long with black lightning surging all over its body. Black thunder covered his entire body, and hard scales grew all over, resisting this hammer. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and the clouds within a radius of several hundred meters were scattered. Large pieces of dragon scales fell, and Yuan Jan's back was bloody, suffering not insignificant injuries. However, it was clear that Sect Master Tang Jen's hammer was not enough to defeat Yuan Jan. Yuan Jan, who had been dragging things out for a long time, finally began to counterattack. He did not use any spirit ability, but simply extended his simplest dragon claw. After activating his Martial Soul Avatar, the Dragon Claw, which was 10 times larger than Sect Master Tang Jen, pressed down. Sect Master Tang Jen, whose internal injuries had flared up and whose spirit avatar had been dispelled, and whose clear sky hammer had just returned to his hand, could not resist at all. A pitch-black lightning bolt shot straight down from the sky, blasting a large hole in the arena, and violent black lightning overflowed. When the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, on the arena, Sect Master Tang Jen, whose body was scorched by electricity, lay on the ground. His aura was weak, his black hair had turned gray, wrinkles covered his face, death spots had appeared, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. Yuan Jan stood to the side with his hands behind his back. Although blood was constantly seeping from his back, his waist was held straight. Sect Master, Big Brother, Second Elder immediately jumped onto the arena, picked up Sect Master Tang Jen, and returned. Spirit abilities from support system Spirit Masters were cast on Sect Master Tang Jen one after another as if they were free, stabilizing Sect Master Tang Jen's aura. Second Elder also channeled his own spirit power into Sect Master Tang Jen's body to suppress the hidden injuries flaring up inside Sect Master Tang Jen. Yuan Jan returned to his sect's resting area and also accepted treatment from support system Spirit Masters to recover his spirit power as quickly as possible to deal with the 7 treasure glazed tile school next. Ghost Douluo announced in a deep voice, his voice spreading throughout the entire competition venue, the first match of the upper 3 sects duel, Clear Sky Sect vs. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect wins. The Clear Sky sect loses its position as the #1 sect in the world. The second match will take place in 1 hour. As soon as the words fell, Tang Yuan shouted, "Unfair. Elder Ghost, I want to lodge a complaint. Thunder Douluo only used despicable means to win against our sect master. In a head-on confrontation, our sect master would never lose." Yuan Jan frowned. He did not expect the Clear Sky sect to be unable to afford to lose like this. He then recalled the 7 great sects re-election meeting in his previous life, where Tang Xiao and Tang Hao had repeatedly engaged in gambling fights with Sword Douluo. It seemed this group of people from the Clear Sky sect really couldn't afford to lose. The group from the Clear Sky sect did not stop Tang Yuan from speaking out. Clearly, they thought the same way. Ghost Douluo frowned and replied, "The 7 great sects re-election meeting does not have a rule that one cannot keep dodging. If the Clear Sky sect lost, they lost. This is favoritism. Unfair." As soon as this was said, the scene was in an uproar. This was the 7 great sects re-election meeting, the most valuable competition on the entire continent, and the Clear Sky sect had actually publicly claimed favoritism. Xunji stomped his papal scepter, and a massive amount of spirit power was released. The scene immediately quieted down, and everyone's eyes focused on him. Xunji looked at the Clear Sky sect and the others coldly and said indifferently, "Spirit masters on the continent are generally divided into 5 types: attack system, control system, agility attack system, support system, and defense system. Spirit masters of different systems have different fighting styles. The Clear Sky Hammer is an attack system tool spirit, which determines that speed is not its advantage. Genshin Douluo lost to Thunder Douluo. You should be thinking about how to solve the problem of the Clear Sky Hammer's speed being inferior to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Spirit, rather than blindly criticizing Thunder Douluo for dodging. According to what you say, dodging is wrong, and dodging is unfair. Then do control system, agility attack system, support system, and defense system spirit masters also have to fight head-on. His Holiness the Supreme Pontiff is absolutely right. Spirit masters choose their own development direction based on the advantages of their own spirits. The Clear Sky Hammer has an advantage in attack power, and there is no spirit in the Spirit Master's world that can compare to it, but it is far inferior in other aspects. Why should we compare our own spirit's weaknesses against the strengths of the Clear Sky Hammer spirit, and only call it a fair victory if we win, and call it a violation if we don't touch the Clear Sky Hammer's strengths?" The person speaking was the sect master of the Elephant Armored sect. He had long been unhappy with the Clear Sky sect, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect occupying the upper 3 sects for 2 consecutive terms. It was just that he was troubled by the fact that no one in his sect had advanced to titled Douluo, so he couldn't beat them. Now that sect master Tang Jen was unable to fight again because his hidden injuries had flared up, he saw the weakness of the Clear Sky Hammer spirit again. He believed that he had the ability to take this opportunity to seize the position of the upper 3 sects. The words of the Elephant Armored sect master moved many sects below, including the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. They would never be able to win against the Clear Sky Hammer by fighting head-on. Chapter 97 Disabled People Go to War. Although these sects did not have a titled Douluo, and there was no possibility of defeating the Clear Sky sect to obtain a position in the upper 3 sects during this 7 great sects re-election meeting, they hoped that one day in the future, their families would give birth to a gifted genius. If they truly let the Clear Sky sect set this rule of only head-on confrontations, then their sects, spirit masters, would never be able to win against spirit masters of the same level who possess the Clear Sky Hammer spirit. Clear Sky sect, do you have any other objections? No, none. Facing the opposition of all the sects present, the Tang family members, no matter how stubborn they were, dared not argue back. Otherwise, they might very well be kicked out of the 7 great sects re-election meeting. Never mind the #1 sect under heaven, they wouldn't even be able to keep their position in the upper 3 sects. However, they still believed that their thinking was not wrong. It was all because that damn Chian Runway and Spirit Hull were targeting their Clear Sky sect. An hour passed quickly. Ghost Douluo spoke up. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, do you intend to challenge the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to vie for the position of the #1 sect under heaven? Bone Douluo turned his head and, seeing Ningfengji shake his head, sighed inwardly and said, the 7 treasure glazed tile school gives up on challenging the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and voluntarily forfeits the contest for the number 1 sect under heaven. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire scene went silent. These families and sects never expected that the 7 treasure glazed tile school would actually be willing to give up on vying for the number 1 sect under heaven. The number 1 sect under heaven represented the strongest sect in the spirit master's world and the supreme status among sects. When commoner spirit masters on the continent considered joining a sect, their first choice would certainly be the head of the upper 3 sects. After all, people generally only pay attention to the first place and do not care about the second place. When friends gathered to discuss the sects they joined, one might say they joined the head of the upper 3 sects, while the other might say they joined the second of the upper 3 sects. No matter how you looked at it, the status of being in the head of the upper 3 sects provided more of a sense of superiority and accomplishment than being in the second. Xunji glanced at Ningfengji. It seemed that Ningfengji had truly become obedient and was not planning to jump around causing trouble. This indicated that the 7 treasure glazed tile school just wanted to hold onto its own small territory and did not want to oppose Spirit Hall. Ghost Douluo nodded, his gaze turning to the Clear Sky sect's resting area. A hint of amusement flashed in his eyes, but his voice remained as serious as ever as he asked, Clear Sky sect, apart from Genshin Douluo, is there anyone else who will step out to challenge the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? If not, then this elder will announce that for this 7 great sects re-election meeting, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect shall be the number 1 sect under heaven. The group from the Clear Sky sect looked at each other, expressions of pain appearing on their faces. Just as they thought that the Clear Sky sect's status of holding the number 1 sect under heaven title for 2 consecutive terms would be lost just like that, an extremely aged voice rang out, "Let this old man come." A figure jumped out from behind the Clear Sky sect members and landed on the arena. This figure had only 1 arm and 1 leg, and his attire was truly uncomplimentary. He wore a tattered robe that didn't even have patches, exposing the shriveled skin underneath. The wrinkles on his aged face were numerous, enough to crush a dozen flies. His long, snow-white hair was messy like a bird's nest, and his white beard, matching his hair, had clearly not been groomed for many days. Father, uncle, old sect master. The man before them, destitute and looking like a disabled old beggar, was none other than Tang Chen. Although Tang Chen's cultivation had fallen to level 79, his mental force was still at the limit Douluo level, so how could he not be aware of the affairs regarding the 7 great sects re-election meeting? Tang Hao had gone to Slaughter City for training, and Tang Xiao was training on Sea God Island. He knew that with only sect master Tang Jen's strength, and with internal injuries at that, it would be extremely difficult to maintain the Clear Sky sect's position as the number 1 sect under heaven. Since it concerned the status and interests of the Clear Sky sect, he could not sit idly by, so he had secretly followed them here. Tang Chen, how did you become like this? Bos Saii stared at Tang Chen's destitute, disabled, old beggar appearance, and waves of sharp pain surged in her heart once more. She covered her mouth, but strangely, her eyes were only slightly red. She was no longer weeping incessantly as she had in the past. 7 spirit rings, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red, appeared at Tang Chen's feet. A clear sky hammer, with a handle 3 meters long and a hammer head as large as a water vat, slightly smaller than sect master Tang Jen's clear sky hammer, was held in his hand. The bat pattern on the hammer body lit up with a bloody light, and the slaughter god domain erupted. Auras of bloodthirst, violence, and slaughter spread, and the pitch-black clear sky hammer was instantly dyed the color of blood. Violent killing intent gathered toward Tang Chen's empty sleeve and pant leg, and an arm and a leg formed from killing intent appeared. Tang Chen stood on both feet and gripped the hammer with both hands. Feeling the aura released by Tang Chen, which was even superior to that of sect master Tang Jen and Yuan Jan, the sect masters and clan chiefs present who had not attended Chian Runway's wedding were all greatly shocked. They had not expected that even though Tang Chen's cultivation had fallen to the level 79 spirit saint realm, he still possessed strength comparable to an ordinary titled Douluo. Tang Chen, this old man will not show you mercy just because you have become disabled. Yuan Jan, whose spirit power had already recovered by 80%, leapt down from the resting area. 9 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, appeared at his feet, and his blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit possessed him once again. Even if I have become like this, with strength less than 2 or 3/10 of my prime, it is still more than enough to deal with a blue lizard. Tang Chen let out a cold snort, and his disdainful voice spread throughout the entire competition arena. He still looked like that limit Douluo who once dominated the world and suppressed the Spirit Master's world, one of the 2 mountains of Spirit Masters. You are courting death. Yuan Jan charged out, unleashing bolt after bolt of thunderous power, and the violent lightning power surged toward Tang Chen. A look of disdain appeared in Tang Chen's eyes. The 7 spirit rings, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red, circling the clear sky hammer slowly shrank the distance between them, as if they had condensed into one, and then all the spirit rings entered the clear sky hammer entirely. An even more massive aura erupted from the clear sky hammer, and the clear sky hammer grew a size larger. This aura actually surpassed Yuan Jan, rising from that of an ordinary titled Douluo to the level of a level 95 titled Douluo. Tang Chen swung his hammer, and the power of the clear sky hammer was in no way inferior to Sect Master Tang Jen's clear sky hammer. It also contained extremely ingenious techniques, and with one strike, he completely shattered Yuan Jan's thunderous power. Yuan Jan was extremely shocked. Facing the second hammer strike coming from Tang Chen, this strike appeared to be the disorder-splitting wind hammer method. The disorder-splitting wind hammer method was an extremely powerful continuous forging technique created by the Clear Sky sect. This ultimate skill allowed the Clear Sky hammer's power to stack with every swing, up to a maximum of 81 swings. It was said that if one stacked up to 81, the power could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Just as Yuan Jan prepared to rely on being a titled Douluo and the fact that Tang Chen had fallen to a spirit saint and lost his flight ability to dodge, he suddenly felt his movements sealed by an inexplicable force. The range in which he could move freely was less than 2 meters. This was the ability of the Slaughter God domain. Chapter 98. Yuan Jan loses an arm to win. The Slaughter God domain can utilize killing intent to restrict a spirit master's movements. In its initial stage, the Slaughter God domain can also weaken a spirit master's combat power by 10% while boosting one's own strength by 10%. The Slaughter God domain is a domain obtained through Slaughter City, different from the domains carried by a spirit master's own spirit. It evolves once upon reaching level 70 and level 90 respectively. The evolution of the Slaughter God domain depends on the accumulation of the spirit master's killing intent. Therefore, even though Tang Chen's cultivation has fallen to the Spirit Saint level, his Slaughter God domain has not weakened in the slightest. Furthermore, the Asura Hell level Slaughter God domain can weaken an opponent's combat power by 20%, boost one's own combat power by 20%, and restrict the movements of any Spirit Master below the level of a 96th ranked titled Douluo. This is why, even though Tang Chen clearly saw Yuan Jan defeat Sect Master Tang Jen's Spirit Avatar using hit-and-run tactics, he still dared to appear, full of disdain for Yuan Jan, stating that no titled Douluo below level 96 could gain any advantage against him. Disorder-splitting wind hammer method. Tang Chen brandished the disorder-splitting wind hammer method, the fierce and domineering clear sky hammer colliding with Yuan Jan's dragon claws, dragon tail, and dragon body, hammer strike after hammer strike. With every swing, the blood-red killing intent wrapped around the clear sky hammer grew stronger. The clear sky hammer flashed with blood-red light, and the massive sounds of collision grew wave after wave, each louder than the last. After colliding for over 30 strikes, Yuan Jan felt intense pain throughout his entire body. The astonishing destructive power of the clear sky hammer left him in great distress, and the killing intent within the Slaughter God domain made it difficult for him to retreat or dodge Tang Chen's clear sky hammer. Tang Chen was executing the disorder-splitting wind hammer method, and that near-perfect technique made it impossible for him to seize Tang Chen's clear sky hammer and swing it around like he had done to Sect Master Tang Jen. A low dragon roar resounded. This dragon roar was not emitted by Yuan Jan, but by Tang Chen, or more accurately, by the clear sky hammer in Tang Chen's hand. Blood-red light surged, and the blood-red light around Tang Chen slowly formed into a dragon-shaped wave of qi. The dragon head, dragon eyes, dragon whiskers, dragon horns, dragon scales, and the continuously extending dragon body of this wave were all incredibly realistic. The Clear Sky sect group was already ecstatic. This blood dragon and this domineering aura were the essence of their Clear Sky sect's inherited spirit. With the Clear Sky hammer combined with the disorder-splitting wind hammer method, Yuan Jan was finished. In the 7 Great Sects re-election meeting, such a prestigious competition, killing one's opponent is naturally prohibited to prevent the withering of talent in the Spirit Master's world, but there are no restrictions against crippling or maiming one's opponent. 9th Spirit Ability. Feeling the terrifying power of the stacked disorder-splitting wind hammer method, the 9th spirit ring beneath Yuan Jan's feet lit up. He emitted a heaven-shaking dragon roar, his spirit power erupted completely, and vast swaths of purple-black lightning surged from his body, churning the killing intent within the Slaughter God domain. With the killing intent in the Slaughter God domain churned up, Yuan Jan finally had the ability to move freely. He immediately fled the Slaughter God domain, distancing himself from Tang Chen's clear sky hammer. Tang Chen, you are worthy of being one of the 2 peaks of spirit masters from the past. Even with your cultivation fallen to the Spirit Saint level, your attack power can still reach that of a titled Douluo. However, can your aged and withered body still withstand the energy storm of a titled Douluo? True Dragon's wrath, resounding through the heavens. Purple lightning gathered around Yuan Jan, forming 9 pitch-black thunder dragons. The thunder dragons emitted heaven-shaking roars. Disorder-splitting wind hammer method, 81 strikes. A blood-red, chi-formed dragon, whose size was not inferior to any of the 9 thunder dragons, was condensed by Tang Chen. At the dragon's mouth, blood-red lightning churned, as if it were holding a dragon pearl. Facing the 9 incoming giant black dragons, Tang Chen seemed to have listened to Yuan Jan's previous words. He did not swing the clear sky hammer out, but instead threw the clear sky hammer at them. As an existence who had brought the usage of the clear sky hammer to its peak, even when Tang Chen threw it, the power of the 81 strikes of the disorder-splitting wind hammer method remained largely undiminished. The black and blood-red forces collided. A massive explosion detonated in midair, and the competition arena sunken downwards by a full 10+ meters. The terrifying energy fluctuations nearly destroyed the arena, and all the spirit masters in the audience activated their spirits to protect themselves. Qian Xunji merely released a little spirit power to block it. Dust and smoke filled the entire competition arena. Both the Clear Sky Sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect members had looks of worry in their eyes as everyone present speculated about who had actually won. Boom! Another collision sound rang out, the dust was blown away, and everyone at the scene widened their eyes. On the arena, Tang Chen was still in the appearance of that destitute old beggar, while Yuan Jan had become a somewhat cleaner middle-aged beggar. The golden robe he was wearing had turned into rags, and his black hair was incredibly disheveled. Yuan Jan's left arm was empty, with only a quarter of it remaining. Blood was still dripping continuously from the severed area, and his right claw was plunged into Tang Chen's chest. The killing intent arm and leg that Tang Chen had condensed had dissipated. His pupils were wide open, and he was holding the clear sky hammer with one hand, smashing it into the ground. The thud that had blown away the dust earlier was the sound of the clear sky hammer striking the ground. Beneath the hammer was a patch of blood red, along with some fragments of flesh. Those flesh fragments were Yuan Jan's left arm, which had been smashed off. Bone Douluo widened his eyes in shock. This old dragon is truly ruthless to himself. In order to achieve victory, he actually gave up his own left arm. His future is now limited to a 93rd ranked titled Douluo, or at most, a 94th ranked titled Douluo. For Yuan Jan, to be able to obtain the title of the world's #1 sect, what was the sacrifice of a mere arm? Tang Chen, the world's #1 sect belongs to my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Yuan Jan tore the dragon claw that was inserted into Tang Chen's chest, and a large amount of blood sprayed from Tang Chen's chest. Tang Chen stared with eyes full of infinite unwillingness, his body falling straight backward. Father, uncle, old sect master, compared to the Clear Sky sect members, whose eyes were red, who were panting like oxen, and who were furious beyond control, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect group was ecstatic, as if they were celebrating the new year. Sect master is mighty. 1 hour later, Bone Douluo challenged the Clear Sky sect. Sect master Tang Jen, whose internal injuries had flared up, was simply no match for Bone Douluo. After a round of fierce fighting, Bone Douluo defeated Sect Master Tang Jen without even needing to use hit-and-run tactics. The Clear Sky sect became the third of the upper 3 sects, while the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School ascended to the second position of the upper 3 sects. For Ningfengji, it was true that the 7 treasure glazed tile school needed to keep a low profile, but that did not mean they should stop developing. The 7 treasure glazed tile school had given up the chance to become the world's #1 sect, and taking this step forward to step on the Clear Sky sect, which Chian Runway disliked, was something he believed Chian Runway would not mind, and would instead be happy to see. As for offending the Clear Sky sect, would anyone damage their own interests and leave themselves with nothing just to bootlick someone else? Such people don't even qualify to be called bootlickers, they can only be considered idiots and losers. Even if Tang San could still be born in the future for the Clear Sky sect, and led Ning Rongrong and Oscar to become the 9-colored goddess and the food god, that did not mean the 7 treasure glazed tile school had to blindly bootlick the Clear Sky sect. Chapter 99, Chian Runway. Seeing sect master Tang Jen and Tang Chen heavily injured, and having witnessed the entire battle between Yuan Jan and sect master Tang Jen, the lower 4 sects learned the weakness of the Clear Sky hammer. They wanted to take advantage of the Clear Sky sect losing its titled Douluo combat power to challenge the Clear Sky sect and seize its position among the upper 3 sects. Although the lower 4 sects discovered the weakness of the Clear Sky hammer, the fact that the Clear Sky hammer could be cultivated to level 99 and that the Clear Sky sect could produce so many powerhouses meant that the Clear Sky hammer was absolutely a top-tier spirit, and one of the most prominent among them. The inherited spirits of these lower 4 sects really shouldn't try to compare themselves to it. The second elder took action and smashed all the sect masters of the lower 4 sects who coveted the Clear Sky sect's 3rd place position. Congratulations to the Clear Sky sect for defeating the Elephant Armored Academy and achieving victory. Chian Runway's voice rang out. At that moment, all the noise in the arena vanished without a trace. The entire competition venue fell silent, and everyone's faces were filled with reverence and fanaticism. Chian Runway stamped the Supreme Pontiff scepter in his hand against the ground and announced calmly, the once every 30 years sect grand competition has concluded. The final rankings are, in order: Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Clear Sky Sect, Sacred Dragon Sect, Elephant Armored Academy, Black Tiger Sect, and Wind Sword Sect. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and Clear Sky Sect have earned the title of Upper 3 Sects, with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect becoming the #1 sect in the world. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, and Clear Sky Hammer remain the #1 Beast Spirit, #1 Support System Spirit, and #1 Tool Spirit in the world, respectively. Congratulations to Sect Master Yuan Jan for being named the #1 Attack System titled Douluo in the world. Congratulations to Bone Douluo for being named the #1 Defense titled Douluo in the world. Congratulations to Sect Master Tang Jen for being named the #1 Destructive Force titled Douluo in the world. Congratulations to Sect Master Ningfengji for being named the #1 Support System Spirit Master in the world. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect was extremely satisfied with this result. A smile hung on the corner of Yuan Jan's mouth. From his excited face, one couldn't tell at all that this was an old dragon who had suffered heavy injuries and even had one of his arms broken. Look, this is the prestige of becoming the #1 sect in the world. Spirit Hall even listed his name before the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Clear Sky sect. In his previous life, he had been ranked after Sect Master Tang Jen, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo. Ningfengji and Bone Douluo were also quite satisfied with these results, but the Clear Sky sect was so angry they were about to explode. In their view, if it weren't for Spirit Hall's bias and Yuan Jan using underhanded tactics to defeat their sect master, the #1 sect in the world would still be their Clear Sky sect, and the first name Spirit Hall should have called out was someone from their Clear Sky sect. 7 years later, the luxurious, ancient, and history-steeped Spirit City was covered in a thick layer of white snow. In a resplendent bedchamber within the Supreme Pontiff Palace at the center of Spirit City, heart-wrenching screams rang out. On a large, soft bed, Bos Saii, heavily pregnant, was screaming incessantly. Her radiant, alluring face was covered in sweat. Ayin, who was already 15 years old and had experienced rapid cultivation progress after consuming the yearning heartbroken red, having already broken through to Spirit Emperor and reached maturity, was fully developed and assisting several midwives in delivering Bos Saii's child. After 7 long years of tireless, day and night effort, Chian Runway had finally succeeded in getting Bos Saii pregnant. 7 years might seem like a long time, but consider that it took sect master Tang Jen 15 years to have Tang Hao, and during that time, sect master Tang Jen's cultivation level was likely only at spirit Douluo. Sect master Tang Jen's wife, from the Speed clan and the older sister of Bai He, had talent not even as good as Bai Chenxiang's, and her cultivation was likely only at the spirit emperor or spirit saint level. Comparing it this way, this speed could be considered very fast. 6 years ago, he made a deal with the Snow Empress, giving her 2 years to consider, otherwise, he would march to the far north and strike the Snow Empress down directly. On the day the deadline was about to expire, the Snow Empress came to Spirit Hall and agreed to the trade. Chian Xunji obtained the method of spirit core condensation from the Snow Empress. In exchange, he allowed the Snow Empress to cultivate at the ice and fire yin-yang well to comprehend the ultimate ice of the Douluo plane. Afterward, Gold Crocodile Douluo successfully broke through to limit Douluo by cultivating the Great Sumeru Hammer and the Spirit Core Condensation method, becoming the second limit Douluo level powerhouse in Spirit Hall. Aside from procreating, he would spar with Qian Dalu daily. If it weren't for the fact that Qian Dalu's six-winged angel martial soul came with the angelic domain, and the bonus from the angelic domain was too great, Qian Dalu's chances of defeating Gold Crocodile Douluo, who had learned the Great Sumeru Hammer and broken through to level 99, would be quite worrying. Chian Xunji stood outside the door, waiting quietly. In a world with the medical standards of the Douluo continent, childbirth resulting in the death of both mother and child was common. However, Bos Saii was a spirit master and a limit Douluo with a cultivation level of 99, so it was impossible for any accidents to happen unless Bos Saii herself did not intend to give birth and wanted to die during childbirth. Qian Dalu was also waiting quietly nearby. Although he despised Chian Xunji's methods, he really had no choice. The only thing he could do was to raise the grandchild that Bos Saii would give birth to well, and not let his grandchild follow the same path as little Shui. Wah! The cry of an infant rang out. The spirit master specializing in midwifery pushed open the door and said to the handsome blonde youth and the handsome blonde middle-aged man waiting outside, "High Priest, Your Excellency the Supreme Pontiff, the lady has given birth. It is a daughter. She weighs 6 jin and 8 liang, and is very healthy." Chian Xunji nodded slightly and took out a gold coin card. "Split the money inside among yourselves. Thank you, Your Excellency the Supreme Pontiff." The spirit master then knelt on one knee and received the gold coin card with both hands. Soon, Chian Xunji walked in. He glanced at Bos Saii, who was drenched in sweat and looked pale and complex after just giving birth, then looked at Ayin, who was holding and soothing the crying infant. After the infant calmed down, he reached out his hands. Ayin was somewhat reluctant, but she still handed the baby in her arms to Chian Xunji. Chian Xunji took the baby and looked gently at the infant in the swaddling clothes. The baby had round, chubby cheeks and features that seemed somewhat similar to Bos Saii's. On top of the infant's head grew a few strands of hair, which were not a brilliant gold, but a blue gold. Because the angel clan's martial soul is the six-winged angel martial soul, their hair is always a brilliant gold due to the influence of the angel martial soul. Since this infant's hair was blue gold, it undoubtedly meant that besides inheriting the six-winged angel martial soul, the infant also possessed the sea god martial soul, with the hair color being influenced by both spirits. "Jir, what is this granddaughter's name?" Qian Dalu transmitted his voice from outside the door. He felt that the Qian family had truly wronged Bos Saii, so he was somewhat afraid to enter and face her. Chian Runway. Chian Xunji still felt that this name sounded better. Although he wasn't particularly fond of the original Chian Runway, who was born to BBDong, excluded the influence of the angel martial soul, and had a personality that was a carbon copy, this child was born to Bos Saii, and Bos Saii was a relatively normal person. Naturally, he would use the best-sounding name for his own daughter. As a transmigration practitioner, there was simply nothing he could do about still being named Chian Xunji. Chapter 100. Bos Saii files a complaint with the sea god. Change the name. Qian Dalu transmitted his voice. Since this granddaughter was born to Bos Saii, she wouldn't look like his granddaughter from his previous life. If he were to use the same name as his previous granddaughter, he would feel quite awkward. Chian Xunji replied, "Father, our descendant, who inherits the six-winged angel and sea god twin spirits, must have the best of everything. Let's call her Chian Runway." "Very well." Since this child was born to Bos Saii, compensate Bos Saii well. Qian Douluo cautioned him, observed his granddaughter of this life carefully with his mental force for a while, and then returned to the enshrinement hall. Compensate. Chian Xunji frowned slightly. That old man Qian Douluo, one had to admit, his six-winged angel martial soul was a negative buff to their own faction. Wah! At this moment, Chian Runway in his arms began to wail, she was likely hungry. Chian Xunji looked at Bos Saii, whose gaze couldn't help but linger on the baby in his arms, her expression extremely complex, seemingly physically wanting to hold her but mentally rejecting her, and said indifferently, feed little Shui, and you can leave. Go wherever you want. Bos Saii's pupils shrank. Chian Xunji was willing to let her go, but he wanted to separate her from her own flesh and blood. So, you want to stay and take care of little Shui. That's fine too. Breast milk is the essence of every mother's body. For a baby, there is no nutritional value higher than breast milk from a limit Douluo. If Bos Saii was prepared to be a good mother and raise Chian Runway, Chian Xunji naturally had no reason to refuse. No, Bos Saii immediately replied. She simply could not bring herself to take care of Chian Runway. Seeing this child brought back memories of Chian Xunji's humiliation and those unbearable memories. She had to return to Sea God Island to guard it, she was still the high priest of the sea god. Bos Saii hugged Chian Runway, looking at the wailing baby in her arms with endless complexity. She lifted her dress to breastfeed. After the hormones secreted by her body for reproduction triggered the emotion called maternal love, the rejection in her heart towards this baby continued to rise. After feeding Chian Runway, Bos Saii quickly dressed and prepared to leave. As a limit Douluo, her vitality was extremely vigorous, giving birth to a child would not hollow out her body. Can Ayin come with me? Bos Saii asked. She had developed feelings for Ayin, who had lived with her for 8 years. If Ayin continued to stay in Spirit Hall, sooner or later she would definitely become a spirit ring for Chian Runway's spirit. She did not want to see that happen. Get lost immediately, Chian Xunji said coldly. If he let Ayin go, who would be his daughter's godmother and ensure Chian Runway wouldn't have any suspicions? The so-called beauties, handsome men, 2D wives, and anime 3D models have already told the public why they can have unique characteristics at first, but later, as the quantity increases, they are judged to have the same face, just changing clothes, hair, pupils, or adjusting the eye shape. It is because of the similarity in the public's aesthetic. Therefore, whether in the 2D or 3D world, handsome men and beauties of a certain style can always find some similarities. Bos Saii was Tang Chen's sweetheart, and Ayin was the sweetheart of Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. If one observed carefully, as peerless beauties of the same level, Ayin and Bos Saii's faces indeed had many similarities. Ayin also had blue hair, and although it was much deeper than sea blue, it was already considered very suitable. Bos Saii's heart was filled with hatred as she stared at Chian Xunji's back. That bastard Chian Xunji was truly ruthless to the extreme. For 7 years, she had been tormented for 7 years. Spirit Hall, the Angel Clan. Once she returned to Sea God Island and reported the notoriety of Spirit Hall against Sea God Island to the Sea God would surely send down divine punishment to avenge Sea God Island and her. Inside the Supreme Pontiff Palace, Ayin was like a frightened little rabbit, extremely terrified and anxious. Bos Saii was gone, and she was the only one left in Spirit Hall. She had only recently entered the mature stage and was just a spirit emperor. Would Chian Xunji treat her like he did the Blue Silver King in the Blue Silver Forest, fattening her up to kill her, or kill her right now? From now on, you will take care of little Shui. Take good care of little Shui, and I won't kill you. Chian Xunji glanced at Ayin, placed the well-fed and sleepy Chian Runway into the prepared baby cradle, and then walked out of the bedchamber. Ayin regained her senses and slowly walked to the baby cradle before the sleeping Chian Runway. After a moment of silence, she reached out her finger and poked Chian Runway's delicate little cheek, traced it, and then lay by the cradle, quietly watching Chian Runway. Her expression gradually softened. Ayin had no intention of taking the opportunity to strangle Chian Runway. Not to mention that this baby was the daughter born to Bos Saii. If she strangled the baby, Chian Xunji would surely be in a thunderous rage, wiping out the Blue Silver Forest and the Clear Sky sect, and she would suffer unknown tortures. Take good care of Chian Runway. If she raised Chian Runway and Chian Runway called her Mom, she might finally be truly safe. Perhaps she could even save the blue-silver kings in the ice and fire yin-yang well, her own people. Qian Xunji's mental force perceived the change in Ayin's expression, and he returned to the Supreme Pontiff Palace with peace of mind. Sea God Island. 8 years had passed, and the scenery of Sea God Island had not changed in the slightest. It was beautiful, like a fairyland. Sea God Island was surrounded by the sea god's light, which allowed Sea God Island to have spring-like weather all year round, with favorable winds and rain. As long as the sea god existed, Sea God Island would not suffer from the extreme weather of the ocean. High Priest, you have finally returned. In the process of returning to Sea God Island, through absorbing the power of the ocean, Bos Saii's pale face became a bit more rosy. The energy consumed by giving birth to the baby had basically been restored. Sea Dragon Douluo looked at their High Priest of Sea God Island, that noble, elegant, and inviolable High Priest whom he hadn't seen for 8 years. Her face was still as exquisite as ever, but the former nobility and inviolability could no longer be found. Instead, she had become alluring and charming, her every frown and smile enchanting all living beings, as if possessed by a fox spirit. Through the fact that Spirit Hall had abducted many of their talented, purple-robed female spirit masters from Sea God Island, Sea Dragon Douluo already understood what kind of inhuman torture the High Priest, whom he deeply loved and who could only be viewed from afar but not profaned, had suffered in Spirit Hall over these past 8 years. His heart ached as if twisted, he was extremely sorrowful and wished he could immediately storm Spirit Hall and wipe out the entire Spirit Hall. Bos Saii asked, Sea Dragon, how is Sea God Island? Sea Dragon Douluo took a deep breath, suppressed the sorrow in his heart, and replied, High Priest, everything is fine on Sea God Island. In 2 more years, our Sea God Island will be able to give birth to a new pillar Douluo. Chapter 101. Sea God Inheritor Chian Runway. Is it Sea Star? In Bos Saii's memory, of the later Sea God 7 Sacred Pillar Guardian Douluo, the 6th Sacred Pillar Douluo was Sea Star Douluo. Sea Dragon Douluo said, No, it was 8 years ago when the High Priest of Vast Sea City ordered Hai Mao and me to bring 3 people back to Sea God Island, one of whom was Tang Xiao of the Clear Sky sect. Tang Xiao's talent is extremely exceptional. Like me, it received the Black Level 6 trial bestowed by Lord Sea God. Tang Xiao has already passed all of the Black Level 6 trial, its cultivation has reached level 88 Spirit Douluo, and it will soon be able to break through to titled Douluo and become the 6th Sacred Pillar Douluo of Sea God Island. In the original, Tang Xiao broke through to become a titled Douluo at age 53. In this life, it is currently 49. On Sea God Island, it received the Black Level 6 trial, a 1-level increase reward for each trial, and a God-bestowed spirit ring, yet it still couldn't break through to titled Douluo 4 years early. This is mainly because Tang Xiao only has 1 spirit bone. It did not leave the Clear Sky sect with Tang Hao to gain experience on the continent, obtain spirit bones, and absorb them to increase its cultivation. Go and tell Tang Xiao to return to the continent, back to the Clear Sky sect. Logically, only spirit masters who receive the Sea God 9 trials and top-tier trials have the permission to freely enter and leave Sea God Island. Other spirit masters, once they complete their Sea God trials, must remain on Sea God Island and serve the Sea God for life. Bos Saii still had the authority to let some spirit masters below the top tier, who pass the Sea God trials, leave Sea God Island. For example, in the original, she let the Shrek 4 monsters, excluding Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, as well as Bai Chenxiang, leave. At the 7 Great Sects re-election meeting, Sect Master Tang Jen, whose body was in poor health with old injuries, was severely wounded, and Tang Chen, whose vitality was failing, was also severely wounded. These 2 titled Douluo combatants of the Clear Sky sect probably didn't have much time left. The Clear Sky sect urgently needed a titled Douluo level powerhouse to hold the fort. Letting Tang Xiao return to the Clear Sky sect was the last help Bos Saii could give to Tang Chen and the Clear Sky sect. Yes, High Priest. Sea Dragon Douluo did not refute. To it, Bos Saii was already the second deity besides the Sea God. It had heard a little bit about the relationship between Bos Saii and the Clear Sky sect, and the fact that the High Priest had been by Spirit Hall. Thinking of this, Sea Dragon Douluo's killing intent soared again. It was furious for Lady Bos Saii's happy future, for the torture Lady Bos Saii had suffered, and for the humiliation Sea God Island had endured. Sea God Island, Sea God Hall. The Sea God Hall was pitch black inside. The entire hall didn't have a single window, so it naturally couldn't receive any light from outside. The interior of the hall appeared very empty, and no structures were visible. This hall could be described as ancient and simple. Inside the Sea God Hall were 7 platforms, and in the middle was an even larger platform. The entire platform structure was circular, and the higher the platform, the smaller its area. Due to the darkness in the hall, one could only vaguely see a long stick standing upright in the center of the topmost platform. It was not very regular, with a larger, cone-shaped top, and was pitch black all over. Behind the long stick was a huge statue over 10 meters tall. It was unknown what materials the statue was made of. The figure was a man, and the statue's face was blurred. This statue was the Sea God statue. The Sea God High Priest could contact the Sea God in the God realm through the Sea God statue. Bos Saii knelt before the long stick, formed strange hand seals, closed her eyes, and began to communicate with the Sea God statue. Not long after, the Sea God statue lit up with a faint golden light. This golden light was the same as the golden light covering the entire stairs of the Sea God Hall, Sea God's light. The golden light became even deeper. A man who was very tall, reaching 2 meters, wearing a set of golden battle armor, with long sea blue hair and a still blurred face, walked out, the Sea God's divine thought. Bos Saii, why have you contacted this deity? Lord Sea God. Seeing this illusory figure, Bos Saii was instantly covered in tears. Tears streamed down like pearls falling from a broken string, just like a little girl who had been bullied outside, seeing her invincible father. Bos Saii poured out everything. The torture she had suffered at the hands of xunji of Spirit Hall, and the vicious actions taken against Sea God Island. As Bos Saii spoke, the dim Sea God Hall lit up. The Sea God's light on the Sea God stairs became incomparably violent. The sea within a sea stirred up towering waves, and the sunny Sea God Island became overcast with dark clouds, as if declaring the Sea God's fury. As the saying goes, to beat a dog, one must check with its master. Spirit Hall treating Sea God Island as a breeding ground, how could the Sea God's divine thought tolerate such humiliation? Good, very good. A fine Spirit Hall. A fine Chian Runway. The Sea God's divine thought, with a gaze that could almost pierce through everything, stared at Spirit Hall on the continent, countless miles away. Bos Saii was extremely excited. Lord Sea God was taking action, bringing down divine punishment. Spirit Hall, this dirty, despicable, shameless, hypocritical, disgusting, beastly force, should be destroyed. The only thing that made Bos Saii somewhat sorrowful was her daughter. If Lord Sea God brought down divine punishment, would it kill her daughter? The child was innocent. She believed that the selfless, kind, and generous Lord Sea God would certainly not do such a thing. The next moment, Sea God Island suddenly cleared up from cloudy to sunny. The violent Sea God's light on the Sea God stairs calmed down, and the Sea God Hall returned to being dim. Bos Saii, the God realm has its own rules. Gods cannot interfere with the lower realm. The humiliation suffered by Sea God Island must be resolved by Sea God Island itself. The girl you gave birth to has extremely exceptional talent. You must cultivate her well. She is the future inheritor of this deity's Sea God position. After speaking, the Sea God's divine thought entered the Sea God statue and disappeared. Bos Saii's face was stunned. What? The humiliation suffered by Sea God Island had to be resolved by themselves. Her daughter was the future inheritor of Lord Sea God, the future Sea God. Bos Saii felt an indescribable pride rising in her heart that her daughter, whose spirit had not even awakened, had already been recognized by Lord Sea God. But her face soon turned bitter again, because she had refused to raise Chian Runway not long ago and returned to Sea God Island. What would she be if she went back now? If Chian Xunji allowed her to take Chian Runway to Sea God Island, it would be a miracle if he didn't kick her away. And how could Sea God Island retaliate for the humiliation it had suffered? How to retaliate? Spirit Hall could strangle the lifeline of Sea God Island at any time, and Spirit Hall had more than a handful of titled Douluo powerhouses above level 95. To this day, she still didn't understand how Spirit Hall's spirit masters managed to break through to level 98 and 99 titled Douluo at just over 100 years old, without relying on the shade of a deity. Once sea spirit masters went ashore, they lost the geographical advantage of the ocean, and their strength would be greatly reduced. The 5 sacred pillar Douluo of Sea God Island couldn't even defeat the Elder Palace of Spirit Hall on the continent. Fighting against Spirit Hall on the continent, how was that any different from sending Sea God Island's spirit masters to their deaths? Chapter 102 Ayin Breastfeeding. Clear Sky Sect. Shower, you've returned. Sect Master Tang Jen looked at his son, Tang Xiao, who had returned from Sea God Island, with immense excitement. Deep down, he had always been vaguely worried that Bos Saii, like BBDong, was a capricious woman greedy for power. Now, it seemed he had truly misunderstood Bos Saii. Bos Saii had not colluded with Spirit Hall, rather, she had been coerced by Spirit Hall and xunji, and she had not harmed his shower. Father, Tang Xiao knelt on both knees, looking at Sect Master Tang Jen with teary eyes. 8 years had passed, and his father had truly aged so much. His hair was graying, his skin had become shriveled, and age spots had appeared on his face. Although he was of the same generation as the other elders of the Clear Sky Sect and was a titled Douluo, in appearance, he looked much older than the second elder. Calculating the time, in his previous life, in just 4 years, his terminally ill father would die of anger in a fit of rage. Little Xiao, you're back. The 6 elders of the Clear Sky Sect, having received the news, also rushed to the Clear Sky Hall one after another, feeling very joyful upon seeing Tang Xiao's return. Father, elders, how is the Clear Sky Sect doing now? And where is Brother Hao? Tang Xiao asked. Walking from the mountain gate of the Clear Sky Sect to the Clear Sky Hall at the mountainside, he noticed along the way that the traffic of the Clear Sky Sect seemed to have shrunk significantly, no longer resembling the prosperity that the world's #1 sect should have. The 7th elder, Tang Lai, roared furiously, Spirit Hall and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, those 2 colluding, treacherous things, favored the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect at the 7 Great Sects re-election meeting, used underhanded methods to defeat the sect master, and snatched away the title of the world's #1 sect that belonged to our Clear Sky Sect. The 7 treasure glazed tile school, that bunch of fence-sitters and opportunistic dogs, took advantage of the sect master's internal injuries resurfacing and his inability to fight, to snatch away the title of the world's 2nd sect. Our Clear Sky Sect has now fallen to the bottom of the upper 3 sects. Because the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect won the title of the world's #1 sect, the number of disciples in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect surged from 1,800 in the previous life to over 3,000, and the sect's influence expanded greatly. The number of disciples in the Clear Sky Sect fell from 5,000 to 3,000, 2/3 of whom were members of the 4 single attribute clans. They were living off the dividends established by the ancestors of the Clear Sky Sect and Tang Chen. Otherwise, as the last of the upper 3 sects, it would be impossible to have so many disciples. Tang Xiao's face was also extremely angry. The so-called upper 3 sects standing together. It was all bullshit. Those who are not of our race must have different hearts, and those who are different must be exterminated. Only the Tang family members who possess the Clear Sky Hammer are truly family. Father, after training on Sea God Island, my cultivation has now reached the realm of a level 88 spirit Douluo. In less than 2 years, I will be able to make a breakthrough to titled Douluo. Once I return to the realm of my previous life, I will let the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and the 7 treasure glazed tile school know who is truly the world's #1 sect. Father believes in you. Sect Master Tang Jen nodded with gratification. Because he was injured by Yuan Jan at the 7 Great Sects re-election meeting, his body had become even worse, and his time of death might be earlier than in his previous life. After he died, the spirit bones on his body would be given to Tang Xiao for absorption. With the spirit power boost from the 5 spirit bones, after Tang Xiao made a breakthrough to titled Douluo, he should be able to reach level 94 or level 95 titled Douluo directly. Yuan Jan had one of his arms broken by his father, Tang Chen, and his qian blood were severely damaged. In this life, at most, he could only reach the realm of a level 94 titled Douluo. Moreover, his father, Tang Chen, also had little lifespan left. His hair had already started falling out. After Tang Chen died of old age, the top-quality spirit bones on his body would be given to Tang Hao for absorption. Tang Hao might be able to make a breakthrough to titled Douluo even earlier than the age of 44 in the previous life. Father, where is Brother Hao? And what about that woman, BBDong? Sect Master Tang Jen showed a gratified smile again. Howard walked out of Slaughter City a year ago and is now with Yuehua, washing away the lead, calming the influence of the killing intent from walking out of Slaughter City. As for that woman, BBDong, our Clear Sky sect is watching her closely. Once Howard has washed away the lead and calmed his killing intent, we will immediately arrange for that woman to marry Howard, tying her firmly to our Clear Sky sect. Because Tang Hao entered Slaughter City some time earlier than in his previous life, he spent a little over 5.5 years walking out of Slaughter City in this life. In his previous life, Tang Hao spent 5 years walking out of Slaughter City and 2 years washing away the lead, after which he went to travel the continent with Tang Xiao. In this life, it took a bit more time to walk out of Slaughter City, and washing away the lead should also take a bit more time. After learning about the recent situation of the Clear Sky sect, Tang Xiao looked up toward the direction of Spirit Hall, his eyes filled with endless longing, resentment, and helplessness. It had been 8 years since Ayin was captured by xunji and taken to Spirit Hall. 8 years had passed. What was Ayin's situation now? Was she locked in a dungeon by xunji, kept in captivity, waiting to be killed to drop a 100,000-year spirit ring and a 100,000-year spirit bone, or had she already been killed? Or perhaps, Tang Xiao thought of an answer he was unwilling to admit no matter what, that Ayin, like those purple-robed female spirit masters with excellent talent who were kidnapped by Spirit Hall from Sea God Island, was being used to breed with Spirit Hall spirit masters to produce offspring. After all, Ayin had given birth to Little San, that supreme genius with twin spirits, innate full spirit power, and dual gods in one. Spirit Hall, Supreme Pontiff Palace. Wah, wah, wah. Only a few days old and hungry, Chian Runway started crying again. Ayin held Chian Runway and whispered, "Quickly, find a wet nurse." Understood. Ayin had not given birth to a child, so naturally, she had no breast milk to feed the offspring. Since Bos Saii had returned to Sea God Island, Spirit Hall could only prepare the wet nurse with the highest cultivation among the female spirit masters in Spirit City who had just given birth to a child to feed Chian Runway. As Chian Runway's wet nurse, the remuneration provided by Spirit Hall was also very generous. Wah, wah, wah. A while later, seeing Chian Runway in her arms crying louder and louder, Ayin furrowed her brows, her face full of anxiety. Why isn't she here yet? After thinking for a moment, Ayin looked with heartache at the child in her arms, Chian Runway, whose crying was getting weaker as if she had no strength left. She slowly untied her collar. Although she had no breast milk, she should be able to make do for a while. Besides, Ayin wanted to experience what it felt like to breastfeed a child. In her previous life, just after giving birth to Tang San, she was forced by the army led by xunji to sacrifice herself to Tang Hao. She had never properly taken care of Tang San, nor had she fed him any milk. Ayin unbuttoned her collar and lifted her blue bellyband. Her chest, which had developed to be very round and towering after entering maturity with the support of 6 spirit rings, was exposed to the air. Chapter 103. Tang Hao's Wedding. Following the way the wet nurse fed Chian Runway, Ayin held the infant, bringing the little face close to her chest. As Chian Runway's small mouth felt a soft protrusion, the biological instinct encoded in her genes was released. She immediately stopped crying and subconsciously opened her mouth to latch on. Suck, suck. There was nothing. Suck, 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 suck. Still nothing. Stomach. Mouth. What exactly are you drinking? Why do I feel like there's nothing inside me? Mouth. I don't know, I'm just moving the way I usually do when feeding. Just as Ayin's milkless feeding method failed to fool the stomach, sending out constant hunger signals, and just as Chian Runway was about to start crying again, the wet nurse finally arrived. Nature calls, and because the wet nurse had her monthly visitor, she had spent a bit longer in the restroom. After Chian Runway had eaten her fill once more, Ayin took her back. Seeing that the baby was looking at her with wide blue eyes and wasn't asleep, she began to play with her. Her face was full of maternal love, as if she truly were the biological mother of the infant in her arms. As the saying goes, people cannot endure loneliness, they must find some form of spiritual sustenance. Like the BBDong of the original story, after arranging for Chian Runway to go undercover in the Heaven Do Empire through reverse psychology, it didn't take long for her to take Juliana, who only had an innate spirit power of level 9, as her disciple, giving all her affection to her. An innate level 9 talent is good, but let alone level 9, even innate full spirit power is not enough to become a disciple of the Supreme Pontiff immediately upon awakening unless the spirit is of an extremely top-tier quality or as a twin spirits. One must first be sent to the Spirit Academy to have their character, effort, respect for teachers, and whether they possess a rebellious nature thoroughly examined, before a conclusion is made. As a person who had undergone rebirth, Ayin had been forcibly captured by Xunji and stayed in a place like Spirit Hall where she was a total stranger. Her only companion, Bos Saii, had returned to Sea God Island. Gradually, she naturally began to seek spiritual sustenance because she couldn't bear the loneliness. From initially being forced to raise Chian Runway for her own sake and for the Blue-Silver King in the Ice and Fire Yin Yang well, she gradually came to view Chian Runway as her own biological child. This was also why Xunji insisted on choosing Ayin to be Chian Runway's godmother instead of choosing other female spirit masters from Spirit Hall or a vicious beast. It was because, searching across the entire Douluo planet, it would be difficult to find a woman more suitable than Ayin in terms of appearance, psychology, and character, someone who would raise Chian Runway as her own daughter. 1 year and 2 months later, warm sunlight spilled onto the towering, exquisite, and magnificent palace of Spirit Hall. In a corridor of the Supreme Pontiff Palace, a little girl dressed in a cream-colored sundress with gold trim was practicing walking. She had shoulder-length blue-gold hair, large blue eyes, and features as adorable as a porcelain doll, with skin so fair and tender it looked like it could produce water if pinched. The little girl's steps were already quite steady, but she only used her feet. Her small arms didn't swing in sync with her walking legs. Consequently, her gait was like that of a robot, though paired with that little face, she looked incredibly cute no matter how one looked at her. The surrounding palace guard knights couldn't help but watch the little girl practicing her walk, their hearts nearly melting. Following closely behind the little girl was a woman of peerless beauty dressed in a long blue dress with long blue hair. She held her hands out slightly beneath the girl's armpits, worried she might fall. These two were, naturally, Ayin and the now 1-year-old Chian Runway. Ahead, a tall young man with white hair and extremely handsome features suddenly appeared. Papa. Seeing the young man, Chian Runway made a precious sound and quickened her pace. Xunji crouched down and scooped Chian Runway up, rubbing his face against her soft, delicate little cheek. Chian Runway said with a hint of pride, "Papa, I've already learned how to walk." Papa saw. "You're already walking very well," Xunji replied with a smile. He raised his hand and conjured several of the soft candies that Chian Runway loved most, which didn't stick to her teeth, holding them out before her. While her attention was entirely on the candy, his gaze turned toward Ayin, who was still somewhat constrained in his presence. He sent a telepathic message. Tang Hao is getting married. The Clear Sky sect wanted to maintain good relations with Spirit Hall and avoid giving them any pretext to target the sect, so they naturally sent a wedding invitation to Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, Ayin's beautiful eyes first widened, then began to tremble as she nearly burst into tears. Despite so many years having passed and the fact that she had come to treat Chian Runway as her own daughter, she still deeply loved Tang Hao and would be willing to sacrifice herself again for him if he were in dire peril. Hearing that Tang Hao was about to be married, how could she not be in pain? Xunji admired the romance brains of Douluo. They perfectly embodied that song. Love even in death, it's not satisfying unless it's thorough. Only with such deep feelings is it enough of a confession. Love even in death, not satisfying until crying turns to smiles, the heart remains even if the universe is destroyed. In his understanding, compared to this Douluo style, love is everything, where ancestors, parents, siblings, relatives, family, responsibility, and gratitude are all nothing and can be abandoned before love. The only thing that could possibly surpass it was likely Naruto, which was no less twisted than Douluo and matured even earlier. Mama, why are you crying? Chian Runway, who was eating her soft candy, noticed Ayin's reddened eyes and immediately asked. Some sand blew into Mama's eyes. Ayin forced a smile and wiped away the tears welling in her eyes. Seeing Xunji hand Chian Runway over, she immediately pulled the child into her arms, hugging her tightly as if this were the only way to find some comfort for her wounded heart. Can I go see Tang Hao's wedding? Ayin asked via telepathy, her tone carrying a sense of pleading. You can. I happen to be taking little Shui out to play as well. A playful look curled at the corner of Chian Xunji's mouth. He had once said that little Hao was completely finished, deceived by BBDong. One could not trust a woman like BBDong. In the end, little Hao and even the Clear Sky sect would surely be screwed over by her. If she didn't believe it, she could just wait and see. He had to go see for himself if BBDong had truly fallen in love with Tang Hao and planned to marry him. The taste of being proven wrong would be quite unpleasant. However, Chian Xunji did not believe his judgment would be flawed. Papa, Mama, what are you talking about? Little Shui doesn't understand. Chian Runway blinked her large eyes, looking at Chian Xunji and then at Ayin, her face full of confusion. She wondered if something was wrong with her eyes or ears, for she clearly saw Chian Xunji and Ayin's lips moving in conversation. Chian Xunji said, "We're discussing taking you outside to play in a bit." Chian Runway shouted excitedly, "Go outside to play. Yay, yay, go outside to play." Chapter 104, Tang Hao's Wedding. In the Haoshan mountain range, every household hung red lanterns and red ribbons, appearing very festive. The stairs from the Clear Sky sect's mountain gate to the Clear Sky Plaza were covered with red carpets. Every few meters, red lanterns and ribbons hung in midair. Accompanied by gusts of breeze, the ribbons fluttered in the air, as if swearing to the heavens about this festive atmosphere. The maid-servants of the Clear Sky sect had all changed into red dresses. Walking on the red carpet, they carried various pastries, fruits, and delicacies in their hands, preparing with smiles on their faces. The disciples of the Clear Sky sect had all changed into their cleanest, neatest, and brand new leather trench coats. The sect brought out jars upon jars of fine wine that had been treasured for a long time. Inside a building decorated most richly and festively, Tang Hao was dressed in a loose black trench coat robe, which completely covered his strong muscles. Tang Hao's brown, steel needle-like mushroom hairstyle had its front bangs combed back and held in place with hair gel. A burly, reckless man, after some dressing up, now possessed a bit of the flamboyant air of a dashing young master. "Big brother, Yuehua, what do you think of my outfit?" Tang Hao spread his arms, showing off his attire to his elder brother and sister, his expression like that of a big boy. "Men are boys until the day they die." "Very good." Tang Xiao nodded, his face showing relief for his younger brother, who was about to marry and find happiness. During the time Tang Hao was studying at the Moon Pavilion, he had observed BBDong. Seeing that so many years had passed, it seemed she had truly accepted her fate, staying obediently in the Clear Sky sect and becoming a part of it. This wedding should proceed smoothly, and his cherished younger brother would not experience the pain of his previous life again. "Second brother is so handsome," Tang Yuehua said. Her face wore a blessing smile, but deep in her eyes, there was repression, the pain of unrequited love due to their kinship, and a trace of jealousy. No one knew that she had fallen in love with her own brother. Since she was little, her mother had passed away shortly after she was born. Because she could not cultivate, even as the daughter of the sect master, she had often been bullied by the direct disciples of the sect. Whenever she was bullied, it was Brother Hao and Big Brother who would get back at them and teach those people a lesson until they were obedient. The protection in her childhood, the fame in their youth, the most outstanding man of the Clear Sky sect, the dream lover of countless female disciples of the Clear Sky sect, and the 2 years spent at the Moon Pavilion calming his killing intent, all of this made her deeply fascinated by Tang Hao. But they were brother and sister, she could only bury this love deep in her heart. The door opened, and sect master Tang Jen pushed a wheelchair. Sitting on the wheelchair was an extremely aged, withered-looking old man. The old man's skin was shriveled, as if there was no flesh left, his muscles and skin were shriveled, his eye sockets sunken, and a few sparse white hairs lay on his forehead. He was as ugly as he could be, just like a skeleton. Facing this skeleton, Tang Xiao, Tang Hao, and Tang Yuehua showed not a shred of disgust, but rather were full of respect and filial piety, because this man was their grandfather, Tang Chen. Grandfather. Tang Hao knelt on both knees before Tang Chen, his eyes slightly red. Nowadays, his grandfather could not even eat. This situation only happened to people who were about to die. Tang Chen rubbed Tang Hao's head and smiled. "Hao, do not be sad. Everyone dies eventually. Grandfather is very happy to see my grandson get married before I die." The future of the Clear Sky sect depends on you. Have a few fat boys with BBDong. Tang Hao said in a deep voice, I will. Grandfather, I will treat Donger well and revitalize the Clear Sky sect. The sun set, and the sky gradually turned dusk. At the mountain gate of the Clear Sky sect, the carriage of the Spirit Hall arrived. Qian Xunji stepped off the carriage, Chian Runway sitting on his arm. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, having just woken up, and leaned into his arms. Ayin followed closely behind and got off the carriage. Chian Runway opened her big eyes, curiously examining the Haoshan mountain range and the endless red carpet laid out at the mountain gate. At the Clear Sky sect mountain gate, an elder of the Clear Sky sect who was receiving guests saw Qian Xunji arrive and immediately trotted over quickly, fully showing courtesy, and said respectfully, Welcome, Your Excellency Supreme Pontiff and your distinguished daughter. Please, come inside. For little Haozi's wedding, how could I, this lord, not come? Qian Xunji smiled faintly. The light of the spirit tool in his hand lit up, and he handed a gift he had prepared to this Clear Sky sect elder. Pa, hearing Qian Xunji actually called Tang Hao, the once-in-a-century genius of their Clear Sky sect, little Haozi, the Clear Sky sect elder spat secretly. If it weren't for the Asura god being blind and choosing Qian Xunji as the successor to the Asura god, this trash Qian Xunji would have been smashed to pieces by Tang Hao's Clear Sky hammer. How could he be so arrogant? The Clear Sky sect elder's gaze swept over Ayin. He naturally recognized the grown-up Ayin. He couldn't help but secretly praise the sect master for having a unique wisdom eye and foresight. On such a joyous day as Tang Hao's wedding, Qian Xunji actually brought Ayin. He really wanted to use Ayin at any time to find another excuse to attack the Clear Sky sect. Ayin felt another pain in her heart as she saw the Clear Sky sect elder, who had once been extremely gentle and kind to her, now having a cold face, full of caution, and acting like a stranger who couldn't wait to clear their relationship. In the Clear Sky Plaza, several red cloths overhead were connected in the center, forming a large red flower. Round tables were set up on the plaza, and various pastries were placed on the round tables. Many guests had already arrived. Envoys from the two great empires, Ningfengji and Douluo, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect had also sent people. Although the relationship between the Clear Sky sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was very stiff, it had not yet reached the point of life and death. Like the original, Ayin's identity as a 100,000-year blue-silver emperor was discovered by the Spirit Hall. Tang Hao broke the leg of a titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall, and the Clear Sky sect and the Spirit Hall initially became hostile. To ease relations, after Tang Xiao broke through to titled Douluo, he also came to the Douluo Hall and obtained the Xiaotian title granted by the Douluo Hall. After arriving at the Clear Sky Plaza, Chian Runway looked around at all the scenery she could see, as if a chatterbox had been opened, and started asking, 100,000 whys. The Clear Sky sect was built by the Defense Clan, who were the best at construction in the Spirit Master's world. The area where the Tang family members lived was no less prosperous than the Spirit Hall, only the style was different. In addition, the Clear Sky sect was located in the mountains. Chian Runway, who had always stayed in the Supreme Pontiff Palace, had never seen such different scenery. Children are always full of curiosity about novel things. The spirit masters sent by the various families present, some came up to curry favor with Qian Xunji, and while approaching Yu Luomian and Yuan Jan, they gave gifts to Chian Runway. Some were secretly observing Qian Xunji. Chapter 105. BBDong. Teacher, please take me back to Spirit Hall. I never expected that Qian Xunji would actually let that 100,000-year transformed spirit beast become his daughter's godmother. His daughter wasn't born to BBDong, yet she's also called Chian Runway. Ningfengji observed Chian Runway, who was leaning against Ayin's bosom. She had blue gold hair and looked as cute as a porcelain doll. Based on the little girl's hair color, he could be certain that this Chian Runway was definitely not born to Ayin, but was instead Bos Saii's daughter. Spirits affect a spirit master's appearance, temperament, physique, and personality. Spirit masters of the angel clan who possess the divine angel martial soul must have bright golden hair. In the past life, the Chian Runway born to Qian Xunji and BBDong who had twin spirits did not inherit any of BBDong's twin spider spirits, only inheriting the seraphim, so her hair was bright golden. If this Chian Runway were Ayin's biological daughter, how could her hair be blue gold? Could it be that the blue-silver emperor spirit's grade surpassed the twin spider spirits and could rival the seraphim? Only the sea god martial soul possessed by Bos Saii, which is on par with the seraphim, could possibly cause the hair color of the angel clan's descendants to change. Ningfengji guessed that this Chian Runway would very likely have a twin divine rank spirit upon awakening in the future. He felt immense pressure and no longer had any thoughts of challenging Spirit Hall. Fengji, why do you think Qian Xunji specifically chose a 100,000-year transformed spirit beast to be his daughter's godmother? Is he not planning to kill that 100,000-year transformed spirit beast to obtain a spirit ring and spirit bone? Douluo looked very confused. People are not made of wood or stone, who is without emotions? Even if it were a tiger cub and a female dog, if the tiger cub grew up drinking the female dog's milk, even if the tiger were vicious, upon growing up, the vast majority would treat the female dog as a mother, respecting and protecting her. If Chian Xunji were to kill Ayin in the future, it is hard to imagine what Chian Runway would become once she found out about this. Ningfengji sighed lightly. Uncle Bone, Chian Xunji has no intention of killing the blue-silver emperor at all. Have you forgotten that in the past life, it was the union of the blue-silver emperor and Tang Hao that produced Tang San? Bone Douluo's pupils contracted. Fengji, are you saying that should be the case? Ningfengji nodded solemnly, though a look of confusion soon appeared in his eyes again. However, there is something I don't understand. If Chian Xunji doesn't plan to let that 100,000-year blue-silver emperor go, why doesn't he want BBDong? The Chian Runway born to BBDong in the past life already proved that BBDong's physique is in no way inferior to the blue-silver emperor. Ningfengji was truly puzzled. Even if he were genuinely worried about a repeat of the past life's events, as Chian Xunji is doing now, wouldn't it be enough to just have someone else carry her? If he wanted a mother for a baby genius with a seraphim, innate full spirit power at level 20, and the potential to become a god, just by sending out the message, the people lining up to apply would probably stretch from Spirit City all the way to Heaven Do City. Not to mention ignoring BBDong, his wife from the past life, to marry Tang Hao, the man who hammered Chian Xunji in the past life and caused him to lose all face. It really made him feel like Chian Xunji had a fetish for being a cuckold. Could it be that Chian Xunji likes to cuckold others and is preparing to snatch a bride? After all, both Bos Saii and Ayin were snatched. Now he's snatching BBDong, which would make Tang Hao the cuckold. Shishi, shishi, shishi. Thief Chian, vile thief, lecherous thief, treacherous thief, my shishi. My shishi. Inside Clear Sky Hall, Tang Chen's eyes were bloodshot, his breathing heavy like an ox, and he roared hoarsely. Things that Ningfengji could discover, Tang Chen could naturally discover as well. Tang Chen was 100% certain that the little girl in Ayin's arms was born to Bos Saii. Because he could see Bos Saii's shadow in the little girl's features, especially those eyes, they were just too similar. This wedding must proceed smoothly. If Chian Xunji makes him, Tang Chen, a cuckold, then he, Tang Chen, must make his own grandson, Tang Hao, ensure that Chian Xunji also becomes a cuckold. If Chian Xunji tries to cause trouble, then he will use his last breath to expose Chian Runway's identity, shattering Chian Runway's state of mind and destroying this child. The sky gradually darkened. The huge plaza, which used to be dim as well, was now flashing with red light everywhere. Red candles were lit inside the lanterns hanging on the plaza. On Clear Sky Plaza, the guests from various families who came to attend Tang Hao's wedding were seated on both sides of the red carpet. Tang Jen sat alone in the main seat. Chian Xunji sat in the frontmost position, with Chian Runway sitting on his lap, clutching a cup of fruit juice and sipping it with her two little hands. Ayin's pupils trembled as she looked toward the entrance, her beautiful eyes turning slightly red again. In the frontmost position nearby, Tang Xiao had kept his gaze on Ayin ever since he appeared at the Clear Sky Sect Plaza. He had been ordered by his father to stay away. For the safety of the Clear Sky Sect, he was not allowed to contact Ayin, so it was only just now that he had come to the plaza. Seeing Ayin's expression at this moment, his heart was full of confusion. Since Ayin still loved Brother Hao, why would she agree to be the mother of the daughter of Chian Xunji, the sworn enemy of the Clear Sky Sect? The auspicious time has arrived, please let the newlyweds enter. With a loud voice, the somewhat noisy Clear Sky Plaza became quiet in an instant. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the two of them at this moment, making them the focus of the entire venue. Tang Hao was dressed in black, sporting a somewhat flashy, slicked-back hairstyle, and was holding the arm of a stunning beauty with pink hair. Seeing the beaming Tang Hao and that stunning beauty, Ayin could no longer hold back her tears. Ningfengji glanced at Chian Runway in the front. Would Chian Runway jump out to snatch the bride? Yu Luomian snorted coldly, looking at BBDong with eyes as if looking at garbage. Other guests, upon seeing the breathtaking beauty at Tang Hao's side, whose face was nearly perfect and could fully be called the #1 beauty on the continent, were all filled with envy. Bow to heaven and earth. Just as Tang Hao and BBDong walked to the front of the main seat, the master of ceremonies, with the support of spirit power, let his voice spread across the entire Clear Sky Plaza. Just as Tang Hao was about to bend down, he suddenly discovered that BBDong, who was beside him, had a stiff body and made no movement to bow. Donger. As soon as the words fell, BBDong instantly broke free from his arm and ran quickly to Chian Runway, pleading, "Teacher, I want to return to Spirit Hall. Please take me back to Spirit Hall. Donger will serve Spirit Hall well." BBDong had thought it over carefully. It was only after seeing the little girl with blue gold hair sitting on Chian Runway's lap that she decided to break with the Clear Sky sect and have Chian Runway take her back to Spirit Hall. She believed that Chian Runway would definitely take her back to Spirit Hall. Chian Runway has a daughter now. After she returns to Spirit Hall, Chian Runway definitely won't lay a hand on her again. According to her summary, Chian Runway is a person who cares about face, is petty, and is somewhat soft-hearted. Cares about face and is petty. In the past life, he broke through to titled Douluo at 50. Even though his bloodline was impure and his talent was at the bottom level of the Angel clan, he let Spirit Hall market him as a genius of a generation. After being heavily injured by Tang Hao, he planned to recover from his injuries before going to find Tang Hao to get his revenge. In this life, he severed one of Tang Chen's arms and legs, cuckolded Tang Chen, constantly targeted the Clear Sky sect, and helped the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, causing the Clear Sky sect to fall from the #1 sect in the world to the bottom of the upper 3 sects. It is very obvious that he is petty and wants to slowly kill the Clear Sky sect. Somewhat soft-hearted. Up until now, Chian Runway has not made her pay the price for the debt of killing him. He must still have some master-disciple affection for her that he hasn't let go of. In the past life, she couldn't suppress the killing intent in her heart several times and beat that bastard Chian Runway until she was crippled. Afterward, she would disguise herself as a well-behaved disciple, and Chian Runway would soften his heart. Finally, after Chian Runway was heavily injured by Tang Hao, she was able to successfully kill Chian Runway and devour his soul as well. This time, she chose to serve Spirit Hall well. With her talent as a twin spirit user, and having lived through the path of cultivation as a reincarnated person once before, and with the marriage partner being Tang Hao, the person Chian Runway had a grudge against in the past life, and the Tang family members of the Clear Sky sect that Chian Runway hated the most and wanted to kill, all these factors combined, BBDong believed that Chian Runway would definitely soften his heart and take her back to Spirit Hall. Even if Chian Runway didn't soften his heart, after she spoke, she believed that Chian Runway definitely wouldn't ignore her truly marrying Tang Hao of the Clear Sky sect. This would only strengthen the Clear Sky sect. Chapter 106. Wedding turns into funeral. Clear Sky Plaza fell into a deathly silence. The uninformed spirit masters on the scene could never have anticipated such a turn of events, that Tang Hao's bride-to-be, who was about to enter the bridal chamber, actually had a connection to Chian Runway, calling him teacher. Were the two of them master and disciple? Bang, 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 bang. Goblets, wine bowls, and wine jars were crushed and shattered. The Tang family members of the Clear Sky sect stared at BBDong with bloodshot eyes, heavy, ragged breathing, and furious glares. Tang Xiao and the elders of the Clear Sky sect stood up in a rage. Dark light surged in Tang Xiao's palms, and he nearly couldn't hold back from jumping out and hammering BBDong into a meat patty. So that's how it is. Ningfengji understood. Chian Runway was waiting for BBDong to return to him of her own accord. The fact that Tang Hao's fiancé chose to defect to Spirit Hall was a disgrace to the Clear Sky sect, far more explosive than Chian Runway simply crashing the wedding. Spirit Hall would not incur any infamy. On the contrary, its status and prestige would become even more supreme. Yu Luomian could not quite suppress the smile spreading wildly across his lips. Clear Sky Sect, let you experience the humiliation our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect once suffered. This woman BBDong's rebellious nature. Boom. Just as BBDong believed that xunji would surely take her away and not let her remain in the Clear Sky Sect to help it grow, xunji's pupils constricted. He released his blood-colored spirit power, knocking BBDong away. You scared my daughter. Tang Hao, keep this woman under control. Xunji frowned slightly. A flash of light from his spirit tool revealed a handkerchief, which he used to wipe his face. BBDong's sudden rush had startled him, causing him to spill the juice he was holding, which had splashed onto Chian Runway's little face. Tang Hao moved, with lightning speed, catching BBDong, who had been knocked away by xunji's spirit power. He cried out with heart-wrenching pain, Donger. BBDong ignored Tang Hao entirely, her gaze fixed on xunji, her eyes filled with anticipation and disbelief. Teacher, Donger, why? I don't care about your past. I love you, and I am willing to give you everything best in this world. Why are you unwilling to give me a chance? Tang Hao's throat convulsed, his voice trembling and hoarse. His face was filled with sorrow, looking completely broken and on the verge of tears. He truly did not care about anything BBDong had encountered in her previous life, or any heinous acts she might have committed. If BBDong had obtained the legacy of the Rakshasa god in this lifetime, he would also give his all to help her become a god. Shut up, Tang Hao, you have the nerve to say you love me. BBDong turned her head to glare at Tang Hao, screaming hysterically, do you know what kind of life I've been living in the Clear Sky Sect? Do you know that these people from the Clear Sky Sect have been watching me non-stop, day and night? I have had no freedom whatsoever. I am not even as good as a canary in a cage. I am a mouse trapped in an iron cage, manipulated by others. Do you know the pain I have suffered all these years? Do you know the humiliation I have felt living in the Clear Sky Sect all these years? If you really loved me, you should have let me go, let me leave the Clear Sky Sect. A canary raised in a cage, no matter how well it is treated, will desperately fly toward the exit the moment the cage is opened, choosing to rush toward freedom. Let alone a mouse that has been captured and is being manipulated by others. If, after returning from Sea God Island, Tang Hao had treated BBDong with endless kindness, and the Clear Sky Sect's attitude toward her had been the same as it was toward Ayin, perhaps BBDong might have truly chosen to stay in the Clear Sky Sect and accept Tang Hao. It is a pity, however, that Tang Hao ran off to Slaughter City alone. The training in Slaughter City, combined with the cleansing of his spirit at the Moon Pavilion, took nearly 8 years. Because BBDong had betrayed Spirit Hall in her previous life, and betrayed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect in this one, the Clear Sky Sect's trust in her could be said to be -100. Their treatment of BBDong was just like a backward rural family in the Changshan region who had spent a great deal of money to buy a female college student as a wife for their bachelor son, treating her like a mere drudge for continuing the family line. The only difference was that the Tang family members of the Clear Sky Sect did not beat BBDong like those people did, they just scolded and warned her quite a bit. Under these circumstances, how could BBDong possibly accept Tang Hao and be willing to stay in the Clear Sky Sect? PFF. Hearing BBDong's resolute words, that she did not love him and was determined to leave the Clear Sky Sect, Tang Hao was overwhelmed with grief and heartbreak. With his anger attacking his heart, a large mouthful of fresh blood sprayed from his mouth into the air. His vision blurred, and his tall body fell straight backward. Brother Hao, second brother, little Hao, brother Hao. Tang Xiao and Tang Yuehua rushed out from their seats in the VIP area. Tang Xiao, this level 88 spirit Douluo and the Clear Sky Sect's second strongest individual, since the original number 1, Tang Chen, was near death and could not fight at all, had not even reached Tang Hao's side when another sound of spitting blood rang out. PFF'd. The person spitting blood was Sect Master Tang Jen, who was sitting in the main seat, suffering from a terminal illness. He, too, was overcome with anger, and a large mouthful of dark red blood sprayed from his mouth. He fell forward, rolling off the main seat. Father, Tang Xiao's eyes were bloodshot as he watched this scene, his eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. This scene seemed to remind him of his previous life, the image of his father being angered to death. At the wedding scene, the disciples of the Clear Sky Sect were shaken. The 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda quietly appeared in Ningfengji's palm, glowing with radiant treasure light. Ningfengji gave a light shout. 7 treasure true body, go. As his voice fell, the pagoda flashed with dazzling colorful light, spinning 3 times in Ningfengji's hand before drifting out. It flew toward the group from the clear sky sect, then expanded into a pagoda 10 meters high. In an instant, the entire arena was filled with radiant treasure light, enveloping the few members of the clear sky sect. Taking this opportunity, BBDong ran to the front of Xunji again. This time, she knelt on both knees and pleaded, "Teacher, I have truly realized my mistake. I will faithfully serve Spirit Hall, and I will listen to you well." In truth, BBDong did not think there was anything wrong with what she had done. What was wrong with wanting to leave Spirit Hall in her previous life, pursuing her own love, and taking revenge to destroy Spirit Hall? By saying she realized her mistake, she meant she had been blind to look at Yu Shaogang, having been deceived by him, just like accidentally getting an answer wrong on a test because she misread the question. She had to return to Spirit Hall, otherwise, having angered Tang Hao and Tang Jen to the point of vomiting blood and trampling the dignity of the Clear Sky sect underfoot, even if Xunji took her away from the Clear Sky sect, without the protection of Spirit Hall, she had stirred up such a huge mess that the Clear Sky sect would surely tear her into 1,000 pieces. Bad woman, go away. Don't try to snatch my daddy. Daddy belongs to Xiaoshui and mommy. Chian Runway spoke up, jumping into Ayin's arms. She wiped away the tears Yin had shed because of Tang Hao's pursuit of BBDong and Tang Hao vomiting blood from anger, saying softly, "Mommy, don't cry, Xiaoshui won't let this bad woman take daddy away." Chapter 107. Chian Runway, I want to sleep with mommy and daddy. Hearing the words of this little girl with blue gold hair, a murderous intent surged within BBDong. This little bastard was actually forcing her into a dead end. And, Xiaoshui, was she calling her by her daughter's name from her previous life? Teacher, I truly know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. At this moment, in Clear Sky Plaza, everyone's gaze was focused on Xunji. Many guests wore strange expressions, looking as if they were watching a spectacle, while the disciples of the Clear Sky sect had bloodshot eyes, breathing heavily like oxen, wishing they could tear BBDong apart. Tang Xiao stared at Xunji, the man who had severed one of Tang Chen's arms and legs, stolen his third sister, and reduced the Clear Sky sect to its current state. Yet, in his eyes, a look of entreaty appeared. He hoped Xunji would ignore BBDong and let the Clear Sky sect deal with her properly. Xiaoshui is right. Don't make it sound like it has anything to do with me. I'm afraid Ayin will misunderstand. Xunji reached out naturally and wrapped his arm around Ayin's slender, soft waist. Ayin's delicate body trembled slightly, and she looked at Xunji in a daze. Surprisingly, she felt little resistance toward the arm Xunji had wrapped around her waist. A strange emotion welled up in her heart. Tang Hao didn't want her and went to find BBDong. BBDong didn't want Tang Hao and sought out Xunji, and Xunji ignored BBDong. No, BBDong's pupils shrank to pinpricks. She stared fixedly at Xunji, screaming frantically in her heart, how could Xunji ignore her? How could Xunji just watch her continue to stay at the Clear Sky sect? BBDong. Behind her, a series of roars erupted from the Clear Sky sect, deafening to the ears. Tang Lai was the first to rush to BBDong's side. He reached out with his left hand to grab her hair and extended his right hand, preparing to unleash the chaotic cloak palm technique. Suddenly, Xunji cast a glance at Tang Lai. Tang Lai immediately felt his body enveloped by a powerful aura, and he couldn't even move a single finger. Qian, Supreme Pontiff, didn't you say you wouldn't get involved with this woman's affairs? My daughter is still young. It is not suitable for her to be exposed to scenes of violence. Xunji rose indifferently, and Ayin also stood up while holding Chian Runway. She did not want Chian Runway to be exposed to the upcoming violence while she was still so young. Chian Runway, however, opened her big eyes, filled with curiosity, wanting to see how Tang Lai would treat BBDong next. Please, Supreme Pontiff. Tang Lai forced a smile onto his face. It was good that Xunji didn't intend to interfere with BBDong's affairs. Tang Xiao looked painfully at Ayin as she left with Xunji. Recalling how Xunji had previously wrapped his arm around Ayin's slender, soft waist, and seeing that Ayin had not shown much resistance, another wave of heart-wrenching pain surged in his chest. But soon, Tang Xiao felt slightly better. Because Ayin was Chian Runway's godmother, and Chian Runway seemed to rely on Ayin very much, Xunji shouldn't do anything to Ayin, right? If Ayin could truly find happiness, he would be content. The Clear Sky sect had its own Tang land, after all. Shortly after Xunji, Ayin, and Chian Runway left, the massive 7-treasure avatar in Clear Sky Plaza transformed into a small 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda and returned to Ningfengji's hand. Tang Jen, who had vomited blood and fallen to the ground, was still in a coma. His hair was pale, his face was covered with black spots of death qi, and his lips were a dark red. He looked like someone suffering from a severe illness. Tang Xiao hurriedly asked, "Schoolmaster Ning, how is my father?" Ningfengji shook his head powerlessly. Sect Master, Tang Jen was already critically ill. After experiencing what just happened, he suffered an attack of anger and anxiety. Fengji is truly powerless. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a bolt from the blue. Tang Xiao trembled violently, his eyes turning red. Although Ningfengji was not a specialized healing spirit master, with the spirit power amplification of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda and his cultivation at level 79, his healing ability could rank in the top 10 across the entire continent. If he said this, didn't it mean his father, just like in his previous life, had been angered to death again? The guests at the scene sighed endlessly. This was supposed to be a joyous day for the Clear Sky sect, but the happy event had turned into a funeral. Those platters of fine wine and food prepared for the wedding could now be served directly for the funeral banquet. Many guests left Clear Sky Plaza one after another. Currently, the Clear Sky sect was in a state of riot, so it was truly inappropriate to stay any longer. They boarded the carriages they had arrived in and left the Clear Sky sect overnight. Yu Luomian was the fastest. He couldn't wait to lead the disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to inform Yuan Jan that BBDong had angered Tang Jen to death. Only the envoys of the Star Luo Empire, the envoys of the Heaven Do Empire, the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and some families with good relations with the Clear Sky sect headed to the accommodations arranged for the guests, preparing to attend Tang Jen's funeral and eat the funeral banquet. Father, bye, Dong. Tang Xiao, a tough man, shed tears and roared at the sky. Naturally, the trio of Xunji were among those remaining at the Clear Sky sect. His daughter was only a little over a year old and needed a good rest. "Xiaoshui, are you sleeping with mommy or daddy tonight?" Ayin asked softly. Having experienced Tang Hao's infatuation with BBDong, and seeing him vomit blood and collapse after being rejected by BBDong, Chian Runway's status in her heart had risen to the highest possible point, now surpassing Tang Hao. Chian Runway asked in return, "Why can't I sleep with daddy and mommy together?" Together. Ayin's expression suddenly became strange, and she found it somewhat unacceptable. Didn't mommy say that a wedding is when a man and a woman become husband and wife, sleep together, and then have children? Can't Xiaoshui sleep with daddy and mommy? Chian Runway asked, opening her big, teary eyes. Ayin felt some regret in her heart. Why had she answered every single one of Chian Runway's 100,000 whys before? Chian Runway hadn't had this concept at all before. Now, it had backfired. Because of what had just happened, Chian Runway had risen to an incredibly high status in her heart. Seeing Chian Runway's teary appearance, as if she would cry if she didn't agree, she really couldn't bear to refuse. Watching this scene, Xunji couldn't help but recall a piece of trivia circulating on the internet and in various web novels. If you want to win over a single mother, treat her child well, provided that the child is very young and doesn't know who their biological father is. Now it seemed, this saying indeed made sense. Xunji said, "All right, today Xiaoshui will sleep with daddy and mommy." "Xiaoshui will sleep in the middle, okay." Chian Runway answered immediately. Sleeping between daddy and mommy was exactly what she had hoped for. Upon hearing the first half, Ayin wanted to refuse via voice transmission, but hearing that Chian Runway would sleep in the middle and could separate her from Xunji, she stopped herself. Chapter 108. Ayin's Transformation. At night, the Haoshan mountain range, which originally resembled a profound painting, where the stars were the spirits within the painting, twinkling with mysterious light, and the moonlight sprinkled over the night sky as if draping a silver veil over the deep canopy, had now become dim. Dark clouds of unknown origin completely obscured the night sky, revealing the oppressive atmosphere of the Clear Sky sect at this moment. Compared to the unrest at the Clear Sky sect, the suite arranged by the Clear Sky sect for Spirit Hall could be said to be of 5-star presidential suite specifications, and the atmosphere inside the suite was extremely warm. On a very spacious bed, Chian Runway, wearing a thin, white gold nightgown, sat in the middle of the bed, next to Xunji, and said somewhat impatiently, "Mom, hurry, hurry. Mom took such a long time to shower this time." Ayin had just finished showering and walked out of the bathroom, dressed in a deep blue nightgown. The nightgown was much more conservative than before. Previous nightgowns were spaghetti strap styles, but this one had shoulder covers. As a 100,000-year blue-silver emperor, having lived in the blue-silver forest for countless years before shapeshifting, the color of the blue-silver grass had long been rooted in Ayin's heart, so all of Ayin's clothing was primarily deep blue. Her wet, deep blue long hair draped over Ayin's shoulders. Seeing Chian Runway waiting for her with such energy, Ayin felt a bitter smile in her heart. She had originally wanted to drag out some time in the bathroom until Chian Runway fell asleep. She planned to let Xunji get up before Chian Runway woke up the next day, and then she would lie down beside Chian Runway to fool her, but now it seemed the plan had gone bankrupt. Little Chian Runway insisted on seeing her and Xunji lying on her left and right sides. Ayin was helpless. After using her own spirit power to evaporate all the moisture from her wet hair, she got on the bed from the other side, reached out to pull Chian Runway into her arms, and lay down, keeping more distance from Xunji. Pretending as if nothing had happened, she tapped Chian Runway's petite nose and said, "Are you satisfied now, you little troublemaker?" Chian Runway clearly did not notice Ayin's little trick. She hugged Ayin like an octopus, nodded happily, and made sounds. Children are clearly closer to their mothers, and a mother's embrace is also warmer, softer, and smells better than a father's. After both parents were in bed, lying on her left and right sides, Chian Runway, who had long been sleepy, quickly fell into a sweet sleep. After hearing Chian Runway's even breathing, Ayin looked at Xunji, who was lying down in front of her. She pursed her lips, took a few deep breaths, and finally gathered the courage to transmit her voice, "Xunji." Xunji replied with a single word, "Speak. I will stay in Spirit Hall and be a good mom to Xiao Shui. I won't think about returning to the Clear Sky sect anymore. Can you spare a few of the blue-silver kings in the ice and fire yin-yang well?" Seeing that Xunji did not respond, Ayin continued, "I am a 100,000-year blue-silver emperor. The emperor does not meet the emperor. In one forest, there can only be one blue-silver emperor. This is the rule of the blue-silver clan. Of the blue-silver kings you planted in the ice and fire yin-yang well, only one can evolve from a blue-silver king to a blue-silver emperor. No matter how long the others cultivate in the ice and fire yin-yang well, under the suppression of the blue-silver emperor's aura, they can only reach 99,999 years of cultivation in the end. It is impossible for them to become a 100,000-year blue-silver emperor. As a 100,000-year blue-silver emperor, I can leave behind a seed of life after sacrificing myself, and I will not die. As long as I accumulate enough energy to recultivate, I can become a 100,000-year blue-silver emperor again, and I can sacrifice myself again to produce a 100,000-year spirit ring and a 100,000-year spirit bone. I can take the place of the blue-silver kings you let go. By the time I sacrifice myself, you should have already inherited the Asura god, and Xiao Shui will be grown up and won't rely on me so much. It should be very easy for you to help me restore my 100,000-year cultivation once I have become a seed of life. I won't tell anyone about this. Please, spare some of the blue-silver kings." Xunji opened his eyes and looked at her determined and firm, beautiful face. He hadn't expected this grass to have such resolve, and said, "Ayin, you are a rebirth, you should know about the Shrek 7 devils." Yes, although Ayin was puzzled as to how Xunji knew about the Shrek 7 gods who had become gods when he had died long ago, she thought about how there were other rebirths on this continent, and Xunji must have learned about it from them. Why do you think I have the uncles of the Elders Hall produce offspring? Do you think I can't cultivate a group of divinities for Spirit Hall? Things had reached this point, and Ayin was so obedient, truly treating Chian Runway as her own daughter and caring for her, so Qian Xunji no longer needed to hide it from Ayin. It is easy for a divinity to resurrect a spirit beast. I won't lie to you. I plan to have those blue silver kings be sacrificed to the geniuses in Spirit Hall who have the potential to become divinities. Afterward, those children will resurrect the blue silver kings, turning them into humans. Humans, compared to you spirit beasts, have unique talent for cultivation and faster speed. Once those blue silver kings are resurrected as humans, their talent will be even better than you, a shape-shifted blue silver emperor. A shape-shifted spirit beast at the mature stage as human. This statement is purely laughable. Once a spirit beast, always a spirit beast for life. Mature stage, human. What kind of human drops spirit rings and spirit bones upon death? It's just a bit of sleight of hand that can only fool those low-level spirit masters. For a shape-shifted spirit beast, not to mention reaching the shape-shifting stage, even if they reach level 100 and become a divinity, they will still drop spirit rings and spirit bones upon death. This proves that spirit beasts are always spirit beasts. As long as they are spirit beasts, with the same configuration, other than lifespan, they cannot compare to humans in other aspects. And this lifespan, honestly, like the Snow Empress, living for countless years in the far north, looking at white everywhere, repeating the same life. Honestly, Qian Xunji would rather not have that much lifespan, living like that is pure torture. Hearing Qian Xunji's words, the determination and firmness on Ayin's face were swept away, replaced by ecstasy. She had not expected that Qian Xunji was planning to use the Blue Silver Kings as spirit rings for the future geniuses in Spirit Hall who had the potential to become divinities, and that they would be resurrected as humans. There's no need to resurrect them as humans, they could completely be resurrected as divine beasts, like the Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape from her past life. In the God realm, the Sky Azure Bull Python became the Sky Azure Dragon God. Qian Xunji was right. This was truly a heaven-sent opportunity for the Blue-Silver Forest. Heaven blesses the Blue-Silver Forest. Qian Xunji, thank you. After knowing Qian Xunji's plan, Ayin's last bit of resentment and resistance toward Qian Xunji completely dissolved. Chapter 109. Tang Chen, The Secret Room, Everything for the Clear Sky Sect. Brother Hao, stop drinking. You can't keep drinking. In the chaotic Clear Sky Plaza, Tang Hao, who had just woken up after spitting blood from sheer fury, acted as if he had lost his mind. He grabbed wine jars one after another, drinking frantically. The ground was littered with shards of empty wine jars. Compared to his image as a groom when he first attended the wedding, sporting a somewhat flashy hairstyle and the temperament of a dashing young master, his hair was now a disheveled mess like a bird's nest. His groom's attire was torn in several places, soaked with unknown amounts of alcohol, and reeking of spirits. Tang Xiao grabbed Tang Hao's arm, trying to stop him from drinking further. Having just spat blood from internal injury and now drinking this frantically, even a spirit master's body couldn't withstand it. Big brother, Donger doesn't want me anymore. Donger doesn't love me anymore. Donger left with Qian Xunji. I don't want to live. Tang Hao looked deeply sorrowful, his face wet, whether from alcohol or tears, it was unclear. After speaking, he raised the wine jar in his hand again and poured the liquid into his mouth. Second brother, BBDong is still at the Clear Sky Sect. That woman didn't go to Spirit Hall. Tang Yuehua said, her eyes teary as she saw her beloved second brother in such pain. Brother Hao, Big brother told you long ago that BBDong is born with a rebellious nature. A woman who is so deranged and has a heart of rebellion isn't worth your affection. She isn't fit to be your wife. You just wouldn't listen and insisted on trying to win that woman over. Ignoring the long speech, Tang Hao let Tang Xiao's words go in one ear and out the other, catching only what Tang Yuehua had said. BBDong was still at the Clear Sky Sect. Big brother, Yuehua, Donger is still at the Clear Sky Sect. Is Donger willing to accept me? Where is Donger? Tang Hao's gaze suddenly caught sight of a few strands of pinkish-purple hair scattered near where Qian Xunji had been sitting at Clear Sky Plaza. Upon closer inspection, he could even spot some bloodstains and shattered teeth. This is Donger's hair. Tang Hao quickly recognized the owner of the pinkish-purple hair, After all, in the entire Clear Sky sect, only BBDong had that hair color. As for the blood-stained teeth, with his thick-headed nature, he certainly couldn't identify them, but with the teeth scattered near the pink hair, he strongly suspected they belonged to BBDong as well. Tang Hao picked up the pink hair, his eyes reddening as he roared, "Big brother, Yuehua, what happened to Donger? What on earth happened to Donger?" Tang Xiao didn't answer because when Tang Lai had left and angrily slapped BBDong, he had also kicked her several times. Tang Yuehua shouted through her tears, "Second brother, father has already been angered to death by BBDong. The Clear Sky sect has also become the laughingstock of the Spirit Master's world because of her. You are still speaking up for BBDong. Do you only want to pursue love and not the Clear Sky sect anymore?" Hearing that his father was on the verge of death and the Clear Sky sect had become a laughingstock, Tang Hao finally snapped back to reality. In his heart, the Clear Sky sect was ultimately the most important thing. Every disciple of the Clear Sky sect was taught from a young age that the sect's interests were paramount. In the face of the sect, whether it be friends, brothers, lovers, or even children, if they dared to stand against the sect, one should not hesitate to crush them. "Father, father," Tang Hao knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly for a long time. Yet, soon enough, he made the same choice as in his previous life: love was more important. In Tang Hao's hierarchy of importance, Clear Sky sect greater than love, greater than father. Just like in the original work, after Ayin sacrificed herself, to ensure the safety of the Clear Sky sect, he let Qian Xunji go. He let Tang San take the legacy spirit bone to the Clear Sky sect to seek atonement, revitalize the Clear Sky sect, and pay respects to the grandfather who was angered to death, while he remained in the cave to accompany the Blue-Silver Emperor's seed of life. "Big brother, give Donger one more chance, just give Donger one more chance. I believe Donger will be able to recognize her mistakes this time, and I will definitely be able to move Donger." Hearing this, Tang Xiao, who had cherished his younger brother immensely since his rebirth, almost felt like slapping Tang Hao. However, before Tang Xiao could act, someone, or more accurately, a whip, was faster. A black gleam flashed, and the sound of tearing air rang out. A pitch-black whip as thick as a finger lashed fiercely against Tang Hao, causing him to scream in pain. "Grandfather!" they both exclaimed. Tang Xiao and Tang Yuehua looked in the direction the black whip came from. A skeleton arrived in a wheelchair. Wasn't this skeleton Tang Chen? "Grandfather!" Seeing Tang Chen whip him, Tang Hao wondered if this meant he wasn't allowed to give BBDong another chance. A thought faintly emerged in his heart: to secretly take BBDong and elope, fleeing to the ends of the earth. After all, BBDong had said the Clear Sky sect kept too close a watch on her, making her feel extremely oppressed, like a mouse raised in an iron cage to be toyed with. If he took BBDong away from the Clear Sky sect to live freely on the continent and treated her well, perhaps BBDong would truly be moved by him. Tang Chen looked at Tang Hao with some heartache, this grandson who most resembled him and of whom he was most proud. His gaze was cold as he said, "Hao, it is better for you not to know about what happens next." Tang Chen lashed his whip once more, striking Tang Hao's forehead hard, and Tang Hao was immediately knocked unconscious. After knocking Tang Hao unconscious, Tang Chen released the long whip in his hand and began to pant heavily, looking as if he were about to collapse from exhaustion. "Grandfather!" Tang Xiao rushed to Tang Chen's side and channeled his spirit power into Tang Chen's body. The next moment, Tang Xiao's expression was one of extreme shock, for he could feel that the vitality in Tang Chen's body was like a candle burning to its end, ready to extinguish at any moment. "Shower, grandfather's time is running out. I am about to die. Listen carefully to what comes next. Before an old man dies, he releases all the adrenaline stored in his body at once, becoming particularly energetic in the final days. The moment that adrenaline is exhausted is the moment of death." Tang Chen's limit Douluo level mental force could naturally sense that the adrenaline was about to be depleted. "Grandfather, please speak." Tang Xiao nodded with tears in his eyes. He had just lost his father, and now his grandfather was dying too. There would no longer be anyone to shelter him, and everything concerning the Clear Sky sect would have to be carried by him. "BBDong, you deserve to die. Hao is too infatuated, he is a descendant of our Tang clan. He might do something foolish for BBDong again. You must stop him. Our Clear Sky sect simply has no capital left to gamble. Tang Xiao nodded. I will, grandfather, I will. Tang Chen continued. After this incident, Hauer's mind is clouded. Unless BBDong truly falls in love with him, he has no possibility of cultivating to level 99 on his own and becoming a god. But our Clear Sky sect can no longer afford to gamble. Therefore, this is grandfather's last order before I die. Either one of you two brothers must make BBDong bear offspring for our Clear Sky sect who have the potential to become gods. That child is the final hope of our Clear Sky sect. For the future of the Clear Sky sect, you must do this. Chapter 110. Tang Yuehua, then just get rid of it. Without a divinity, no matter how many limit Douluo the Clear Sky sect produces, it would have no say. Facing Spirit Hall, they would always have to watch Spirit Hall's expression, walking on a tightrope, as Spirit Hall could wipe them out at any moment. Tang Xiao had been branded by the sea god and could not become a god. As for Tang Hao, because of the incident with BBDong, unless she truly fell in love with him, his heart would remain obstructed, and he had also lost the possibility of becoming a god. BBDong, Tang Chen wished he could slice this woman into pieces, eat her flesh, sleep on her skin, drink her blood, crush her bones, and tear her corpse into 10,000 pieces 100 times over, and even that would not be enough to vent the hatred in his heart. However, even so, Tang Chen's hatred for BBDong could only rank second. The person he hated most, was still Chian Xunji, who had snatched away his Bos Saii. Snatched away his Asura god position. Snatched away his granddaughter-in-law. He had broken one of his arms and one of his legs, turned him into a spirit saint, reduced his strength to less than 2 or 3/10 of his prime, and cuckolded him, otherwise, none of this would have happened. He would inherit the Asura god position, holding Bos Saii in one hand and destroying Spirit Hall with the other, then hold a grand wedding with Bos Saii. Facing his might, BBDong, this woman with a naturally rebellious bone, would only be able to obediently marry his Hauer, not daring to have any hidden agendas. Ayin would gradually be moved by Shower and marry Shower. Afterwards, the Clear Sky sect would possess him, Hauer, BBDong, the child of him and Bos Saii, the child of Hauer and BBDong, and the child of Shower and Ayin, 6 divinities. The Douluo continent would change its surname to Tang, and the Tang clan would ascend to the god realm, embarking on a new path of domination. The Tang clan would be glorious for 10,000 generations. It was a pity that all of this had become a bubble. Tang Chen could only resort to the final desperate measure, have either Tang Xiao or Tang Hao take down BBDong. It would not only cuckold Chian Xunji, putting a green hat on him to repay some of the humiliation Chian Xunji had inflicted upon the Clear Sky sect, but also provide the Clear Sky sect with its last hope for a comeback, its final seed. Tang Xiao's expression stiffened slightly. For him or Brother Hao to act against BBDong, judging by Brother Hao's words just now, Brother Hao would likely not do such a thing. If he knew of this plan, he might just, like in his previous life, secretly run away with BBDong and flee for his life. Just like in his previous life with Ayin, facing the pursuit of Spirit Hall. Him, the person he loved was Ayin, how could he do such a thing? If he did this, how could he be worthy of his love for Ayin? Shower, for the sake of the Clear Sky sect, for the survival of the Clear Sky sect, you must do this. You must do this. Do you understand? Do you understand me? Tang Chen's voice grew weaker and weaker. After saying this, his final adrenaline was completely burned out, his hair fell out entirely, his eyes dimmed, his breathing stopped, he lowered his head, and he breathed his last. Grandfather. Tang Xiao knelt on the ground, and tears of grief slid down from his eyes once again. Combined over 2 lifetimes, the tears Tang Xiao had shed likely did not amount to as much as he had shed this single night. The next morning, Chian Xunji, Ayin, and Chian Runway left the Clear Sky sect and returned to Spirit Hall. What was there to see at a funeral banquet? Once they had watched the grand drama of BBDong sabotaging the Clear Sky sect, it was over. Because Tang Xiao was still an 88th rank Spirit Douluo, absorbing the spirit bone would take time, and traveling to the Star Do Great Forest to obtain his 9th spirit ring would also take time. Fearing that unscrupulous people outside, upon learning that the Clear Sky sect's 2 major titled Douluo combat powers had both died overnight, would realize the Clear Sky sect's strength was greatly diminished, and that hostile forces outside with grudges against the Clear Sky sect might have malicious thoughts or take action against them, the Clear Sky sect temporarily concealed the news of Tang Chen's passing. Soon, the farcical wedding between Tang Hao and BBDong spread throughout the entire Spirit Masters world, and the Spirit Masters world immediately exploded. Countless Spirit Masters discussed it heatedly. What kind of judgment did Tang Hao have to fancy such a woman? He not only made himself vomit blood from anger but also angered his own father to death. The Clear Sky sect had truly brought this upon themselves, actually snatching such a woman back to the Clear Sky sect. Not only had they completely offended the current #1 sect in the world, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, but they had also brought a super jinx back to the Clear Sky sect. As for BBDong calling Chian Xunji her teacher and wanting to go to Spirit Hall, this matter didn't generate much discussion. The Spirit Masters present deduced from the affairs of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, the Clear Sky sect, and Spirit Hall that BBDong was likely the type of fickle woman who would use any means necessary to climb higher. Calling Chian Xunji her teacher was just like jumping from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to the Clear Sky sect, merely climbing the social ladder. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. BBDong, you mercenary, sycophantic, and fickle woman, you have finally met your retribution. Serves you right, ha ha ha. Serves you right. After learning the news, Yu Shaogang laughed wildly, laughing until tears streamed down his face. He could already imagine, given the temper of the Tang family, members of the Clear Sky sect, what kind of brutal beating BBDong would face after Chian Xunji rejected her. He even felt some regret that he hadn't gone to the Clear Sky sect with his second uncle to witness Tang Hao's farcical wedding. Spirit Hall. Upon learning that BBDong had angered sect master Tang Jen to death and made Tang Hao vomit blood, Qian Douluo couldn't help but exclaim that Chian Xunji rejecting BBDong was indeed a display of foresight. Some people were truly impossible to domesticate. Half a month had passed since the farcical incident. Inside a secret chamber in the Clear Sky sect. Let me out, let me out. Big brother, you can't do this. I can definitely move Donger. Give me one more chance. You can't do this. Otherwise, I will hate you for the rest of my life. Tang Hao. Tang Hao was currently locked on a bed inside the secret chamber, his four limbs bound by iron chains as thick as a wrist, his spirit power sealed, and he was roaring at the top of his lungs. The thing Tang Hao was talking about was, of course, that Theshkret chamber spirit Douluo. Tang Xiao was about to be born. It wasn't that Tang Xiao hadn't given Tang Hao a chance. For the sake of the Clear Sky sect's future and to fulfill the last order given by his grandfather Tang Chen before he died, he had specifically ordered a healing-type spirit master to treat BBDong, who had been brutally beaten by Tang Lai and a group of Clear Sky sect disciples, was severely injured, and was almost disfigured beyond recognition, and restore her to her beautiful and charming appearance. Afterwards, Tang Xiao had specifically prepared a secret chamber for Tang Hao and BBDong, with the walls coated in highly volatile aphrodisiacs. However, not long after, Tang Hao directly used the Great Sumeru Hammer and the Pierce technique of the Clear Sky 9 Absolutes to demolish the secret chamber, furiously questioning why they had hurt BBDong so much, and prepared to take BBDong and flee the Clear Sky sect. Tang Hao activated the Slaughter God domain, injuring several Clear Sky sect disciples along the way. It was only when Tang Xiao and several elders joined forces that they were able to suppress Tang Hao. After realizing that Tang Hao was beyond hope, Tang Xiao, for the sake of the Clear Sky sect's future, finally decided to let go of his love for Ayin. The education Tang Xiao had received was consistent with Tang Hao's. In his heart, the Clear Sky sect is greater than or equal to love. Tang Yuehua was beside Tang Hao, tears falling continuously. Seeing her brother Hao so obsessed and deluded, BBDong had angered their father to death, yet he still wouldn't hold it against her. She finally exploded, "Second brother, why? Why is there only BBDong in your eyes? Am I not enough?" Chapter 111. Secret Chamber, Secret Chamber, Secret Chamber. Compared to BBDong, where exactly do I fall short? Tang Yuehua learned about the events of her past life and was informed by Tang Xiao that in that past life, she had remained unmarried her entire life. She speculated that in her past life, she might have also fallen in love with her second brother. No, not might, it must have been certain, because her second brother was even more dazzling in her past life than in this one. Losing to Ayin, Tang Yuehua felt helpless, but aside from her appearance and talent to cultivate, in what other way was BBDong superior to her? BBDong possessed twin spirits and her talent to cultivate was unrivaled on the continent. That was true, but when it came to the zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, and musical instruments, if she claimed to be second in the entire continent, no one would dare to claim to be first. BBDong's beauty was only a notch above her own, but she considered her own temperament to be superior to BBDong's. In the original story, Tang Yuehua's temperament rivaled that of BBDong in her supreme pontiff persona. However, at this moment, BBDong had not yet become the supreme pontiff. Instead, ever since the rose-colored glasses through which she viewed Yu Shaogang had shattered, she had been living what she considered a miserable life, so how could her temperament compare to that of the supreme pontiff? Overall, Tang Yuehua believed that her charm was evenly matched with BBDong's. Tang Yuehua was unconvinced, very unconvinced. Why was Tang Hao acting like a madman, loving BBDong so much and indulging her so much? Furthermore, after learning that she had also loved Tang Hao in her past life, Tang Yuehua, just like in the original story, gathered her courage once more to confess to Tang Hao. After all, in the original story, Tang Yuehua's way of addressing Tang Hao was Hao, which was the same way Ayin addressed Tang Hao. Yuehua, what are you saying? Tang Hao snapped back to reality, his expression strange. Why did his younger sister's words sound so odd? Tang Yuehua could no longer control her inner emotions. The sound of high heels clicking against the floor rang out as she rushed forward and threw herself into Tang Hao's arms, sobbing, "Second brother, don't you understand yet? I like you, I have fallen in love with you." How? Tang Hao's mental state was on the verge of collapse. He would never have imagined that his own sister had actually fallen in love with him. This wasn't Ayin's adopted sister, but his own biological sister. Yuehua, you are confused. We are biological siblings. How can we love each other? The reason close relatives cannot marry is precisely because there is a huge possibility that any offspring will be deformed. Tang Yuehua clutched her chest and immediately said, "Then can't we just get rid of it?" "How? I will love you even more than BBDong does. Everything I have, you can take at any time. Will you accept me?" Yuehua, feelings cannot be forced. My heart has already been completely occupied by Donger. If you truly love me and treat me as your second brother, then second brother begs you, let me out and stop big brother. If big brother truly does that, I will never forgive him in this lifetime. Hearing Tang Hao still so infatuated with BBDong, his words were as if they were what BBDong had said to Xunji at the wedding scene. Tang Yuehua's tears fell, and she ran out of the secret chamber, crying. "Yuehua, let me out. Tang Xiao, what are you doing? Do you want to kill me? Then come and do it." In another dim secret chamber, seeing Tang Xiao looking at her with a cold, piercing gaze, as if he wanted to tear her to pieces, BBDong roared back with an aura that was not weak in the slightest. When Tang Xiao had previously arranged for her and Tang Hao to enter the secret chamber, the walls had been rigged with a large amount of aphrodisiacs. And her heart was filled with murderous intent toward the Clear Sky sect. Xunji didn't want her, and she couldn't escape the Clear Sky sect. Rather than being humiliated, death should be the best choice. It was just a pity that if she could find a chance and grow stronger, she would slaughter the Clear Sky sect in this life, and also wipe out Spirit Hall, excluding Huliena, to let Xunji know that he would regret rejecting her. Tang Xiao said coldly, "Death is too easy for you. You caused the death of my father and caused Brother Hao to become infatuated and suffer severe heartbreak, greatly damaging his future potential. A genius that our Clear Sky sect encounters once in a century was ruined by you just like that. You want to die. How could things be so cheap for you? What do you want? What do I want? Of course, I want you to compensate our Clear Sky sect with a genius. Since you seduced Brother Hao in the secret chamber last time, this time, you won't have any chance." BBDong's pupils contracted sharply, a look of terror filling her face, and her delicate body began to tremble. Tang Xiao was going to do to her what that beast Xunji had done in her past life. BBDong turned to run, but where could she escape to in this secret chamber? With a wave of his hand, Tang Xiao, having reached level 90 spirit power after absorbing the spirit bone left behind by the deceased sect master Tang Jen, unleashed his overwhelming power, and BBDong was instantly grabbed by him. "Tang Xiao, how dare you? If you dare to do that, I will definitely kill you." BBDong struggled continuously, desperately trying to flee forward while held within the restraint of Tang Xiao's spirit power, her mouth emitting a trembling roar. Tang Xiao paid no heed to BBDong's roars, as if he didn't do this, BBDong wouldn't kill him anyway. In his mind, he once again recalled the woman who haunted his dreams and whom he had loved deeply for 2 lifetimes. He murmured, internally, Ayin, what is most important in my heart is still the sect. As these words fell, Tang Xiao's gaze returned to the shouting BBDong, his gentle expression turning cold once more. Re-up, ah, the sound of fabric tearing rang out, and BBDong's scream followed. I will definitely kill you, Tang Xiao. I, BBDong, will definitely exterminate your entire Clear Sky sect. Ah, soon, BBDong's continuous, heart-wrenching screams and cries of pain, along with the rising and falling sounds of intense collision, filled the air. Tang Xiao vented all the pain of his father being angered to death and his younger brother being harmed, showing absolutely no tenderness toward the fair maiden. Spirit Hall. Several days had already passed since Xunji, Ayin, and Chian Runway returned to the Supreme Pontiff Palace. These past few days, Chian Runway had been clamoring every day to sleep between Xunji and Ayin. That night, Xunji lay on the bed, gently patting Chian Runway's shoulder. Just as he had coaxed Chian Runway to sleep, Ayin walked out of the bathroom. Ever since that night at the Clear Sky sect, when Ayin learned that Xunji had sacrificed the blue-silver king of the ice and fire yin-yang well to serve as a resource for the future geniuses of Spirit Hall who had the potential to become gods, and that those geniuses would resurrect the blue-silver kings, her aversion and resistance toward Xunji had been eliminated. She was no longer as reserved before Xunji as she used to be. Similarly, after sleeping with Xunji and Ayin for several days, although Chian Runway still insisted on sleeping with her father and mother, she no longer waited for Xunji and Ayin to get into bed together before going to sleep obediently. Seeing that Xunji had already coaxed Chian Runway to sleep, Ayin evaporated the moisture from her hair and then got into bed to rest. Ayin had only just closed her eyes for a minute when she suddenly felt a palm resting on her body. This palm was broad and thick, completely different from Chian Runway's soft, small palms. Ayin opened her beautiful eyes sharply, only to see that Xunji, not knowing when, had moved in front of her and was lying on top of her, looking at her. Qian, mph. Ayin had just managed to utter one word when Xunji leaned down and blocked her red lips. Chapter 112 Taking Down Ayin. Xunji, you can't treat me like this, you can't. Ayin seemed worried about waking Chian Runway, so she suppressed her voice, filled with shame and indignation. Back at the Clear Sky sect during Tang Hao's wedding, she had gradually lost hope in Tang Hao. When Xunji said he was afraid Ayin would misunderstand, she had guessed that Xunji might try to make a move on her, which is why she had asked that question that night at the Clear Sky sect, hoping to preserve her purity. Because Xunji had kept her people in captivity as spirit rings, it was truly difficult for her to develop any affection for him. After learning of the opportunity Xunji had given to the blue-silver forest and her people, and also because of Chian Runway, she had gradually begun to develop some affection for Xunji. While she might eventually change her mind over time, she was far from reaching that point now. Xunji felt that Ayin's struggle was not particularly intense, and he vaguely guessed her thoughts. At this moment, he had 2 choices: force his way with Ayin, which would leave her feeling depressed for a while, requiring him to coax her slowly to make her completely submit, or slowly break through Ayin's bottom line step by step, letting things happen naturally. Xunji naturally chose the second option. He didn't have so much leisure time to slowly coax Ayin, and besides, Chian Runway didn't know why Ayin was depressed, so it would be troublesome if they started arguing. Besides, breaking through her bottom line step by step was obviously more exciting. Xunji leaned down again, blocking Ayin's red lips, and reached out his devilish claws to invade her entire body, aiming to conquer Ayin in one fell swoop. Ayin's delicate body gradually grew hot. She was completely unable to resist the techniques Xunji had learned during his 7 years of training with Bos Saii. The physiological pleasure did not completely swallow her reason, and she revealed a helpless gaze. Gradually, Ayin closed her beautiful eyes, and 2 lines of clear tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Just as she was preparing to welcome the ensuing storm, Chian Xunji stopped abruptly. Chian Xunji rolled over back to his original position, as if nothing had happened. He pulled the quilt over Chian Runway, closed his eyes, and emitted the sound of even breathing. Ayin woke as if from a dream. She sat up on the bed, turning her head to look at Chian Xunji, who had stopped abruptly and lay on the bed as if he had done nothing. A surge of anger, annoyance, shame, reluctance, and other emotions welled up in her heart. Ayin glared fiercely at Chian Xunji. Suddenly, the scent of privet flowers wafted into her nose, and the unnatural feeling of her clothes transmitted to her brain through her skin. Ayin looked down. Her knee-length skirt had been pushed up by Chian Xunji to her abdomen, very close to her chest. Her bodice was messy, and her two long, perfect, straight legs were exposed to the air, along with her blue and white lace underwear. As someone who had experienced rebirth and had sufficient knowledge in this area, Ayin's exquisite face turned red, like a monkey's butt, and even her neck was flushed red. Ayin tidied up her messy clothes, got up, took something the size of a palm from the wardrobe, changed it in the bathroom, and returned to the bedroom. She glared at Chian Xunji again, then carefully held the sleeping Chian Runway in her arms to prevent Chian Xunji from making another move on her, and rested. Ayin actually didn't want to sleep here, but this was her room in Spirit Hall. If she didn't live here, where else could she live? Should she run to Chian Xunji's room in the middle of the night? If the Spirit Hall guards saw her, would she still have any face left? A year and a half later. In Spirit Hall, at the estate of the third elder, Sword Lord Chen, the cry of an infant rang out. Among the 6 elders of Spirit Hall, excluding Qian Dalu, one elder finally had a new descendant. The 7 elders of the enshrinement hall, Chian Xunji, Ayin, and Chian Runway all came to offer congratulations. The 6 elders, the newly promoted 6th elder, was Thousand Jun Douluo, who had overtaken Feather Douluo, who was still busy making children. As for Demon Douluo, because Thousand Jun Douluo had handed over the arduous task of making children to Demon Douluo was unable to calm down and focus on cultivate like Thousand Jun Douluo, touching the bottleneck of level 96 and making a breakthrough to level 96. Therefore, Demon Douluo was still at the peak realm of level 95. As for Ayin, after that night a year and a half ago, to prevent Chian Xunji from succeeding, Ayin hid from him every day. At night, she would either sleep with Chian Runway, mother and daughter together, or hold Chian Runway, the 3 of them sleeping together, not giving Chian Xunji any chance. However, this couldn't stump Chian Xunji at all. Chian Xunji sent Chian Runway to learn to read with Chian Dalu. Without Chian Runway as a protective umbrella, he directly pinned Ayin to the wall in her room and started third base. In just a few days, he hit a home run and captured her. As for having children with Ayin, Chian Xunji just let it happen naturally. He didn't treat her like he treated Bos Saii, without any holidays, 3 hours every day. After all, Ayin's spirit was the Blue-Silver Emperor, a top-tier plant-type spirit. Its quality was slightly inferior compared to the Seraphim. Unless he became a divinity and bestowed a spirit, it was impossible to have twin spirits, it could only be a holy-type Seraphim. Third brother, congratulations, congratulations. Third brother, congratulations, congratulations. Third uncle, congratulations, congratulations. Chian Dalu asked, third brother, what is this child called? Chen Wei, the way of brilliance. Sword Lord Chen said the name he had long thought of for his grandson. The 7-kill sword was passed down through a single line. With Chen Chen still alive, even if he exhausted his essence and became a stud, he couldn't produce a descendant with the 7-kill sword spirit, so it could only be done by his son, Chen Chen. For this reason, after confirming that Chen Chen only had the sword Dao in his heart and was completely uninterested in continuing the family line, and no matter what, was unwilling to have children, Sword Lord Chen had to endure the threat of Chen Chen cutting off all contact. He slapped Chen Chen unconscious and had a spirit saint level female spirit master from Spirit Hall lock Chen Chen in a secret room. Although the 7-kill sword was passed down through a single line, the possibility of continuing the family line seemed relatively high. Chen Chen was only locked in the secret room once, and he hit the target. Having done such a thing, his sword heart was no longer clear. Sword Lord Chen no longer had the possibility of breaking through to the level 99 limit Douluo realm on his own. Because Chen Xin was locked in the secret room, his sword heart was even less clear and was severely tarnished. If he couldn't walk out of it, level 95 would be the end. The name Chen Wei was filled with Sword Lord Chen's expectations, hoping that this child would step into a higher peak of the Sword Dao, achieve divinity, and leave a brilliant mark for the Chen family on the continent. After Chen Wei was hungry and had filled his stomach, Qian Xunji let Chian Runway take him as a master. Chapter 113. Chian Runway takes a master. Third uncle, I hope you can be Xiaoshui's teacher. The weapon of the six-winged angel martial soul is a sword, and the weapon of the angel god is also the angelic sacred sword. In Spirit Hall, no one has a stronger understanding of the Tao of the sword than you. I hope you can instruct Xiaoshui in the knowledge of the Tao of the sword. Qian Xunji said. Chian Runway was already 3 years old. In his original world, 3 was the age for kindergarten, so it was time for Chian Runway to take a master and lay a foundation. The Tao of the sword was an endless path. The stronger her understanding of the Tao of the sword, the stronger Chian Runway's strength would be in the future. As for the sea god's weapon, the sea god trident, a trident is not a sword. Qian Xunji never thought of having Chian Runway inherit the sea god position. In the future, the sea god martial soul would be discarded and used as nutrients for the six-winged angel martial soul to absorb, strengthening the spirit, allowing the six-winged angel martial soul to evolve and become stronger, and inheriting the angel god position. God positions created by faith would suffer a weakening of the power brought by the legacy if there is no power of faith. However, if the successor is a descendant of this divinity and possesses the God-bestowed spirit of the divinity's master, they would not be affected. Like the original Chian Runway, who inherited the angel god position, although her combat power was lackluster, she was, after all, a first-level god equivalent to the sea god. At that time, Sea God Island and the ocean were filled with sea spirit masters and sea spirit beasts who worshipped the sea god. But on the continent, how many people worshipped the angel god? One could even say, how many people even knew of the angel god? Even Ningfengji was unaware and needed Yu Shaogang to educate him. Even if they didn't worship the angel god but worshipped Spirit Hall, the total number of spirit masters on the entire continent was less than 100,000. How much faith could these 100,000 people create, and how pure could it be? It was estimated that there might not even be 10,000 people. They couldn't even compare to the faith created by the spirit masters of Sea God Island. On Sea God Island, whether it was their attire, architectural style, the sea god sacred pillars on each island, the sea god trials, or the sea god temple, everything reminded the sea spirit masters of the sea god's existence. The method of propagating faith was simply not on the same dimension as Spirit Hall, where only the Enshrinement Hall and the Supreme Pontiff knew of the angel god's existence. And when the two great empires used their full national strength to attack the Spirit Empire, how many of the common people of the two empires, who were all boiling with fervor to support their nations, would worship Spirit Hall? Propagating faith is easy, and creating faith is not difficult, but the key lies in continuing that faith. However, the birth of faith signifies the emergence of a soil for sin. Qian Xunji still did not want his daughter to come into contact with these things, knowing about them was enough. The most poisonous is a woman's heart. The defensive lines of values and worldviews for women in the Douluo continent were truly a bit fragile. It was too easy to go from a normal person to a T0 version. There were a whole bunch of people who believed love was greater than everything. Qian Xunji could not imagine what would happen if, after Chian Runway inherited the god position, she went to propagate and continue that faith. As a descendant of the angel god, using the angel martial soul to inherit the angel god position meant the spirit would become the self. As long as the six-winged angel martial soul became stronger, the angel god position would also become stronger. There was no need to rack one's brain to absorb the power of faith. Sword Lord Chen looked at Chian Runway gently. The 3-year-old Chian Runway wore her blue-gold hair long. With her chubby baby face, thin lips, curved willow eyebrows, and a pair of azure eyes that were clear to the bottom, without a trace of impurities, they seemed to be able to speak. Cute, spirited, lively, any word describing the beauty of a child could be applied to her. Since joining the Enshrinement Hall, the various enshriners there, regardless of how they addressed each other or their way of interacting, were truly like brothers. He had gradually integrated into their midst and treated Chian Runway, who called him third grandpa, as his own granddaughter. Xiaoshui, are you willing to take this old man as your master? Sword Lord Chen asked gently. He knew who Chian Runshui's true mother was, and he was also clear that although Chian Runshui had not yet awakened her spirit, her talent was absolutely the top in the continent, an existence that no one could compare to. To have such a little girl with top-tier continental talent as a disciple. Not to mention that he was Chian Runshui's third grandpa. If it were any high-level spirit master from any family or sect in the entire continent, aside from the Clear Sky sect, they would be overjoyed to the point of madness. Xiaoshui greets teacher. Chian Runshui, following what Qian Xunji had taught her yesterday, clasped her hands and performed a standard master-taking salute. Sword Lord Chen said, "Good, Xiaoshui, you are now this old man's disciple. This old man will impart all my understanding of the sword, as well as everything I have learned in my life, to you. You must come here tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock to learn from me, don't oversleep and be late." Qian Dalu stood to the side without any objections. Although his cultivation was higher than Sword Lord Chen's, when it came to understanding the Tao of the sword, he was indeed inferior to Sword Lord Chen. Sword Lord Chen's understanding of the sword was no longer confined to ordinary sword move, but had entered a realm where one communicates with the sword and reaches the intent. The more the granddaughter learned from Sword Lord Chen, the higher the achievements she would be able to attain in the future. After everyone had left, Qian Xunji's storage spirit tool shone, and a grass that was emerald green, exuding a luster, and shaped like a sword appeared in his hand. Third uncle, this is the immortal herb ink jade sword bamboo. Wait until Xiaohui is 6 years old, awakens his spirit, and learns meditation techniques before giving it to him to consume. Ink jade sword bamboo. Sword Lord Chen saw at a glance that this immortal herb was quite extraordinary and asked, "Supreme Pontiff, what are the benefits after consuming this ink jade sword bamboo?" Qian Xunji patiently said, "Ink jade sword bamboo focuses on toughness and rigidity. After consumption, the medicinal power circulates, consolidating the foundation and cultivating the origin, which can greatly increase a spirit master's cultivate speed. The toughness and rigidity attributes within it can also be integrated into the spirit as the body refines the medicinal power, strengthening the 7-kill sword spirit. Is that so, Supreme Pontiff? This immortal herb might not be suitable for wear. You should take it back." Seeing that Qian Xunji was somewhat puzzled, Sword Lord Chen informed him, "Supreme Pontiff, we swordsmen spend our entire lives cultivate just to explore the higher peaks of the Tao of the sword. And this path of the sword can only be realized and explored by ourselves. Only in this way can it be considered a path of the sword that truly belongs to us swordsmen, without being influenced by the cultivate path of a senior. The foundation consolidation of the ink jade sword bamboo can indeed greatly increase wearer's cultivate speed in the early stages, but after reaching level 95, if wearer wants to explore the path of the sword and continue to break through, the toughness and rigidity attributes of the ink jade sword bamboo, attached to the 7-kill sword, will certainly affect the steps wearer takes on his path of the sword, causing wearer to be unable to fully unearth his own sword talent. Temporary cultivate speed was simply not important to Sword Lord Chen. After level 95, that was the true test for a swordsman. The 7-kill sword is passed down through a single lineage, but it is destined that once the 7-kill sword is successfully awakened, the innate spirit power is guaranteed to be at least level 8. With an innate spirit power reaching level 8 and a top-tier spirit, as long as one cultivate desperately, has sufficient resources, and does not die prematurely, reaching level 95 is not difficult at all. Chapter 114. The Arrival of Bos Saii. Is that so? Qian Xunji felt some admiration. The Chen family were truly worthy of being called real swordsmen. He suspected that even if he offered to easily help Chen Wei break through from level 95 to level 99 through direct empowerment and then pass on a god position, Sword Lord Chen would never agree unless it was a last resort where he had nothing to lose. Because this kind of improvement by relying on someone else's power, even if it reached a profound realm, could only be called a person who uses a sword, not a swordsman. However, for some reason, even though it was exploring one's own path of sword Tao, the cultivation method in Douluo continent closest to the higher level immortality cultivation, the combat power displayed at the same level was surprisingly pathetic. Sword Lord Chen at level 97 fought Chian Dalu and was struck by Chian Dalu's spirit power, causing internal organ damage that led to his death. Chen Xin at level 96 was evenly matched with Yuan Jan at level 95. Chen Chen at level 97 faced the Shrek 6 devils, besieged by 5 spirit emperors and 1 spirit king, yet he actually had his robes burned by the spirit king Ma Hongjun, forcing him to use his spirit avatar and merge with his sword as a cover to save face. Clearly, as a titled Douluo possessing a top-tier spirit, the performance of the 7-kill sword was truly pathetic to the extreme. If it weren't for being on the protagonist's side and being a sword user with built-in plot armor, who knows how badly it would be criticized. People would think the 7-kill sword had no qualifications to be compared with the Clear Sky Hammer and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, no battle records, no ability to fight above one's level, no performance. Was this because of a lack of spirit bones? After level 95, every time one had a breakthrough in level, the gap in a spirit master's strength could not be made up for just by spirit rings and spirit bones. But one wasn't limited to absorbing only one spirit bone. Yuan Jan had 3 spirit bones, Tang Hao had 6, and Tang Xiao reached level 78 in his 40s and broke through to titled Douluo at 53. Judging by this rapid increase in spirit power, it was definitely the boost in spirit power brought by a full set of spirit bones. Qian Xunji withdrew the ink jade bamboo sword and took out a light purple herb. The top of the herb was cap-like, and it was actually a Ganoderma. The Ganoderma was entirely purple, with an emerald-like stem underneath, growing 9 leaves. The 9-rank purple Ganoderma is specifically used for consolidating one's foundation and cultivating the primordial spirit, benefiting qi and increasing power. After consumption, it won't add any extra attributes to your spirit, it is specifically for spirit masters to lay a foundation. Please accept this herb, third uncle. Many thanks, Supreme Pontiff. Sword Lord Chen accepted the 9-rank purple Ganoderma. Judging by Qian Xunji's words, this Ganoderma should not be an immortal herb, but he did not have any dissatisfaction. This was a problem for them, the 7-kill sword spirit masters themselves, and not because Qian Xunji was treating him differently or was unwilling to give good things to his grandson. The next day, the sun rose. Xiaoshui, it's time to get up. Today you need to cultivate with the 3rd elder, so you can't sleep in anymore. Already 3 years old, Chian Runway had started sleeping alone. Ayin shook Chian Runway's pillow and gently patted Chian Runway's little cheek. Let me sleep for 3 more minutes, mommy. Chian Runway made 2 sounds, did not open her eyes, turned over, and looked like she didn't want to get up. Ayin walked to the side, took out the specially prepared white practice uniform from the small wardrobe, waited quietly for a while, and said, 3 minutes are up. If you don't get up now, your father will surely give you a good lesson. If he finds out you were late on your first day of class. Seeing that Chian Runway had no reaction and was pretending not to hear, Ayin spoke again. Hearing that her father might punish her, Chian Runway got out of bed somewhat reluctantly. After learning to walk and run, with the doting love of her mother and all her grandfathers, she had often been naughty and caused trouble. Many times, it was her father who would take out his hammer and spank her bottom until it was red. Mommy, take me to school. The just risen Chian Runway stood on the bed, threw herself into Ayin's arms, affectionately rubbed against Ayin, and acted like a spoiled child. All right, you little troublemaker. Ayin also smiled, ruffled Chian Runway's long, messy hair that had just woken up, full of doting affection. After changing clothes, washing up, and eating breakfast, Ayin held the hand of Chian Runway, who was wearing a white tracksuit, and walked towards Sword Lord Chen's manor. Chian Runway was humming a song, skipping along. The sun is shining high in the sky, the flowers are smiling at me, the little birds say early, 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 why are you carrying a little school bag? Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Ayin and Chian Runway. Her height looked to be about 1.8 meters, with long white hair draped behind her. Her soft and beautiful face was so moving, looking at most about 30 years old. She had translucent, light pink eyes, and her eyelashes were coated with pink mascara that matched the color of her eyes. Her lips were thin and rosy, exuding the unique beauty of a woman who lived by the sea and grew up by the sea, along with an elegant, gentle, and warm temperament. Seeing this woman, Ayin stopped and looked stunned. This woman was none other than Chian Runway's biological mother, Bos Saii. After 3 years of psychological struggle, Bos Saii let go of her psychological resistance and returned to Spirit Hall, preparing to reunite with her daughter, Chian Runway, to cultivate her well. and in the future, sacrifice herself to open the door to the sea god 9 trials for Chian Runway, helping Chian Runway become the new sea god. This was the only compensation she felt she, a somewhat incompetent mother, could make to Chian Runway, while also making up for the debt she owed to Tang Chen, without completely submitting and yielding to the lewd might of Chian Xunji. Chian Runway looked at Bos Saii somewhat blankly. She didn't recognize Bos Saii. She just felt that this woman who had suddenly appeared was very beautiful, seemingly even more beautiful than her own mother, and the temperament she exuded was so attractive. Xiaoshui. Bos Saii looked at Chian Runway's appearance, which was 60% similar to her own, and her cute little face. Her gaze was incomparably complex, yet gentle. She walked forward and slowly reached out her hand, wanting to touch Chian Runway's little face. Before Bos Saii's hand could touch Chian Runway's little face, it froze in midair because Chian Runway showed an expression of rejection, looking at her with some vigilance. "Auntie, who are you? How do you know my name?" "Xiaoshui, I am your mother." Bos Saii hesitated slightly and chose to tell Chian Runway the truth. She didn't want to stay in Spirit Hall for a long time, facing Chian Xunji. Chian Runway didn't recognize her and was wary of her. If she didn't tell Chian Runway her true identity, would she have to stay in Spirit Hall as an auntie and slowly build a good relationship with Chian Runway? After getting familiar, find an opportunity to tell Chian Runway that she was her biological mother. How much time would that take? What if Chian Xunji made a move on her during this time? Upon hearing this, Chian Runway became angry and shouted loudly, "Someone, arrest this woman who dares to impersonate my mother." Hearing the young lord's order, the palace guard knights of the Supreme Pontiff Palace brandished their spears, circulated their spirit power, and prepared to arrest Bos Saii. "Stop." Ayin spoke up to stop them, her expression also very complex, because Bos Saii was indeed Chian Runway's biological mother, and she was only the adoptive mother. "Mommy." Chian Runway looked up at Ayin in confusion as she stopped her order. Seeing Ayin's complex, conflicted, and helpless expression, a bad premonition surged into her heart, and her young, growing soul trembled slightly. Chapter 115. Bos Saii, easily manipulated. "You may withdraw." Sensing that Bos Saii was preparing to release her spirit power in the face of the Spirit Hall Palace Guard Knights, Chian Douluo arrived from the enshrinement hall as if crossing through space, ordering the Palace Guard Knights to leave. Currently, because he was raising his granddaughter, Chian Douluo was still quite active within Spirit Hall. The Palace Guard Knights all recognized Chian Douluo, the old Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, and retreated rapidly. To become Palace Guard Knights of the Supreme Pontiff Palace, one had to be at least a Spirit King level Spirit Master, and their insight was quite good. They all noticed that Chian Runway and the suddenly appearing white-haired woman shared some facial similarities. The old Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall suddenly rushing out to order them away confirmed that this white-haired woman was indeed Chian Runway's biological mother. The Palace Guard Knights couldn't help but inwardly lament, what a messy circle. For the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall to marry two women was nothing. In this world, powerhouses, regardless of gender, could have multiple spouses as long as they had the strength. But to conceal the existence of the true biological mother and acknowledge someone else as the biological mother, what kind of move was this? "Grandfather, this woman is lying to me. My mother is right here, isn't she?" Chian Runway reached out both hands, gripping Ayin's hands tightly, her eyes gradually turning red as she asked in a trembling voice. "Xiaoshui, she is not wrong, she is your biological mother." Chian Douluo hesitated slightly before speaking. Due to the secret chamber incident involving Chian Xunji, he truly felt a sense of indebtedness to Bos Saii. This matter could not be kept hidden forever. Once Chian Runway reached the age of 6 and underwent her spirit awakening, learned theory, and her mind matured, she would eventually have doubts and seek the truth. Since Bos Saii was willing to return to Spirit Hall, and her attitude appeared different from BBDong's, genuinely wanting to be a mother and treat Chian Runway well, he felt that acknowledging each other early on would be good for everyone. "Liar. Grandfather is a liar. Grandfather is a big bad guy. I won't talk to grandfather anymore." Wah! Chian Runway hugged Ayin's legs and cried bitterly. After being picked up by Ayin, she buried her little face in Ayin's embrace, refusing to look at Bos Saii at all. At her young age, she had no idea why her biological mother had only come to find her now. Because Ayin had raised her, she felt completely close to Ayin and only believed that Ayin was her biological mother. Seeing Chian Runway in such a state, Bos Saii's pupils trembled, her face filled with sorrow. Her heart felt as if it had been pierced by 10,000 silver needles. She had carried her daughter for 10 months, and now the child wouldn't acknowledge her. But what could she do? Given what she had endured, she simply couldn't raise Chian Runway like an ordinary mother. It's all Qian Xunji's fault. At this moment, the exact same thought arose in the minds of both Qian Douluo and Bos Saii. Just then, Qian Xunji arrived, stood beside Ayin, and said, "Xiaoshui, come, daddy will hold you." Seeing Qian Xunji appear, Qian Douluo immediately glared at him, looking as if he were ordering Qian Xunji to resolve the matter. He was genuinely worried that his granddaughter would once again walk the same path as his granddaughter in his previous life. Bos Saii's legs trembled subconsciously, and her spine shivered slightly. This was a conditioned reflex her body had gradually developed during those 7 years of being constantly confined in a secret chamber by Qian Xunji. Hearing the voice, Chian Runway threw herself into Qian Xunji's arms, her crying not ceasing. At times like this, a father's broad and imposing figure could always provide a child with more security. "Why did you come back?" Qian Xunji looked at Bos Saii indifferently. The tone of his mental transmission, like his gaze, was equally cold. Seeing Qian Xunji treat her with such indifference, Bos Saii felt a surge of grievance in her heart for some reason. After all, she had borne Qian Xunji's offspring, and she had married Qian Xunji in front of the entire Spirit Master's world, making her Qian Xunji's wife. What am I thinking? Why am I feeling aggrieved? The person I love is Chen. Bos Saii distractedly banished the chaotic thoughts from her mind. She pursed her lips, lowered her head slightly, and with a tone of voice in her mental transmission that still carried a hint of grievance, she spoke cautiously, "Xiaoshui is the successor chosen by the sea god. I want to take Xiaoshui to Sea God Island to raise her properly so that she can inherit the Sea God position in the future." 7 years of conditioning meant that, on the surface, Bos Saii dared not oppose Qian Xunji at all and could only think about it inwardly, especially after she sensed that Qian Xunji's cultivation had now broken through to level 98 titled Douluo and reached level 99, the same realm as her. Qian Xunji sneered, "Raise her properly on Sea God Island. Based on your Sea God Island, without the help of the Sea God's rewards, not a single person can break through to level 96 titled Douluo even by the age of 70 or 80. You raising Xiaoshui will only ruin her future." At Qian Xunji's mockery and belittlement of Sea God Island, Bos Saii nearly bit through her teeth, feeling incredibly stifled inside. However, she had no way to refute him. It was indeed as Qian Xunji said. Apart from cultivating diligently for 100 years to accumulate spirit power, she had no idea how a spirit master could advance from a level 95 titled Douluo to level 96. Without the legacy rewards of a divinity, how could Spirit Hall have so many titled Douluo above level 95 besides Qian Douluo and Qian Xunji? Sword Lord Chen, who was not much older than her, had reached the cultivation of a level 98 titled Douluo, and he had even broken through right under her nose. Gold Crocodile Douluo was actually able to reach the level of a level 99 limit Douluo by his own ability, just like Tang Chen. Although Gold Crocodile Douluo was several decades older than Tang Chen when he broke through to level 99 limit Douluo, it was already enough to astonish her. By the time Sea Dragon Douluo reached Gold Crocodile Douluo's age, it was unknown whether he would even be able to break through to level 96. "What are you two talking about? Hurry up and handle Xiaoshui's matter." Qian Douluo roared through mental transmission, veins popping on his forehead. Qian Xunji and Bos Saii had both reached the same level as him, so his mental force could not intercept their mental transmissions. However, his life experience from 2 lifetimes still allowed him to see from their expressions that they were likely not discussing how to comfort his precious granddaughter. Qian Xunji waved his hand at Qian Douluo, indicating that he would handle it. Listening to Chian Runway's crying in his arms gradually subside, he said, "Xiaoshui." Chian Runway's face was streaked with tears, her big eyes watery, and she sobbed, "Daddy, that auntie and grandfather are lying to me, right? My mother has always been by my side." Compared to the complex and painful feelings of Qian Douluo, Ayin, and Bos Saii, Xunji looked completely relaxed as he said softly, "Grandfather is not lying to you. Your biological mother is named Bos Saii. Then why did she only come to find Xiaoshui now?" Chian Runway had to accept this answer, and her eyes quickly turned red again. However, because her father had said it so lightly, she was influenced by him and did not cry out again immediately. Xunji said seriously, "Because your mother went to deal with a great disaster and had no choice but to leave your side." Chapter 116. Qian Dalu Bos Saii, Xiaoshui should inherit the angel sea god position. Chian Runway asked ignorantly, "What great disaster?" Like father and grandfather, Bos Saii is also a level 99 titled Douluo, an existence at the pinnacle of the spirit master's world. Bos Saii is not a spirit master from our spirit hall, but comes from a powerful force far across the ocean called Sea God Island. Whether it is the number of spirit masters, the number of titled Douluo, or the overall strength, this force is stronger than the upper three sects combined, second only to our spirit hall. The manager and leader of Sea God Island is Bos Saii. After Bos Saii had just given birth to you, a once-in-a-millennium volcanic eruption occurred beneath Sea God Island. The power of this eruption was more terrifying than any recorded in the history of Sea God Island. Sea God Island was in danger of being destroyed, so Bos Saii had to return to Sea God Island to deal with the natural disaster and protect the island. She did not intentionally abandon you. After Xunji explained earnestly to Chian Runway, he looked at Bos Saii and smiled gently, "Right, Xiaoshi?" Hearing how Xunji addressed her, Bos Saii felt a chill run down her spine. However, she understood that Xunji was deliberately making up a story to bring mother and daughter closer. She quickly nodded and looked at Chian Runway with a face full of gentleness and longing, saying, "Xiaoshui, are you willing to forgive mom?" Chian Runway pursed her lips and looked at Bos Saii. Although she didn't speak, she had already forgiven Bos Saii in her heart. After all, Bos Saii hadn't intentionally abandoned her but had done so to save Sea God Island. The force Bos Saii belonged to had been fighting the volcanic eruption day and night for 3 years to protect Sea God Island. She was truly a great hero. Ayin, it's almost 9 o'clock, hurry and take Xiaoshui to third uncle's place. Ayin hugged Chian Runway back and walked quickly toward Sword Lord Chen's manor. Her expression was somewhat distracted, and her mind was trembling. Bos Saii had returned, revealed her identity to Chian Runway, and wanted Chian Runway to acknowledge her as mom. Xunji also seemed to be fanning the flames. If this continued, wouldn't she no longer be Chian Runway's mom? Would Chian Runway not acknowledge her in the future? After Ayin took Chian Runway far away, Xunji's expression returned to indifference. "I have already helped you resolve Chian Runway's initial rejection of you. Whether she acknowledges you in the future depends on your own efforts. Also, what Xiaoshui will inherit in the future is the angel god position. The successor for the sea god position will just have to keep waiting." After hearing the first half of Xunji's words, Bos Saii frowned, thinking about how to get Chian Runway to acknowledge her. Upon hearing the second half, she immediately said, "Xiaoshui must inherit the sea god position. Xiaoshui possesses my spirit and is the successor designated by Lord Sea God. No one is more suitable than Xiaoshui to become the next sea god. Xiaoshui also has the 6-winged angel martial soul passed down through our Qian family. Xiaoshui must inherit the angel god position. Bos Saii, this matter is not up for negotiation." Qian Dalu, feeling indebted to Bos Saii, said loudly. In front of the successor to the angel god position, this was enough to make him lower his bottom line. Nothing could shake him. Bos Saii gritted her teeth, refusing to yield an inch as well. Qian Dalu, a successor to Lord Sea God, has not appeared for over 20,000 years. Qian Dalu retorted, "Only 20,000 years. Since the inception of the angel church, our Qian family has passed it down for over 30,000 years. It was only in this generation of mine that we finally waited for Xiaoshui." Bos Saii shrieked, "Qian Dalu, to inherit the sea god position, unless designated by Lord Sea God. No matter how talented a spirit master is, they must obtain the recognition of the sea god's heart. The sea god's heart has long been lost, and I have no idea where it is. If this continues, the sea god position might not be inherited for another tens of thousands of years." Regardless of whether Tang San is born again or not, without obtaining the recognition of the sea god's heart, he can only obtain the top 8 trials. He cannot inherit the sea god position. The only successor to the sea god position can be Xiaoshui. Chian Runway said, "Then you go and find the sea god's heart." The loss of the sea god's heart has caused no one on your sea god island to receive the inheritance of the sea god position for over 20,000 years. That is your sea god's problem. What does it have to do with me? I'll say it again. Xiaoshui is the successor to the god ancestor's position that our Qian family has waited 30,000 years for. Xiaoshui must inherit the angel god position. Chian Runway remained as unyielding as ever. In the face of the angel legacy, unless a divinity appeared, no one could make him change his mind. Besides this, he also wanted to save Bos Saii's life. After all, initiating the 9 trials required the high priest to sacrifice themselves. A grandfather is not as close as a mother. When Chian Runway reaches that step, the pain of losing a grandfather will be much less than losing a mother. Chian Runway, why must you fight me for Xiaoshui's future divinity inheritance? There is only one successor for the sea god's divinity inheritance, Xiaoshui. The angel god's divinity inheritance doesn't have to be Xiaoshui. You just need to let Qian Xunji and Ayin have another one, don't you? Bos Saii stuttered for a while before finally saying the last sentence. Having had experience herself, she looked at Ayin and saw that her pubic bone was separated, not as tightly closed as before. It was obvious that Ayin must have already lost the most important thing for a woman. And besides Qian Xunji, could there be anyone else who started it? Tang Hao and Ayin combined to give birth to Tang San, and Tang San was qualified to obtain the recognition of the sea god's heart, thereby obtaining the sea god 9 trials. If Qian Xunji and Ayin combined, since the 6-winged angel martial soul is of a higher grade than the blue-silver emperor, wouldn't they be able to give birth to an offspring with a 6-winged angel spirit, whose talent would be qualified to inherit the angel god position? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere on the scene immediately froze. Chian Runway's expression was somewhat stiff. This was a bit out of character for Bos Saii. In his impression, she was dignified, noble, and elegant. To think that one day she would utter such bold and shameless words, his brain short-circuited for a moment. Recovering, Chian Runway glanced at Qian Xunji and said slowly, "Within 20 years, if I have another grandchild, and this grandchild's talent is capable of inheriting the angel god position, then I will allow you to take Xiaoshui to Sea God Island to inherit the sea god position." A divinity inheritance was enough to make Chian Runway stop at nothing. If Qian Xunji and Ayin were lucky and gave birth to another one to inherit the angel god position, then of course his granddaughter Chian Runway, this sea god designated successor, should inherit the sea god position. At that time, their Qian family would have 3 great divinities, the Asura god, the angel god, and the sea god. How glorious would the Qian family and the spirit hall be then? Thinking of this, an incomparable look of fanaticism appeared in Chian Runway's eyes. He was truly grateful to the heavens for letting him be reborn, allowing the spirit hall to be preserved and become even more glorious. Qian Xunji did not participate in the quarrel between Chian Runway and Bos Saii at all, because which divinity inheritance Chian Runway would eventually receive was up to him, her father. The sea god's heart was right here with him. Chapter 117. Sword Lord Chen's Guidance. Spirit Hall, the estate of the third elder, Sword Lord Chen. Whether practicing martial arts or swordsmanship, the foundation of all these is physical fitness. Originally, Sword Lord Chen had planned a 1-hour physical training regimen for Chian Runway, but to his surprise, even without any prior training, Chian Runway's physical fitness far surpassed that of any child he had seen while traveling the continent who had not yet awakened their spirit, even the direct disciples of the Clear Sky sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, by more than a few streets. She is truly the child born of 2 great powerhouses. Her physique is strong enough to carry 2 divine rank spirits. Aside from her innate excellence, Chian Runway had not neglected her acquired foundation strengthening and nourishment. As a 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor with tens of thousands of years of experience, Ayin knew an immense number of medicinal herbs. There was basically no herb below the level of an immortal herb that she did not recognize. Regarding the combination of medicinal herbs, in the human world, Ayin could claim to be second, and no one would dare claim to be first. In the original story, when Tang Hao and Ayin were on the run across the continent, living off the land and having lost the cultivation resource subsidies from the Clear Sky sect, Tang Hao noted that his cultivation level improved very quickly. This was all because Ayin used the blue-silver domain while on the run to search for herbs, prepare medicinal baths for Tang Hao, and have him consume herbs, which accelerated his cultivation speed. When Tang Hao lost his arm and leg, and his cultivation level fell to a level 75 spirit saint, it was also the blue-silver emperor who searched for herbs to strengthen his foundation and nourish his essence during those 4 years at the ice and fire yin-yang well, repairing Tang Hao's broken body and raising his cultivation from level 75 to level 79. Something that even Tang San, with his persona of a family hero, could not achieve, the blue-silver emperor could. This is enough to show that the blue-silver emperor's knowledge regarding medicinal herb combinations and medicinal baths is absolutely far ahead in the human world. With Ayin's medicinal baths laying the foundation for Chian Runway, combined with her immense innate advantages, she successfully nurtured Chian Runway's young body into that of a humanoid spirit beast. Her small body possessed immense energy. Even at just 3 years old, without activating her spirit, she could easily defeat a level 29 spirit grandmaster. Consequently, Sword Lord Chen increased the physical training he had set for Chian Runway to 2 hours, during which he also applied a certain amount of spirit power pressure. 2 hours later, after a short quarter-hour rest, Sword Lord Chen handed Chian Runway a 1.5-foot wooden sword he had specially prepared for her, while holding a 3-foot wooden sword in his own hand. Little Shui, to learn swordsmanship, you must first start with the basics, the moves of the sword. Dressed in white robes, Sword Lord Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his own wooden sword held straight against his back. He said, "The sword is divided into 2 realms. The first is the unity of man and sword. The sword is the person, and the person is the sword. The sword in your hand becomes a part of your body. The various sword moves you have learned are engraved in your heart and also become a part of your body. In battle, you are no longer constrained by any single move. No matter what attack method the opponent uses, you can instinctively respond with the corresponding sword move to neutralize it. Once you reach this stage, you have cultivated the first realm of the Tao of the sword to perfection." Chian Runway nodded. She could still understand these words. And the second realm of the Tao of the sword is called, no sword in hand, but a sword in the heart. When a person's understanding of the sword reaches a certain depth, even if there is no sword in hand, the sword exists in the heart. One is a sword themselves. Even with bare hands, one can kill from 100 paces away using sword chi. Seeing Chian Runway's bewildered expression, Sword Lord Chen chuckled and pointed to a large tree 20 meters away that would take 2 people to encircle, saying, "Little Shui, watch carefully." Chian Runway followed Sword Lord Chen's instructions, focusing her gaze on the large tree. Sword Lord Chen did not appear to make any moves. His body just trembled slightly, and suddenly, an extremely sharp aura erupted from him. The light around Sword Lord Chen seemed to dim slightly. That sharp aura, which seemed capable of piercing through everything, suddenly converged. At this moment, Sword Lord Chen was like a sword himself. A white-blue sword chi shot out from his body, and with a crack, a 1-meter-long, thumb-thick fissure was cleaved into the tree trunk. Chian Runway's pupils dilated in shock. She trotted over to the large tree and, looking through the split fissure at the scenery behind the tree, exclaimed, "Teacher, you are amazing." Sword Lord Chen walked behind Chian Runway, rubbed her head, and said gently, "When you turn 6 and awaken your spirit, if you study diligently, one day you will also be able to achieve this. For now, focus on learning the first realm of the Tao of the sword well." Sword Lord Chen knew that Chian Runway was a proud daughter of heaven, and her talent was terrifying. Even Tang Hao, the once-in-a-century genius of the Clear Sky sect, could not compare. He revealed the second realm of the Tao of the sword before Chian Runway had even awakened her spirit to give her a goal, so she would not slacken. A child's playfulness and complacency are in their nature, no one can change that. As elders, one can only urge them on, but it mainly depends on the children themselves. In fact, the Tao of the sword that Sword Lord Chen explored had a third realm, sword intent. The sword can be anything, but the intent refers to one's own concept. As long as the concept is strong enough, even an ordinary tree branch can serve as a sharp weapon for killing. Sword Lord Chen did not intend to tell Chian Runway about this realm. This was not because he was biased, but because, with his focus on the Tao of the sword, he had already passed the age of 100 by the time he touched upon this realm. He had been stuck in this realm for a long time, unable to achieve a breakthrough. It was only during his battle with Qian Xunji, while feeling the killing intent emitted by the Asura domain, that he truly stepped into this realm. The time, sweat, and effort required to achieve sword intent were simply too immense. Without excellent talent, a devoted heart to the Tao of the sword, and profound cultivation, the vast majority of people would spend their entire lives stuck at the first realm of the Tao of the sword. Chian Runway's spirit was the seraphim, and her weapon was a sword, but ultimately, she was not a pure practitioner of the sword. For Chian Runway to step into this realm, the difficulty was even greater. It is rumored that youths like older sisters, young men like mature women, and old men like little girls. Ningfengji had a bunch of sons, but only one daughter, Ningrongrong. Chen Xin and Ji Yurong only regarded Ningrongrong as a granddaughter among all of Ningfengji's descendants, doting on her mindlessly. After Ningrongrong awakened her spirit, they doted on her even more. As for Ningfengji's boys, they were treated as if they were freebies given with a phone plan. Sword Lord Chen was the same. He truly regarded Chian Runway as a granddaughter. Her position in his heart was no less than that of his own grandson, Chen Wei. He also knew that Chian Runway was not like his son, Chen Xin, who was born with a focus on the Tao of the sword. If a child is not cut out for something, but has a certain foundation, it does not mean they must be eliminated if they do not struggle. One should not have such high demands. Otherwise, the child is the one who suffers, and one only causes inner turmoil for oneself. A teacher is there to impart knowledge and teach skills, not the type who, dissatisfied with life and having gained some power, oppresses children to make them realize the wishes they themselves could not achieve and could only fantasize about in their hearts. Chapter 118. Mama Yin, Mama Shi. Lunchtime. On the large table were various delicious dishes. Mountains and seas of delicacies were gathered on one table. The lowest grade was meat from a century-old spirit beast, but even these century-old spirit beasts were rare varieties with tender, fatty meat. For this lunch, Qian Xunji specifically cleared some space for Bos Saii, citing that he had many matters to attend to. Chian Runway, who had been cultivating with Sword Lord Chen all morning, came to the dining area. Seeing Bos Saii at the table, her expression immediately became a bit awkward. After hearing the story fabricated by Chian Xunji, although she had forgiven Bos Saii somewhat, she was not yet prepared for how to get along with Bos Saii, her biological mother. Mama, where is Dad? Chian Runway sat beside Ayin, on a chair with 3 soft cushions. Ayin said, there are quite a few matters at Spirit Hall today, so Dad is having lunch in the conference room. Oh, as the high priest of the sea god, a level 99 limit Douluo, Bos Saii had grown up an orphan. Although she had no experience being a mother, her mental force covered the entire Sea God Island, and she could learn from the female spirit masters on Sea God Island who were mothers at any time. Bos Saii took the initiative to pick up food and place it in Chian Runway's bowl. Chian Runway bowed her head slightly, shoveling rice, and said softly, thank you. Due to her training with Sword Lord Chen, which involved quite a lot of exercise, Chian Runway's appetite was a bit larger than usual. Just as her rice bowl was empty and she wanted another, Bos Saii immediately took the bowl and served her another portion. Ayin watched this, feeling worried again in her heart, because this was usually something she did. She felt that Bos Saii was constantly squeezing her out of her niche. If Chian Runway accepted Bos Saii, Ayin really didn't know what she would be able to do then. She could feel that Chian Xunji had no feelings for her at all. She could no longer return to the Clear Sky sect, and she did not want to go back either. It was rumored that after the wedding fiasco involving Tang Hao and BBDong, the Clear Sky sect master, Tang Jen, had passed away due to illness. Tang Hao, the once-in-a-century genius of the Clear Sky sect, the next Clear Sky Douluo of the Clear Sky sect, and the next sect master of the Clear Sky sect, had perhaps suffered such a blow from the wedding that his love life was severely frustrated. He lost all spirit, abandoned his cultivation, became incredibly decadent, turned into a super alcoholic, drank like his life depended on it, and wandered around the Clear Sky sect like a walking corpse of a ghost, ignoring the pointing and whispering of the sect members. The current sect master of the Clear Sky sect was succeeded by Tang Hao's older brother, the Clear Sky Douluo Tang Xiao. With her own strength, she had crushed a titled Douluo sect master of the Clear Sky sect, a future sect master of the Clear Sky sect, and the once-in-a-century genius of the Clear Sky sect, the next Tang Chen. This was the strength that BBDong had currently displayed. As for BBDong, there was no news. No one knew exactly what kind of punishment the woman who had ruined one titled Douluo and one super genius of the Clear Sky sect was currently enduring. After lunch, Xunji did not make any arrangements for Chian Runway's afternoon. The afternoon in kindergarten was meant for a nap, watching cartoons, and doing some activities. Xunji just let Chian Runway practice the sword techniques she had learned that morning before dinner. Xiao Shui, look at what this is. Bos Saii took out a snow-white, flawless, fan-shaped, palm-sized exquisite object with wavy stripes on its shell from her spirit tool. Chian Runway's gaze was immediately attracted. Having never been to the seaside, she didn't know anything about seaside specialties and asked, "What is this?" "This is called a seashell. You can open it and see what's inside." The seashell opened, and a crystal clear, round, soft, pearl-like little bead appeared in Chian Runway's eyes. Bos Saii explained softly, "This is called a pearl. After several months to several years of accumulation, a foreign object enters the seashell and is completely wrapped by the thick nacre secreted by the seashell, eventually forming a pearl with a unique shape and luster. This is the thing all girls on Sea God Island, where Mama is from, like the most." Chian Runway opened her big eyes and asked, "Is this for me?" "You are Mama's treasure, of course it is for you." "Thank you." Chian Runway paused and said, "Mama." Hearing Chian Runway call her Mama, Bos Saii wept with joy. Her daughter had finally accepted her. She immediately picked up Chian Runway and kissed her on the cheek. Seeing Bos Saii and Chian Runway getting closer and closer, already calling her Mama, Ayin's face grew increasingly dejected. Her eyes lowered, and she sat to the side, as if her soul had undergone soul emergence, her mind gradually going blank. Bos Saii's limit Douluo level perception naturally sensed Ayin's change in mood. She was quite grateful to Ayin. During the 7 years she was kept in the secret room by Xunji, Ayin had accompanied her and helped her alleviate her pain. During the 3 years Chian Runway had been growing up, she had also been by Chian Runway's side, fulfilling her duties as a foster mother and making up for the maternal love Chian Runway lacked. In the future, when Chian Runway inherited the Sea God position, she would have to sacrifice herself to open the door to the Sea God 9 trials for Chian Runway and completely disappear from this world, so she would need Ayin to accompany Chian Runway. Xiao Shui. Chian Runway looked up, following Bos Saii's line of sight, and saw Ayin sitting on a chair to the side, her head slightly lowered, her gaze unfocused, looking as if she had been abandoned. "Mama." Chian Runway walked over, lay on Ayin's lap, and met Ayin's gaze. Hearing the sound, Ayin's gaze gradually focused, and she came back to her senses. "Xiao Shui, you still call me Mama. It was you, Mama, who raised me, so of course I have to call you Mama." Chian Runway propped up her little head, her cute eyebrows slightly furrowed. She looked at Bos Saii, then at Ayin, and asked very puzzledly, "I have 2 mamas now. How should I distinguish between them when calling them in the future?" Seeing Chian Runway's cute appearance, Ayin chuckled, picked up Chian Runway, sat her on her lap, and said, "In the future, when we are both present, you can call us Mama Shi and Mama Yin. When only one of us is there, you can just call us Mama." Ayin had long since regarded Chian Runway as her own biological daughter. She did not want to give Bos Saii, this biological mother, any special privileges regarding the title. Bos Saii was no longer considered her grandmother. Chian Runway said, "Okay." Bos Saii didn't have much objection in her heart either. After all, it really was Ayin who had raised Chian Runway. Qian Douluo learned that in just one afternoon, Bos Saii had gotten along very well with Chian Runway, that Chian Runway had called her Mama, and that Bos Saii, unlike BBDong, did not beat or scold Chian Runway at every turn, nor did she give her a cold face, but instead treated Chian Runway gently. He breathed a sigh of relief and admired Xunji's methods even more. Chapter 119. A Visit to Sea God Island. Indeed, just as Xunji said, one should keep up with the moral standards of this continent. In his past life, it was BBDong, in this life, it is Bos Saii. Chian Xunji used the same method of intimidation on both, the secret room. After the first secret room encounter, both Bos Saii and BBDong had the same attitude, crazed expressions, monstrous killing intent, wanting to destroy Spirit Hall, wipe out the entire Spirit Hall, and destroy the foundation of the Angel clan. As a result, in his past life, he felt guilty, indebted, and sorry for BBDong, wanting to make amends, but ended up ruining himself, and both Spirit Hall and his granddaughter from his past life would meet with misfortune. In this life, after forcefully taking Bos Saii to the secret room and siring his granddaughter, he gave Bos Saii two choices, either raise Chian Runway well, or get out. His attitude was extremely harsh, and there was no compensation whatsoever. As a result, Bos Saii ran back on her own, choosing to raise Chian Runway well and be a good mother. Even if Chian Xunji were to be careless in the future and fall into a trap, being ambushed and killed by Bos Saii, he would have nothing to worry about. Dinner time. Daddy. Chian Xunji looked at Chian Runway, who had been smiling often since the afternoon and was now full of anticipation, and asked in confusion, "What is it?" "Daddy, I want to sleep with Daddy, Mama Ayin, and Mama Shi tonight. Is that okay?" As soon as Chian Runway finished speaking, the expressions of Bos Saii and Ayin changed drastically. Chian Xunji's expression shifted slightly, and a subtle, strange smile crept onto the corners of his mouth. She was truly worthy of being an old father's little cotton-padded jacket. She really knew how to think for her old father. Ayin's face instantly flushed as red as a sunset cloud. She didn't know why, but during the day, Chian Xunji had no reaction to her at all, yet at night, especially after Chian Runway was already asleep, he would secretly make his move on her. If she, Bos Saii, and Chian Runway all slept with Chian Xunji this time, wouldn't Chian Xunji secretly make his move on both her and Bos Saii? That scene. Bos Saii's face also flushed red. She had come to Spirit Hall to acknowledge Chian Runway as soon as possible, rather than taking it one step at a time, precisely because she was worried that Chian Xunji would harm her again. Didn't Chian Runway's words just hand the opportunity to Chian Xunji on a silver platter? After 3 years of staying calm and keeping herself chaste, she had finally managed to restore her original image as a noble and elegant high priestess, shedding that charming, seductive, fox spirit-possessed appearance. She absolutely could not let Chian Xunji harm her again. Bos Saii immediately said, "No." "Why?" Ayin persuaded, "Little Shui, there are 3 people but only 2 spots. Who would you sleep between? If you sleep between Daddy and Mama Shi, Mama will be unhappy. If you sleep between Mama and Daddy, Mama Shi will be unhappy. If you sleep between Mama and Mama Shi, Daddy will be unhappy." Bos Saii immediately chimed in, "That's right, Little Shui, do you want Mama and Mama Ayin to be unhappy?" Chian Runway puffed out her cheeks, stroked her chin with her finger, and thought for a moment, "Fine, then I'll sleep with the mamas tonight." Okay. X2. Hearing that they had successfully fooled Chian Runway, both Ayin and Bos Saii let out a sigh of relief. A week later, Sea God Island. Chian Xunji, Bos Saii, Ayin, and Chian Runway arrived there. Warmth enveloped the small island. Looking around, Sea God Island was actually covered in green. This huge island gave them the feeling of having returned to Douluo continent. Looking at it, one could not see the end. Various plants grew on the island, many of which could not be seen on the continent. The air was filled with the scent of the sea, fresh, moist, and refreshing, with the faint cries and whispers of the sea in the wind. Under the sunlight, the beach was white and delicate, like little crystals reflecting silver light. Arriving here for the first time, the first thing one felt was clarity. The sea and sky were the same color, and seagulls soared. The sky was an azure blue, high, pure, and transparent, indescribably moving. "Wow, so beautiful. Is this where Mama lives?" During the 2-day holiday, Chian Runway, guided by Bos Saii, came to Sea God Island for a visit. Bos Saii prepared to tell Chian Runway about the greatness of the sea god, preparing for Chian Runway to inherit the sea god position in the future. She dared not guarantee that within 20 years, Chian Xunji and Ayin wouldn't have another child to inherit the angel god position. When she gave birth to Chian Runway back then, Chian Xunji had no days off, 3 hours every day. With such a high frequency, it had still taken her 7 years to conceive Chian Runway. This week staying at Spirit Hall, she hadn't seen xunji make a move on Ayin. Moreover, on Sea God Island, with the power of the ocean and the blessing of the Sea God Temple, she finally felt some sense of security when facing xunji. Here, when facing xunji, she would not be without the power to fight back. If xunji dared to make a move on her here, the commotion of the fight would inevitably attract Chian Runway's attention. Xunji certainly wouldn't want to ruin the tall, mighty, and perfect image he held in his daughter's heart. Yes, this is where Mama was born, Mama's home, Sea God Island. Bos Saii held Chian Runway and flew towards Sea God Mountain. Sea God Mountain was covered in Sea God's light. With the illumination of the sacred and bright Sea God's light, it would be more helpful for Chian Runway's growth. High Priestess. At the Sea Dragon's sacred pillar, which stood far away from the Sea God Temple, Sea Dragon Douluo sensed Bos Saii's return and immediately flew up to greet her. After all, Bos Saii had suddenly left Sea God Island and hadn't returned for over a week. He was worried about whether Spirit Hall had done something to threaten Sea God Island again, forcing the High Priestess, his goddess, to submit to xunji and suffer at the hands of that beast, xunji. Ah, this uncle is shameless. He's such a grown-up, yet he doesn't even wear clothes properly. Seeing the bare-chested Sea Dragon Douluo, Chian Runway immediately extended her pink, tender little hands to cover her eyes and turned to bury herself in Bos Saii's soft embrace. Bos Saii's expression turned slightly cold, and she said, "Sea Dragon, put on your clothes." Sea Dragon Douluo's expression was somewhat awkward. Not wearing a shirt was his norm. He hadn't expected Bos Saii to take this attitude toward him, the number 2 figure of Sea God Island, because of a little girl who had appeared out of nowhere. High Priestess, who is this little girl? Bos Saii hesitated slightly and said, "This is my daughter, Chian Runway, the future inheritor of the Sea God." No, Sea Dragon Douluo's heart was practically bleeding. The High Priestess, the goddess he had loved all his life, had not only been taken by those animals from Spirit Hall and given birth to a child, but the High Priestess also had to burn herself out for that child to open the Sea God 9 trials. Chapter 120. Bos Saii thinks she can handle it. Great Priest, have you really already? Sea Dragon Douluo looked at Bos Saii with a heavy face, as if asking if she was truly prepared and had made up her mind. Chian Runway was a child birthed by Bos Saii after being humiliated and forced by a villain from Spirit Hall. For Bos Saii, this child was simply an illegitimate offspring, a stain. If such a thing happened to him, he would never acknowledge this child, let alone sacrifice himself for her. The Great Priest was ultimately too gentle, kind, and tolerant, for Sea God Island and for Sea God, her sacrifice was truly too great. Just as Bos Saii began to speak, red light flickered from behind, and a thick, immense spirit power was released. Blood-colored spirit power filled with bloodlust struck out, rapidly assaulting Sea Dragon Douluo. Sea Dragon Douluo had 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black spirit rings appear beneath his feet. Before he could even activate his spirit, he was blasted away by this blood-colored spirit power, spitting out a large mouthful of blood as his tall body slammed into the sea within the sea, causing the water to churn and surge, splashing up waves 100 meters high. Wow, what a huge splash! Hearing the intense collision, Chian Runway poked her head out from Bos Saii's embrace, her eyes filled with the massive splash caused by Sea Dragon Douluo slamming into the sea within the sea. Xunji. Bos Saii glared at Xunji with eyes shooting fire. This was Sea God Island, her territory, yet Xunji acted so recklessly, completely disregarding her, striking her people on her own turf. And it was Sea Dragon Douluo, the second in command of Sea God Island. Xunji transmitted his voice calmly. Bos Saii, don't you know how old Xiao Shui is now? As a woman who has lived over 90 years, and nearly 140 years across 2 lifetimes, don't you know when certain things should be said? Let this be the last time. Bos Saii suppressed her anger for the moment, she had indeed been careless. Chian Runway was still so young and already close to her. If she let it slip and told Chian Runway that she would commit suicide in the future to help Chian Runway inherit the god position, Chian Runway would inevitably cry, scream, and make a fuss about not inheriting the god position, and then she would be finished. Sea God Hall. Sea God Hall remained the same, pitch black inside. the entire hall did not have a single window, so it naturally received no light from outside, and the hall appeared very empty, with no structures to be seen. This hall could be described as ancient and simple. Bos Saii raised her hand, and the sea god scepter, which had been broken by xunji and repaired by the sea god's divine thought after returning to Sea God Island, was held in her hand. For a level 1 god, a semi-divine artifact could be easily created by finding some decent materials. Bos Saii waved her hand, and the sea god scepter flew up, hovering in the center of the sea god hall. The crystal at the top of the sea god scepter flickered with gold light, like a light bulb, illuminating the sea god hall so it was no longer pitch black. Is this where mommy lives? It's just like Xiao Shui's home. For safety reasons, the place where Chian Runway slept alone was the enshrinement hall, the place where the angel statue was enshrined. The decoration style of the enshrinement hall was extremely similar to the sea god hall, with the only difference being that the Douluo hall had more windows and the walls were golden. Bos Saii took Chian Runway's hand and arrived at the very center of the top platform, in front of that irregular, thick-topped, cone-shaped, pitch-black long staff. Xiao Shui, do you know who mommy's spirit comes from? Chian Runway replied. Isn't it passed down to mommy by mommy's mommy and mommy's daddy who gave birth to mommy? Bos Saii shook her head gently, gazing devoutly at the statue of the sea god, and said, Mommy's spirit comes from the one enshrined on Sea God Island since ancient times, Lord Sea God. The area of the ocean is 4 times that of the land, in other words, the ocean is equivalent to 4 Douluo continents in size. In this vast and boundless ocean, there live far more creatures than on land. If these sea creatures lost their constraints and constantly waged war, then it would be even more chaotic than the land. Many years ago, the ocean was just that chaotic. As the saying goes, troubled times produce heroes. Among the many sea spirit masters, there appeared a stunningly talented genius who, relying on his own strength and the efforts of his entire life, traveled to every corner of the ocean, wielding a trident, and relying on his powerful strength and unparalleled personal charisma, conquered one race after another in the ocean. It took 1001 years to finally unify the ocean, and he was revered by all sea races as the sea god. He created an immortal myth. Bos Saii began to insert her own agenda, instilling in Chian Runway the greatness of the sea god, preparing for Chian Runway to stay on Sea God Island in the future, rather than Spirit Hall, and choose the legacy of the sea god. Ahem. To the side, Chian Xunji coughed lightly, seemingly warning Bos Saii to watch her mouth and not to insert her own agenda. Bos Saii didn't even glance at Chian Xunji. Staying on Sea God Island, her territory, she no longer needed to fear Chian Xunji, and continued. After Lord Sea God became a god, he left behind the sea god's light to protect the entire Sea God Island. From then on, Sea God Island has had spring all year round, favorable weather, and is no longer affected by extreme weather, making it suitable for both ordinary people and spirit masters to live on the island. Not only that, Lord Sea God also left behind the sea god's sacred pillars. Every child born on Sea God Island, upon reaching the age of 18, can participate in the Sacred Pillar assessment and receive the trials given by Lord Sea God, and for every trial completed, they can receive generous rewards. Chian Runway asked, then is mommy's spirit the reward obtained when participating in the trials? Bos Saii's face showed an incomparably proud look, and she said, some spirit masters on Sea God Island, like Sea Spear Douluo under mommy's command, his spirit was originally just an ordinary fish spear. At 18, while participating in the Sea God assessment, he suddenly received a blessing from Lord Sea God, and his spirit evolved from an ordinary fish spear into the top-tier tool spirit, the Sea Spear spirit. Mommy's spirit was granted by Lord Sea God when he suddenly manifested at the time of my spirit awakening at age 6, bestowing upon mommy the Sea God martial soul, replacing mommy's original spirit, which is why mommy was able to cultivate to the realm of a level 99 titled Douluo and become the leader of Sea God Island. To the side, Chian Xunji's eyes narrowed slightly. Bos Saii felt that by staying on her own turf, with the support of the ocean and the Sea God Hall, she could handle things. It seemed it was time to let Bos Saii straighten out her position. Bos Saii stopped there and did not continue. Her daughter was still a child, so she would first instill the greatness of the sea god in her, and wait until she was 18, the age to participate in the sea god assessment, before telling her how difficult it was to become the sea god and the mission that needed to be shouldered to become the sea god.